Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Apartemen murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Basah ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Rinsya, mau apapun yang terjadi, deliver damage dia besar banget. Itu kita lihat Rinsya nge-zoning out sampai di mid lane.
Mage kan nggak harus selalu di backline gitu. Kayak ya kalau kita lihat main Rins kan, ya dia selalu maju-maju ke depan. Ya itu sebenarnya nggak diajarkan dari gue, dari dia mau dan gue push the limit terus gitu.
Kalau menurut aku pribadi, bukan penurunan performance, tapi lebih gimana.
takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Oke teman-teman, enjoy untuk hari
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Ada Flicker yang sudah dikeluarkan, tapi The Way of Dragon Vengeance masih berusaha untuk melindungi diri dan Sans. Benar. Rahasia gitu loh. Oke, dan sekarang ketahuan. Fabian, begitu banyak damage yang masuk ke dalam tubuhnya. Masih ada pergerakan. Dan Fabian pun masih berasa pada juga kabur ke tempat yang berbeda. Tapi sekarang ada real war manipulasi yang dikeluarkan pula. Namun di bagian belakang zaman Force sudah selesai play backnya. Tapi Ray menjadi korban dan Mueza menjadi korban tambah.
Minggu ke-6 akan segera dimulai sesaat lagi, di mana 9 tim akan beradu. Mereka berjuang untuk mengejar posisi yang tertinggi. Mereka saling mengalahkan. Mereka pun menunjukkan kemampuan yang mereka miliki, tentu untuk naik ke posisi terbaik. Dan kita akan menyaksikan pertarungan terepik di MPL Indonesia Season 14. Mengingat bahwa di minggu ini semuanya akan beradu di leg yang kedua. Kita sudah melupakan leg yang pertama, namun itu akan menjadi pelajaran dan juga starter bagi mereka. Tentu saja di sini Bude Clara Mongstar ingin melihat sejauh apa para tim berjuang untuk menunjukkan hasil yang terbaik. Karena mereka tentu punya misi. Misi untuk menjadi yang lebih baik, misi untuk menjadi tim teratas dan juga misi untuk mewakili Indonesia. Perjuangan mereka akan kita saksikan bersama-sama, namun tentu saja akan disaksikan oleh semua super fans yang berada dimanapun kalian berada dan juga yang ada di MPL Arena dan juga khususnya kepada para sponsor karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports Hidea, official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports, ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, dan juga WeDrink. Bersama dengan suppliers ada Erigo, lalu Klik Indomaret, Yummy Choice, dan Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Dan kalau ngomongin tentang support yang terus mengulir, tentu saja Dewa United mereka membutuhkan support yang begitu besar. Posisi mereka ada di zona merah, zona yang tentu saja bikin dak-dik-dukser. Posisi ke-7, mereka harus bisa memenangkan match ini jika ingin keluar dari zona merah. Namun, misi mereka juga tentunya untuk membalaskan dendam 2-0 di leg pertama atas Bigetron Alpha yang kali ini berada di posisi 2. Dan jika mereka mendapatkan kemenangan di match ini, otomatis mereka akan menjadi nomor pertama. Jadi misi keduanya tentu agak sedikit berbeda, namun keduanya menginginkan kemenangan. Pertanyaannya, siapa yang akan diturunkan oleh kedua tim ini? Kita tahu betapa fleksibelnya dari segi ROM Bigetron Alpha. Sementara dari tim Dewa United, mereka bisa mengganti dari gold laner, mid laner, dan banyak hal yang tentu saja bisa mereka berikan untuk membuka. Inilah dia match pembukaan di minggu ke-6 MPL Indonesia Season 14. So caster, let's go!
5 weeks flashed by, passed between our eyes, and now we are in the half remainder season of MPL ID Season 14. Welcome to week number 6 with me, Realize, with my partners Mirko and Arashi, as well as we look to open this week with a banger of a day. Bigetron Alpha against Dewa United, and then Rebellion Esports against Team Liquid ID.
Man, banger matches here. Bigetron Alpha obviously still playing for the upper bracket slot. They can still fight for it. Meanwhile, for Dewa United, it's a bit higher stakes for them. They're fighting to get out of the red zone. Because right now, unfortunately, they're one of the occupants of that blasphemous red zone.
And we talked about this before last week.
you know, it's difficult enough to be in their position. It's even more difficult to be in their position going up against Bigatron of all teams. Now, there have been a lot of questions about Bigatron and then how they are so dominant, but there are moments where it seemed like they can be beaten. I think for sure Dewa United are going to try their best to try and make it happen today. But what's going to happen, man? What kind of game are we looking forward to?
Yeah, the games has been very insane for the past 5 weeks. But now, to take a look at today's schedule, we have Bigatron Alpha against Dewa United, in which, in the first leg, it was such an absolute dominance coming in from Bigatron Alpha. They swept it under 13 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. And now for the second game, it is Rebellion Esports against Team Liquid Ideas, the match of the day. Now, this match, of course, was spicy. But now, without RDCS, how will it pan out? We will have to take a look. Let's take a look at the standings now, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A55 and A35 5G. Of course, RRQ Hoshi up there, standing strong, looking for that upper bracket. And I saw your Instagram post, Mirko. You put them in the tier list that they will be up there, the upper bracket. Fine, upper bracket. Do you still stand by that choice?
RRQ?
Yeah, RRQ.
I do, man. I really have been talking highly about RRQ, giving them all the praises since their announcement of Kescute and NMM in the lineup. I have given this roster as well a lot of chances because I know that even with this MDL lineup, technically, right, it's Dyren, Rins, and Edok from the MDL just last season, and they ultimately also kind of failed in the MDL, getting reverse swept by GeekFam Jr. I know from the start that RRQ Hoshi was going to be a threat with Kescute and NMM, and I think they've only just proven it here in the last 5 weeks of play. They've only lost one match, and that's against Bigatron Alpha. That's it. Even then, that's very winnable for them.
Yeah, it was, I think, for RRQ, the way that they fixed all mistakes they had in Season 12. To take a look at the journey to playoffs, of course, Bigatron Alpha against Dewa United. This is, like, you know, opposite sides of the coin. As you take a look at Bigatron Alpha, they are trying to lock the upper bracket slot in the playoffs that are on in Bandung. But for Dewa United, they want to escape the red zone. And it has been very hard for them because they have instated some changes in their lineup. You know, K's in place of Hijume. We have had this discussion before that he is much of the playmaker. He's the guy who will start the fights and the wars. But for Case, this guy, you want him to carry the games. But so far, we haven't seen him deliver it.
Not as meta.
Not quite yet, man. We haven't seen him be a very important key to victory for Dewa United. On the other side, for Moreno, this has been absolutely great in that mid lane, showing even more flexibility, even more adaptability as well. And team-wise, it can be even more different. 5-time lose streak for Dewa, whereas it's one more win for Bigatron to beat RRQ for that #1 spot. So it really is a battle of the odds here. Someone at the top of the standings against a team in the lower side of the standings. You're taking a look at some of the... this is the previous time they met in the Land of Dawn, and you can see that with the aggression, with the assassin game plan as well as the great drafting coming in from the side of Bigatron, they're able to just shut down any kind of aggression coming in from the side of Dewa United. And so the early aggression that we talked about, the mid-domination, Moeza just looking for plays, looking for pickoffs, got completely shut down due to the pressure and the movement from Bigatron. So there has to be a different change right here for the second time they meet in the Land of Dawn, because otherwise, it's going to be the same story.
Yeah, that same story. They don't want to replay that. And yeah, I mean, it was total dominance coming in from Bigatron Alpha in the first leg. And we can specifically talk about the XP lane. You know, it's Chorizo against Luke. Luke, you know, this guy has been very strong as he was introduced to the Bigatron Alpha lineup after leaving Geek Fam. But for Chorizo, I feel like it has been, you know, a difficult time for him to adjust and adapt to his new team. He has been in that Bigatron Alpha lineup for quite a long time now.
Yeah.
And then, up top, when they first met in leg #1, Super Luke just outclassed Chorizo. What do you think is the reason for that?
Oh man, I really don't want to talk about this matchup for personal reasons. I'm a big fan of Chorizo still, even though he's not in Bigatron Alpha anymore. But yeah, it definitely shows that even last season, if we go back all the way to Season 12 actually, Luke has been doing this to Chorizo constantly. Geek Fam has been the kryptonite to Bigatron Alpha for the last 2 seasons, and that was with Luke in the XP. It just seems like Luke has a wider hero pool, he has a better laning phase, he has a better team fight. But I think for Chorizo, honestly, he shouldn't try to match Luke in that department. What makes him special is he actually takes the lane really, really well. He focuses on his own lane, gets a lead through split pushing a lot of times with the Uranus, Esmeralda, and the Paquito pick that he's known for back in the day. Now he's kind of relegated down to, what, a normal XP playstyle. I think especially for this matchup, We gotta see the old Chorizo come back. We gotta see the Chorizo that wants to stay in lane, especially considering Luke is just so much better than him when it comes to being active on the map.
Active and playmaking as well. For Chorizo, I mean, he had quite a good start with Dewa United when this season rolled out. He was playing the high loss as well. He was carrying the team, making space. But what do you think is the difficulty for Chorizo to really fit into the Dewa United lineup? Or maybe just going up against Super Luke, who is such an established XP laner?
I think he's trying to do a bit of both at this point. He's trying to be a decisive laner, but at the same time, you're seeing him be a lot more active in those team fights. So I feel like he's trying to do both. And I think if the idea for Dewa is to really go in and double down on the team fighting style, Chorizo has shown that on heroes like the Edith, he's able to actually find great Earth Shatters, great onwards as well to really set up for his team. So it is still possible. I think it's more important that the team overall decides on what their kind of game plan they want to go for. What do they want to put in the hands of Chorizo, right? Because as Mirko mentioned, getting your EXP laner losing in a lane can be detrimental to their whole game plan, right? It kind of sets up for all the rotations, the wave control as well. So I feel like for Dewa, decide exactly what you need and then put Chorizo in a hero that can really do that, you know? Instead of just putting him in maybe something more adaptive, and then in the end, losing especially against Luke in that EXP lane.
Yeah, I think the rivalry is brewing now. We talked about how, you know, Super Luke is like this new guy who is better than your ex.
Whoa!
Sometimes you don't want to feel that because you want to be better than your ex. But the fact that Super Luke is able to deliver, you know, week in, week out, stable performances for Bigatron Alpha means that he is just that good. Or maybe is the Bigatron lineup that fluid?
Exactly. Luke is the guy that Bigatron told Chorizo not to worry about, right? That's basically it.
Oh, man. Nah.
Hey, yeah, no, Luke has been phenomenal again, but hey, I honestly feel like Chorizo, he's great too when he gets given these picks, because you mentioned the Edith too, Arashi. When he was on the Edith against Araki Hoshi, he played in the old side, he played in the split pushing side. He was split pushing with an Edith.
Exactly.
Just imagine if he is given a hero like the Paquito, the Uranus even. I'm not too sure if the Uranus is actually that meta, but hey, someone that can stay in the side lane. I remember last season, it was CC a lot of times for Chorizo. Play into his strengths. Don't try to force him to just play around these team fights, especially up against someone who is definitely better than him in that department. Remember, Luke isn't just better than Chorizo. I would say he is the best XP that we have in Indonesia. It's been like that for a while now, since the departure of Boots in season 12, maybe. Yeah,
I think that, you know, losing that captain in Boots for MPL ID did hurt, but we still have good regenerations and XP laners coming in.
Rez.
But now, Rez as well. Veronic Ludby, kind of sad that he had to go down to MDL, but
that's
you know,
sad.
it's for the best of us and for Veronic as well.
Key boy.
Now then, for Dewa United, what do you think they should be able to do to maybe activate Chorizo, or maybe don't play through Chorizo, play through other winning conditions?
I think Case has had a lot of attention on him recently as well, because he is the newer face. People are questioning if he is the right choice and if the timing is correct as well. We saw earlier in a very small VT against that game with against Team Liquid ID. Case was just completely demolished, man. The flanking, the sneakiness coming in from Fabian allows them to just completely assassinate him over and over. And the concern is against Bigatron, there is Super Ken. There is an assassin that is as good or even better than Fabian technically, at least more proven. When you look at the comparison. So now for Keys, if he was struggling against Fabian, against Super Ken, in theory, he should be struggling as well. So I think a lot of questions are there. If they want to go aggressive, now they have to think, do we want to put Moeza on a pick-off position, or do we want to put him in something more protective, especially if the backline, right? For the longest time, Watt, as well as now Keys, they have to be staying in the back safely, and maybe they require some kind of protection. If it's not going to be Chorizo, if they're going to put Chorizo in a pushing, in a mobile, I don't know, macro playmaking hero, then the protective role falls onto Moeza by default.
Yeah, I think Moeza has been flexible. He could be that appealer for the team. He could also be that, you know, enabler for the team who can really initiate and set up for Dewa United, but not for Bigatron Alpha. I think it's very hard to counterplay them. They are so flawless in a lot of departments, especially the macro game, in which I think is one of the weaknesses of Dewa United.
Oh, for sure. I think Dewa United struggle a lot with just how to control the game. Like Arashi said, mid to late game, they really struggle. They find it difficult to actually make up creative ways to take the game over. But really, I'm not even sure if Watt's going to be playing. Yeah,
Azura. It's Azura, so the veteran has to warm the bench. because this time it's Azura alongside Chorizo, Ray, Kaze, and Mueza.
Dewa United with a splash of what gave them that early success. In week 1 to 3, still no Hijime, it's still Kaze. But Azura will be strengthening this lineup. Let's welcome to the stage, Dewa United Esports!
The gods, immortal no more, they are bleeding. But as gods are omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent, they might be able to heal their scars.
And to do what they do best, keep the faith, keep the good fight going, as Dewa United are gonna attempt to take down number 2 in the standings so far. It won't be easy. Even from the laning phase, it won't be easy in the team fights. But in the end, they gotta do it.
They gotta do it against the Terminators. The red robots, angry and looking to lock that upper bracket playoff spot.
So their main lineup key, it seems in leg 2 we're not going to be able to see a lot of Finn playing. But Bigatron Alpha, they have one goal in mind, it's to secure the upper brackets and possibly secure that first place in the regular season. The Colossal Robots, the red robots, welcome to the stage, Bigatron Alpha!
These guys, cold-blooded. And the kills are all their middle names. They will be looking to run rampant and this time terminate the gods.
The Dreadnoughts, the Titans of the previous season, number 1 in season 13. Bigatron with a new boost, a new EXP laner. They have been insane, they have been amazing, and they have had a variety of different approaches to the game. That is where the question lies for both these teams. The coaching staff ushered onto the stage by our Marshal, Dainang. What kind of strat? How can they craft this plan to really take out their respective opponents? Wura and Theonile against Ryzan and Belen.
Belen, of course, behind the helm of Dewa United's draft and plans. And of course, there has been, opposites and differences between the drafting done by Bigatron Alpha and Dewa United as well. But would you argue that, in terms of drafting, Bigatron Alpha is one step ahead of everyone in MPL ID Season 14?
Ahead of everyone? I mean, they have been very, very good. They have been a very small, very circumstantial examples of Bigatron really getting outdrafted. But as we said, the rival showdown right here, you can see number 1 total kills for an EXP laner actually is in the hands of Chorizo. But again, it's a team game. The average KDA for him is also lower than the number 2 average KDA in the league, Super Luke. Not a lot of total kills, but when it comes to enabling, when it comes to playmaking, Luke definitely has him beat, which is why the game plan becomes that much more important. Bigatron Alpha, so far they have been really, really good, but Dewa, they were able to even surprise, partially at least our queue with some of their unique, surprising drafts, but it can only last for so long. They have to keep adapting and keep improving if they want to maintain the same level of surprise for their opponents. Whereas for Bigatron, like we mentioned, very small, I don't know, 1 or 2, 3 even moments where they were really outdrafted per se.
Yeah, and we talked about Chorizo's, highlights, the strengths that he has. But what do you think makes Super Luke, one of the best expilators in MPL ID?
Mechanics and instincts, I believe. Those instincts really honed by Super Luke with the help of Beloy and Aboy. In Geek Fam, we know this right now. I mean, every single player, whether they're new, rookies, it doesn't really matter. When they join Geek Fam, they come out a better player. We saw that from Ray as well, the development from him, just with 1 season being in Geek Fam, not even playing every single game. But Luke, he had the pleasure to play with Beloyski for 3 seasons. That's 10, 11, and 12. Oh, 4 with 13 too. Ooh. So this guy has grown so much. I remember back when he was playing MDL, his name was actually Givenchy. He was such a normal XP. There was nothing special about him. I'll be honest with you, when he made it into the MPL as well, most people were talking about him saying, this guy's nothing. He doesn't have the potential, man. But then Beloy was able to guide him. Beloy was able to build him, and we're seeing it now, why he's so active, how he finds these active angles as well. Beloy thinks he's great at creativity, but sometimes he does overextend.
Well, here's a victory here for Bigatron though by the Samsung Galaxy A55 and A35 5G. give the strong side to Eman to punish Watt, or in this case, Azura, make sure that the gold lane gets shut down, get double benefit in getting Eman rolling early on, and I respect the early aggression coming in from Dewa. Moeza has been very active, and depending on the drafts as well, Dewa can be very decisive in that early game. That's where Bigatron needs to hold off and make sure that if they do have to wait, they give it time to really, to really mature and just bring it to the late game. Dewa though has to capitalize on Bigatron's unnecessary moves. So Rizzo plays in a laning hero to counter Luke, right? In a way to really shut down his aggression and his roaming from the lane. And Watt, or in this case I guess Azura, stopped doing desperate plays. And you can see a bit of a pattern here, unnecessary, desperate. They have to try and play textbook because we've seen that they have moments. They're able to actually get into those right circumstances. Better zone control, better intelligence, a bit more of an advantage in the early to mid game. It's about closing out the game and getting those decisive team fights. That's where they really lack when it comes down to it, right? Which is why when teams can kind of withstand and stall out, it takes a bit too long. But Caster POV...
You read it.
Hey,
tell him, Mirko.
POV. Case, Flicker is an active skill. He should have been able to survive the both times he was ambushed by Favion because he didn't flick. I mean, come on, man. This is, by the way, I would like to say this isn't just targeted towards Case. This is targeted towards Watt as well. But unfortunately, he wasn't playing, so they decided to take the Watt comment out. But it's Watt and Case. Game 2 against Araki Hoshi, the 9-minute and 44-second game. Watt made so many blunders by just not using the flicker, saving it for Christmas, right? We saw the same thing for Kaze. It's not a passive skill. They gotta try to utilize this, man. I know you wanna save it for the big team fights, but if you're dead, you can't really do anything, huh?
Yeah. It all comes down to the minute details and the meticulous details that you don't really, you often overlook these details. And Flicker is a game-changing spell as well. A game-changing spell that really can enable you to either save yourself or engage further, and that is something that Mirko is indeed trying to get out of there in the air. But now, let's take a look at the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A55 and A35 5G. And of course, two bans, the Hylos and the Hayabusa taken out, and the chip as well with the Ling to counter Super Ken. But now the Hylos, I've been thinking about this hero as a strong laning hero for Cerezo. But now the Hylos taken away. What do you think is going to be a suitable laning hero for Cerezo?
Immediately the Phobius comes to mind, but there's no way. Actually, I might have spoken too soon. They left the Phobius open. There are other options available as well, but Bigatron, I don't see why they wouldn't go for it. The Sushin, by the way, is still open as well as the Zask. So technically, Dewa can get one of those prio, quote-unquote, mage heroes and something in return. But for Bigatron, that's Phobius in the hands of Luke. We just talked about getting a strong laner for Cerezo. I don't know who can really match up against the Phobius right now.
We talked about a few counters that do come to mind, but sometimes it's so hard to really just stop and freeze this Phobius. What do you think is a good pick against the Phobius?
Whoa. Well, I was about to say, usually when you see a Phobius, you want to pick up a Vexana, but they go for the Edith, the counters the Harith, and the Harith in the first phase. This gives Bigatron Alpha an opportunity to just go for the Lunox, because yes, most teams go for the Lunox just to beat out the Harith. The thing about Bigatron Alpha is they can actually flex the Lunox. We've seen Moreno on this Lunox, I think 2 or 3 times. So if they pick the Lunox here, that's another flex pick they can utilize. And obviously it comes through with the Nolan as well. So they have an assassin in the jungle that deals physical. They have that magical damage. It can be flexed into mid or gold, both doing great. Depends on the matchup. I think they will need to go. See, this is why the Nolan's great too. If they go for the Vexana, it'll definitely give Kaze a bit of PTSD when he didn't flicker out of that fracture. So they end up going for the Alpha.
Old scars. Just trying to hunt over Kaze, but they go for the Alpha, and the Lunox again, so flexible, able to be put in there in the mid lane or the gold lane, and the Nolan, a staple hero for Super Ken as well. Second bans coming in for both teams. As the Alpha picked up, I think it'll go for the to the jungle, most probably. So now Bigatron, what do they really think of to complete this draft? And for Dewa United, how do they want to address this Phobius?
I'm not sure, man. I mean, like Mirko mentioned, the Vexana becomes a great solution, good lockdown, good AoE, and it's still safe against the Nolan to a degree, but we've seen the exact scenario, right? Vexana against the Nolan, then taken out, so for Dewa,
actually begin with the Valentina, so they're convinced that this Lunox will go into the gold lane. Maybe they intend to force it there, but for Bigatron, Vexana banned out. And technically, if they're concerned about crowd control, I don't know. I guess for Dewa, something like a Tsushin can really help out with this forward dive kind of situation. Maybe Bigatron can respect that.
Yeah. I think other than that, though, for Dewa, I feel like for now, the fact that they banned the Valentina, it sets up for two things. It could be a setup for a Faramis pick that could be great with this composition, or the Tigreal to really punish the Nolan. I think the Tigreal is going to be a bit tough to pull off, though, knowing that Lunox can get away, also the Phoveus can get away. Here, we got some cross-region data.
For Chip, still holds 100% ban rate across 3 regions throughout MPL PH, MPL ID, and MPL Malaysia. So yeah, we don't see this little cute thing roaming around the map and opening up teleports.
He's cute. He's not cute. In game, he's not cute.
In game, he's not cute.
Horrifying.
He's an absolute menace in the game, so no Chip just yet. I wonder if any team will be able to kind of force teams to let go of that chip. So far, none can really do that. But all right, for Bigatron, final ban right here. Is it going to be yet another mid laner? Technically, Bigatron has the flex potential to play around with. But Dewa, after banning away that Ruby, I guess they're really concerned about the big crowd control tool still. But like you mentioned, Mirko, the Faramis is still on the table. And if Dewa has already banned the Valentina, do they want to pick it up for themselves too?
Yeah, Faramis still open to really out-sustain the fights. And it's going to be a Mathilda ban targeted towards Mueza now. Of course, Faramis, one of the strongest heroes for Case as well. They can pick it up right now. And without the, appearance of Valentina, who is, a hero that Moreno really likes, I think the Faramis is going to be a very great answer towards the dive comp from Bigatron Alpha. The Lunox, the Nolan that can really jump into your face, the Phoveus as well. Really want to dive in to the backline. The Faramis is a good option.
Yeah, they can still go Zosk too for Bigatron Alpha, right? So it's really just if they all pick up the Faramis, it's going to be a lot of value for their composition. It also technically just counters the Zosk that can be picked up by Bigatron Alpha after revealing the Faramis. I think this is good though for Dewa. If they pick up the Faramis, they flex the Edith all the way to the end, and that could give the opportunity for Mr. Chorizo, Mr. Muscle, as we call him here in Indo, a chance to maybe go for a Paquito, go for the split push. But they go for the Juicin. Okay.
All right. Tsushin, as predicted, it can be a great tool right here. We'll see if the crowd control, the lifts of the Lantern Flare can be enough to control the Phoveus. And it's one of the safer laners that can kind of have a built-in flicker technically against both the Lunox and the Nolan. Not a bad choice at all. For Bigatron though, now they know that Dewa are gonna be walking forwards here. Something to really punish that with a combo can work out.
Grok and Yave, of course. You really want to outrange the Zeusyn. The Zeusyn is very safe as a laner, and I think the Yave might be able to outrange and outpoke the Zeusyn, but again, so much control coming from the Zeusyn, either the shielding and the lift-off as well. So, confirmed, the Lunox will go in the hands of Iman.
They're going to double down on the team fighting here. Hovering over to Rizla. No Paquito for Chorizo, no split push style. They want to still play the team fight, neutral objective game.
Yeah, I think it's quite dangerous though for Dewa, man. Bigatron, they have the advantage of having the Grok that now can be lifted up by the Tsushin as easily. So for them, they can move around like that. They can have the Yeve to scout out, and when it comes down to it, they have got great ways of kiting backwards, aside from the Phoveus, of course. So for Dewa, I think they can go all in, but when Bigatron finds one person, they have greater ways to really chunk him down, burst him down, or at least poke around before committing for a full-on fight. And I think that flexibility is a dangerous tool in the hands of a team like Bigatron, but the counter index and the lineup rating does favor Dewa United. So let's see, man, what can they get with this? They have great team fighting tools, but when it comes down to it, they have to make sure that the clearing of the waves also can be matched in order to get in the right place at the right time to beat Bigatron in those skirmish situations.
And like number one, the gods were basically test samples for the red robots. Will this time around they project their wrath, or will they once again falter? It is Bigatron Alpha against Dewa United. Like number two, game number one.
It's not every day you get to see the Juicin and the Zosk get ignored in the first phase, but you see it here in week 6 of MPL ID. Perhaps both these teams have found a way to counter those two picks in scrims, but man, it's both junglers actually opting to rotate towards the top side of the map. You can already see Eman on the winning matchup here, utilizing this as a strong side to bully Azura.
Yeah, I mean, Lunox is like main counter towards the Harith, but how do you think it'll fare late game?
The Lunox in the late game?
Yeah.
I think it's a great option as well, technically, against even the front line. It's a roam. It's a roam Terrorista coming here for the side of Dewa. So in the late game, he's going to be susceptible to getting bursted down by that Chaos Order. Emblems by IndyHome here, as we have some time, tenacities for the side of Dewa. They know they want to go all in, they want to go for fights. Even the firmness, but look at Eman, who forced the flicker away already. He's running the Master Assassin as well. And just why Mueza is trying to be active and ruin that laning phase.
A lot of damage placed down. Actually, might be a kill. Mueza not going to use the flicker. Wants to save it for the next neutral objective. Super Luke at the bottom lane getting ganked. But it does seem like he should be okay unless Ray decides, no, he used the Spear of Alpha earlier.
Oh, too early for the Buddy of Smith to pop, and Mueza just melts in the hands of Superken. That is going to be a very important kill to get the Nolan going.
If Superken can get snowballing, it's quite risky. In theory, there's not a lot of targets for Dewa United, but Superken,
that's gonna be fine.
Yes, I was saying, there's a lot of targets for Superken to try and deny, but later on, the Nolan, if he gets snowballing, he can kind of burst down even the tank, so Dewa has to be careful here.
It's going to be problematic for them as they take a look at the turtle, and this is going to be a very strong fight. Key will open up.
Yeah, real world glitch comes down. Superken winning on the retreat battle, but get caught by the Spear of Alpha. Still though, fighting within the real world manipulation. Super Luke has level 4. Dewa tried to gamble with Chorizo being level 3, and it did not pay off. Now they're chasing Dewa under the tier 1. Eman has the Chaos, jumps in. The wild charge not able to connect, but it doesn't matter. Eman picks the kill up onto Mueza, and it's a win for Bigatron Alpha.
The clear speed, the level advantage is what Bigatron was able to use right there. And for Dewa, going in all in, fighting in the real world manipulation. I mean, we haven't seen the Yve in so long. I'm glad to see it in the hands of Marino. But that first fight was so ideal, man. He got a full channel, dropping down the damage, raining it down on Dewa United. And it does AoE technically. Dewa, if they want to go for these skirmishes, have to go for the right person, the right people. Eman can go invulnerable with the blessing, the blessing order, but they have to make sure that Moreno gets put in check, gets kept on check, because otherwise the damage output can be even higher than the Lunox. Because you remember, everyone's clumped up, and Yve has all AoE in her kit.
Yeah, RWM is also a very good zoning tool to be used in the team fights, as Super Luke and Chorizo not sharing that much of an action on bottom, just trying to trade blows left and right. But Bigatron Alpha, they have been very solid in the global response to the needs and the skirmishes happening. As we take a look at talent predictions by the new application GoPay, unanimous decision for Bigatron Alpha, except for Lim Kochel, who is basically cosplaying Papulong today.
But Lim Kochel showing up right here. As always, he has a soft spot in his heart for Dewa. But they certainly are struggling right here. Wild charge!
With the Chaos, Mueza gonna go in with the penalty zone, but Azura has been zoned away and not dealing enough damage. Flickers out to safety. Now goes for the Brilliance. Super Ken can go for it. No! Penalty zone on Mueza. No flicker. Ken just assassinates him, and Azura can't do anything now with the usage of the Zaman Force earlier. He can just watch as BTR push in. They're even gonna start the turtle.
Umino on the other side, Super Luke against 3, against 2, no issue, just walking forward. A lot of ways to burst.
Okay, stop! Unfortunately, he has purified. That caster POV did nothing. It's also an active skill, but you can't really get out of the Nolan Fracture, can you? Oh no! Chorizo getting destroyed by his X-Team as Super Ken just takes the turtle for free. Up top, it's a 1v1, Eman forcing Azura to utilize the Zaman Force defensively. Now Mueza putting some damage back on towards Eman. Has a Brilliant still. Key has the wild charge as he decides to go for it. Good knock up the Purify Moreno from the side. Getting the kill. 7-1 to BTR.
Bigatron has been very good in the skirmishes. And they say history repeats itself. And I feel like it is going to be the case here. Feels like it's a leg one game all over again.
Well, especially the mid lane here for Dewa. You can see Mueza struggling to just rotate. And even though, in theory, the Teresa can help out with the clearing, right now for Bigatron, it's just so much cleaner. You get in the mid lane, you go with the power of nature, and Yve will spam out a Void Blast, a Void Crystal, and they walk, and they roam around. You can see that Case is stuck in the mid lane for a long period of time, but now pulling Luke back.
By the way, Luke went Flicker this game. I just realized.
Oh, yeah, Flicker Phobius, not the vengeance that we're used to, but maybe he wants that extra bit of maneuverability, because we talked about how he can't really move backwards, but Key
Oh, he has the wild charge.
Oh.
Goes in on the 2 Super Luke now.
Good barrier.
The follow-up, the penalty zone locks Key down, but he still has the power of nature. Mueza going for the hammer down, but the Infernal Pursuit into the back means that Super Ken has all the room possible. He just going for the fracture. And Man gets Mueza 2 and Ray just running for the hills. Azura, good dodge from that skill 2 of the Phobias. But they can't react to any of the red robot plays.
Dewa United they're just outmaneuvered by Bigatron Alpha. Clamping up together, looking to respond on the engages coming in from Dewa United, and they're able to win on the fights. I mean, Super Ken is 4-1, so is Eman, 2 kills to his name. It's going to be very, very hard of a hill for Dewa United to climb back up.
It's going from bad to worse right here because Super Ken does not have to do anything too crazy. He can just stay in the front and just fracture whoever's taking some damage, staying in the front right there. And the fact that Keys is always so close to the front as a short-range, mid-range mage means that it's so easy for Super Ken to get his hands on him. And you can see that Sorizo is trying to do the cut, the roam. But for Bigatron with the Nolan, immediately you see Super Ken win out in that fight and dash all the way straight, clears the mid lane, clears the bottom lane, extending the goal and EXP lead even more, and ensuring that Dewa don't get any trades for it.
Yeah, Super Ken. As easy as ABC, he gets the turtle, but a Super Luke looking to charge in.
Jumping into the midst of it all, getting the knockup again in for the pursuit. T! El Momento finding the wild charge. The penalty zone used defensively. Super Ken banged in again, but he's still able to dodge away. Now Eman coming in with the chaos. And the brilliance under the turret. Moreno with the flicker forward too. Bigatron Alpha got 3 on the board. And Dewa can't get anything back.
They just don't have any damage. No real burst damage at all. It's all DPS. Super Ken going for a duel in the base. And Azura is just forced to accept it. They can't clear, and they just don't do enough damage. I mean, Moreno flickered forwards between turrets right there just to secure more kills. There's no way for Dewa to really threaten any real all-in, because at this point, Bigatron knows that the Phobias, the Grok, are just way too tanky. Even if Key or Super Luke gets taken out, they were going to pay a hefty price for it, and that's a trade that Bigatron are most definitely willing to make. The fact that their jungle is also a fighter and not an assassin means that, again, it's all DPS, right? You can see Ray doing damage, but it doesn't come out all at once.
Yeah. Termination and Obliteration is the name of the game for Bigatron Alpha. They have been so strong, 12-1, and it's still the 8th minute as Mueza purchases a Queen's Wings to really just mitigate the damage, but it can't really happen in an instant. I mean, Bigatron Alpha, they're able to just burst down the players of Dewa United.
And I'd say, when we look at the compositions, Dewa's composition falls off more than Bigatron, right? Bigatron have the Eve and the Lunox, so even if they do get to the late game, this actually still favors BTR.
The only real big scaler there maybe is Sorizo on the Edith, but even then, the Phobias doesn't really fall off either. The Super Luke now running away. Not really. See, it's Dewa. They can't really threaten anything. Luke wasn't even moving around like he was threatened, like he was prepared to escape. He just stands there.
Yeah, we haven't been able to see engages coming in, either the Spear of Alpha or the penalty zone, but he, again, just being in the front line. And so far, this Lord, will it be uncontested by Dewa United? I don't think they have the capabilities to just enter the pit, and it's going to be free for Bigatron Alpha.
Unless they can really burst down Luke or Key, there's no point in walking up like that. They're gonna output their damage and their resources onto the roamer, the EXP laner, and then that's where the jumps come in from Super Luke. The wild charge comes in from Key, and they lose 3 or 4 members. It's almost like at this point, that's the best they could do. Just look for info and defend. And with a Sushin of all things, to clear the waves, it's gonna be so difficult and so dangerous for Keys in this game. So Bigatron, let's see what they can do with the first Lord right here. They still have all the control, and they're really just locking Dewa into their own base.
That's a 9-minute level 15 Nolan too, so I mean, they're trying to beat the clock at this point. They have already done it, 10,000 in 9 minutes.
I mean, it's one of the heroes that can really get snowballing early on, but level 15 in minute 10 is so crazy, and the Holy Crystal Purchase coming in from Eman as the Luminous Ice Wall for Key now. So take a look at a Siege coming in. Sorizo has to pop the Primal Wrath.
And the Flicker. 2 massive resources already burnt out, and look at how Bigatron have been able to utilize this wave in the bottom lane. They're just slow pushing it so that the Holy Crystal will deal with the Lord, but then the next wave will be coming in for them to siege.
Right now they're pushing up, and you can see Dewa kind of struggle. Key is already forced to back away. First target for the side of Bigatron, and they're going to be looking for more.
Defensive Crimson Beacon. They already don't have the Primal Rat, no Flicker on Chorizo, they have no engage. Yeah, Moeza can go in, but then there's not going to be any follow-up. That's 2 base turrets taken down by Bigatron Alpha. And Dewa can't do anything. Super Lu picks up the War Axe. As an offensive build, Key gets brought back, but really, there is no threat of this Rock dying. Nikki is what? Ray, try to go for the combo there. Super kill the fracture, now no Crimson Beacon! And the back to Wild Charge gets them all under the base. And now with Luke finally dying, Moreno pops in a real world manipulation and survives because of it. The shielding. BTR, they've taken every member down except for Ray. Can they end it in the 11th minute? There's no waves to play with Ray. Has the Spear of Alpha, and Mon decides to go for the Brilliance, and it baits him out. BTR making quick work out of Dewa United. Now all 3 on the base. 1-0, 17-3.
A tale as old as time. And Leg 2 doesn't see its repairs and fixes from Dewa United. They're able to take down Dewa in under 15 minutes. And with a flawless game like that, Bigatron Alpha are set to look their eyes on the upper bracket. But again, that is still game number 1. 1-0 for Bigatron Alpha.
Oh man, that was a clinical, surgical performance from Bigatron. Nothing too crazy, no real big moments. They just walked forward, slowly but surely, melted the members of Dewa down, forced a reaction, and dealt with it in dominant fashion, man. It didn't even seem like there was any surprises at all. They got read like a PDF file. Dewa United, looking artificial.
Oof, this time around, they, artificial ones are the ones who beats down the gods. I mean, this was rinse and repeat coming in from Case to pick up Key and lift him up into the base. But the engage coming in, the wild charge, and it was Super Ken just heralding that play with the fracture and the gouge coming in and coming out as well. Just, scooting out. Getting the tag on 2Ks. The Zeusin wasn't really able to provide spacing that Dewa United needed to really just face off the dive composition from Bigatron Alpha.
It's like they just did not... They thought that Bigatron were gonna be slower almost, right? They were moving forward. They have all these spammable card control tools like the Earth Shatter, like the Lantern Flare. But at that point, whoever gets pulled in just goes all in anyways, and they just lack the damage to seal the deal. Sometimes you see the Tsushin kind of comboed with an assassin in the jungle, and that way whoever gets pulled back immediately is at risk of getting jumped on, of getting bursted down. In that game, due to the card control resistance and the extra defense coming in from the passive of the Grok, right, by staying near the walls, he was just cruising, man. You didn't see him. I don't think there was a single defensive use of a flicker or a wild charge. He just stood there and just walked off away from all the slows.
And let's be honest here, right? Week 1 to 3, Harith first pick is like, sure, we haven't really found someone that can actually lane against the Harith. It's always an auto win, but really, after week 4, I think this should just be illegal to go for the first pick Harith when the Lunox is up for grabs. Dewa countered this against RRQ Hoshi. Game 1, RRQ versus Dewa. That was how they got the dub against RRQ. RRQ picked up the Harith, and then Dewa picked up the Lunox. Then they continued to pick up the Lunox in Game 2 and Game 3. And unfortunately, just Game 2. Game 3 went Moscow flat. But yeah, no. I really have to question that pick, right? And Dewa, they tried to do what RRQ did to Alter Ego, by the way, with the Alpha and the Edith. They tried to go for the rush on Turtle, but it's a bit different when BTR have ways to clear up the waves and rotate almost at the same time,
Exactly, the clear is much better. And even the damage output, you see that Case is right there, just lanterning everyone. Still level 3, by the way, in that fight too. Whereas Moreno, look at the difference in impact when it comes to the damage and utility. He is still slowing, he is still getting a lot more damage off as well. So this Yves is a bit of a great combo here, because you can poke, and you can slow down utility-wise, but you can also end up doing a ton of damage if you're left to your own devices. And I believe that is what swung that first fight in favor of Bigatron. But the MVP for game number 1, turns out it will not be that Yves, it will be Super Ken on that Nolan, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. The Nolan that technically didn't have to do anything too crazy. Farm up, find the right opportunities, and he went at the mid laner, at Keys. If Fabian went from behind, he just went from the front, bro. He just waited till all the spells were down, all the counterplays were available, and he just saw all that and just went in, gets the pick off every single time, dude. It happened like 3 or 4 times this one game alone.
The first turtle too, he won out the retry battle, right? That actually put them on course to do whatever they did. After that, the snowballing came from that one retry and then the team fight win. That could have been at least a Dewa retry, a Dewa turtle win, and then the team fight goes to Bigatron. But then everything just got derailed with that moment. And don't forget, he got the setup for this kill on Mueza very early on.
That's what we were talking about earlier in the drafting phase. It's so dangerous to go against a Nolan because technically the tanks aren't quite safe. The passive and the rest of the skills are so spammable. He can kind of serve as a secondary DPS, but this was that first turtle. As you can see, great retry coming out of nowhere, and Moreno just making it rain down. Keith, as you can see there, was taking damage from 3 people, 4 people. Doesn't matter, man. It's almost like the Tsushin does great in a skirmish, but in a full-on fight with 4 members like that, you can see that the difference in impact right there. And Key missing the wild charge, it doesn't even matter, man. Doesn't matter. Look at Key. And look at the coordination, by the way, from the side of Dewa, right? Because Key should not be left alone like that, even if he's on a safer, quote-unquote, hero like the Tsushin. Oh man.
Oh, so beautiful. And the fact that K's only had, like, you know, one mobility spell with the Crimson Beacon, he had to opt for the Purify, means that it was so easy for Super Ken to target him, to assassinate him. Moments and moments again. You know, he was waiting for Case to pop the Crimson Beacon, to pop, you know, the utilities that is available, and then he goes in for the kill. But it was the setup coming in from Key as well.
Yikes.
From Super Luke, who is playing a very stable game, is the Phobius.
And right there, even Moreno popping the real manipulation just to get a bit of shielding and survive. By all means, you can give an honorable mention to Moreno for the setups, for the slows and the pokes, forcing Dewa. You can give a shout out to Moreno, even, right? He baited out so many moments there with the Brilliance Order. He was still outputting a very respectable amount of damage as well. Overall, from Bigatron, everyone just played their part. And it was just so good and so neat that it made Dewa United look really messy. They weren't playing crazy bad, you know? They weren't like massive blunders, technically. But it just looks really, really bad because Bigatron Alpha are just the exact opposite side of the spectrum.
You know, like 1, it was with Hijume. Like 2, it was with K's, and there hasn't been really that much of a significant change we can see.
I think there has, really. Without Hijume, the team just fails to do what they were strong at doing in the first 3 weeks. Again, in the first 3 weeks, it almost felt like Ray was given so much space by Hijume. Same could be said about Mueza, same could be said about even Watts. Now, I mean, don't get me wrong, I think the draft also set them up for failure here in this game, right? Picking up the Herod first pick and the Edith there, leaving the Phobius open against Super Luke. I mean, Evos did this against Bigatron Alpha. They left Phobius up twice, and I think most teams by then should have learned that you don't want to give Mr. Luke Phobius, because you can see how comfortable he was on this Phobius. He even went for Flicker. That's how confident he was.
And you know, he did all that when he went for just a Radiant Armor. You know, when talk about the damage output, you know, with the Herod and Tsushin, right, the physical damage is only from Ray, so he went for the Radiant Armor after the Thunderbolt, and then goes straight to the War Axe, because he knows no burst, right? More sustain means that I can just stay there indefinitely, and that is exactly what he did. I think even when it comes down to the damage output source, especially in the early game, Dewa United just did not really consider how this was going to play out.
The first pick Herod really shouldn't be something that teams go for anymore with Lunox being open, you know, because the Lunox, especially for Bigatron, maybe for other teams, sure, because we usually just see it in the gold lane. We rarely see it in the mid lane. But BTR especially, they are the only ones to have been able to utilize the Lunox as a mid laner. So it's like so much value. Even without the Herod, they would actually just go for Lunox in the first phase sometimes.
Yeah. And back then, when you want to go for like the Herod, generally it's comboed with like the Nolan as well, back then at least. You want to have some kind of alternative damage output source. So even that really wasn't really in the picture for Dewa. So I think from the drafting phase, a ton of things can be, you know, amended. But even in the Line of Dawn, you have to talk again about how Keys was left alone against a team with an assassin. And the Tsushin, by all means, is a team hero, you know? You're kind of utility-based, you spam stuff out, but you can't really solo carry. You can solo kill for the most part.
But what was the Valentina ban for then, right? If
Exactly.
you were going to pick Juicin, you would want the Valentina to be open if you have a Juicin. You steal the Crimson Beacon, sure.
Firamis,
it's not that bad.
I think Firamis is much
It's not bad at all.
Much
It's
of
good,
a better pick.
right? Because like Valentina can't use the path. He can't Lantern Flare.
Yeah.
It's just a useless ult if Valentina takes it.
What we can do is, of course, to, you know, use the Samsung Series A gaming package. This is what keeps your win streak going.
Oh.
In which you can try the latest from the Galaxy A series
right there.
5G. the Galaxy A55 5G limited awesome gaming package. You can get free MLBB skins and diamonds, gaming headphones, a 25-watt travel adapter, a silicone case, and a sticker pack with total of value for more than 1.4 million. It will definitely make your gaming experience even more awesome. Available in new awesome lemon and navy colors. I don't think Shevin will like lemon, but he will probably like navy.
Who cares what Shevin likes, bro? The lemon color is great. Even if Shevin dislikes it, you guys can understand. I mean, look at this.
He doesn't dislike the lemon color. He just dislikes lemon.
Yeah, he doesn't like lemon.
The fruit.
Yeah,
the fruit.
Of course.
What about the player?
The flavor.
He doesn't like the flavor.
The sourness.
Sourness.
Yeah.
But you guys can head over to Samsung.com/ID or your nearest Samsung store now to get an awesome gaming experience with the Galaxy A55 5G, because there's this new huge feature where you can circle the search. And don't worry, I know you guys are going to be like, oh, show it to us then. Don't worry, we will show it to you just a bit later. You know, we got to keep the good stuff for later. Just
like
later.
You know, like what Arashi says.
What?
I show, not tell.
Interesting.
That's what he said.
I wasn't expecting my
That's
code
what he
to be
said?
used
Yeah.
against me like this, but
There you go.
we got to keep you on your toes, man. Not just yet,
Mr.
but, you
Bryden,
know.
folks.
Bryden,
Whoa, getting doxxed.
Real name out there. You know, it's good to be a caster, right, Arashi?
Oh yeah, you know, it's like you have a double life almost, you know.
What double life?
You on the desk, it's not you when you're off the desk. So sometimes it gets kind of fun.
Being a caster, being a spy, you know, James Bond type stuff.
We're in suits as well.
It's the same thing, basically. It's the same thing. We're in suits right now. We can infiltrate now. I don't know. But hey, A55 5G.
Exactly. If we were infiltrating, this would be the phone to go for, man. It's so advanced. You want to go for something
it is.
like an older phone?
No, I don't want to.
You got to be in a secret mission and you're like, bro, no signal. Lag. What you got to do? Like, do this? You know, like,
Exactly. With this, with the Samsung A55 5G, you don't have to do all that.
you can exactly. When about that, bro?
It's all perfect. It's, you know, it's like the magnum opus of phones.
The magnum opus of phones. Interesting, man. That's a lot of magnitude behind that label.
I was thinking about the perfect word to use.
I feel like Samsung will definitely come up with newer concepts, though. But for now, right? I think for now, that is the best you can get in the business. But now for the side of Dewa, though. Actually, before that, gotta talk about the Team Galaxy Zone Cam. If you have the phone, right? Buy Samsung Galaxy. You get the Samsung phone. You get to sit all the way in the front. And look at this.
Is this the SKF?
Yeah, this is the Super Ken Super Family, ladies and gentlemen. The parents of Super Ken. There's Super Ken's little brother there too.
Little bro.
You can see them. The little bro.
Super fam.
Yeah, the Super Family. Super Ken.
SKF, Super Ken family.
And
Out
the
here.
Super Ken's sister too. There you go. The full family here, watching and supporting Super Ken as he plays on stage live.
And of course, the hair cam by Head & Shoulders, CITB, again and again. This is what you get if you are able to use Head & Shoulders silky smooth hair. And this is also, I believe, the supporter of Super Ken.
Oh yeah, the biggest supporter of Super Ken, perhaps, you know? Ladies and gentlemen, we went through the Super Fam, now we have the Super Girlfriend. That is Super Ken's girlfriend, if you guys don't know. We also have more here. CITB.
Exactly, I was about to say.
CITB.
You feel a weird presence showing up out of nowhere. CITB, man.
Shevin
is in the building. Look at that. That is fabulous hair. And you can bet that Shevin is absolutely satisfied.
With the hair.
With the hair.
Shevin approved.
Yeah, he's a shampoo connoisseur.
He's a hair connoisseur.
Yeah, he is.
Sure is.
Super Ken's hair is also very, very nice.
Yeah. You know why?
Why?
Head & Shoulders. Who's the best in the building? He actually uses the Tigreal one.
Tigreal.
And the middle part.
It's
that
very,
is the
very...
jungle hair. If you're a jungler in Indo, you better have a middle part. If you don't have a middle part, you're not a jungler.
Yeah, that's true.
So it gives you a buff.
It's very ironic, though.
Why?
Why?
He's used to playing assassins.
Yep.
And he uses the Tigreal Head & Shoulders.
Maybe we should make a Hayabusa or a Ling
We need
one.
a Nolan one.
Ooh, I think a Ling one, right?
Nah.
Ling has the middle part hair too.
No, Nolan has the best hair in MLBB.
Ooh,
that's a hot take.
Really?
It is.
I gotta check the
That's not a hot
chart
take.
again.
That's a common fact.
Really? I don't know about that, man. Huh.
I just searched up Nolan and Christopher Nolan came out.
It's the wrong Nolan.
That's the wrong Nolan.
Wrong Nolan.
Well, looking at the topic right here, though, after losing a one-sided game, how can Dewa make a comeback in game 2?
Nolan's got a mullet, by the way.
Oh, does he?
That's a very nice mullet.
I mean, he's a dad, right?
Yeah,
Is he? He's an
Layla's
old man.
dad.
He's Layla's
Wait,
dad.
I've read this lore before. And Nolan is like the paternal dad of Layla.
Man, it just you know. I'll just be honest with you, right? Nolan is Layla's dad.
Okay.
Nolan is a hot pick in MPL. Layla is when have you seen a Layla in MPL? When was the last time?
I think it was Kyler.
That was not even MPL.
Yeah, that's
that
true.
was on the previous tournament.
He
That was
got destroyed by Paquito.
in another
flop easy on
flop
Paquito.
Z.
Drop Ranger.
And now, of course,
First
back
pick again. Oh.
to the drawing board for Bigatron Alpha.
Look at the
They're
stats,
chilling.
bro.
They're very chilling, yeah.
Yeah.
First pick rate 75%. That's a very high stat.
It's still not too crazy compared to the second pick too, but I think Bigatron is showing that whether it's first pick or second pick, their win rate still is pretty solid, man. And they have made a massive transition here from being that team that's reactive to now going for a lot of these picks, especially with the rise in popularity of the heroes like the Phobius, like the Lunox as well. And for Dewa, on the other hand, man, it just ain't looking that good.
And they chose second pick, by the way. The losing team gets to choose, so they're still comfortable on the second pick. I really just hope that they make some adjustments. At least the Harith, right? The Edith is fine for first pick, honestly. I really like the Edith first pick. It's great as a flex pick as well. They were able to utilize it all the way to the end. But if they wanted to go for Juicin, maybe they could actually pick it up earlier instead of the Harith, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's like a growing trend. Back then, the trend was, the first pick Roger and Harith.
Roger was ignored completely also, by the way.
Yeah. And now it's like the Edith and the Harith, which I think is actually Edith, a strong first pick. Flexible as well, but the Harith, again, if you want to pick it up first, I think you could really ban out the Lunox. But again, it shows how strong the Lunox is against the Harith. And now, of course, back to the drafting phase we go, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A55 and A35 5G. Again, Gatot Kacha taking out Hayabusa as well, and the high loss. But for Dewa United, they ban out the Link.
I wonder what is going to show up for Bigatron. I'm going to make a wild guess here and say, Phobius?
It's a purple guy?
It is.
Whoa!
What? How is it possible?
Insanity!
Call me Mystic Miracle.
Is the adjustment here though for Dewa, right? Usually it's the third pick or something we kind of critique. For Dewa, it was the first pick outright. Now with the Phobius out already, what's the idea here? What is the solution? And again, if they want to go for that solution, find ways to kind of enable that pick, because it feels like they're trying to show that Keys is the right idea, is the right decision, and give him a strong hero like the Tsushin. But it came in so late, it wasn't really used to its full potential. So now for Dewa, what's it gonna be, man? The Roger has been very popular. If they want to go for the Lunox, they can go for that as well. Wow. Oh man, whoa.
Harith Terizla. Okay. I mean, Terizla is very good for the setups, and again, Dewa, they think that could be flex as well, but again, the Lunox is up there to really counter the Harith. And then Nolan again, so basically the same 3 picks as the first drafting phase.
They just switched over to Terizla at this point.
And they go Alpha again.
What? So, are they trying to hide
the mid laner?
What? What is going on right here? Okay. Earlier, they picked the Tsushin and Terizla last. So now they show the Terizla. The pick that they're not showing here is the Edith. So, are they maybe trying to put Mueza on the Terizla and then they're hiding potentially the matchup for Soriza?
I think that's whack though, honestly.
Exactly.
Because Mueza is a flashy roamer, giving him something like the Terizla. This is a BBB pick for a reason, you know? Big brain below it, shines with the macro, utilizes the Terizla in a way where it's just for engage. You deal damage as well. Mueza is much more of a flashy goal roamer. He wants to go for the Chos. He wants to go for the Ediths even.
Yeah.
Something that can make plays happen. And the Terizla can do that, but not as much. Definitely.
Not as fast.
Not as fast. You know, we need mechanical outplays for Mueza.
And now you can see that they banned the Yve, so they definitely felt that the Yve is a big issue. We highlighted it earlier in the previous game highlights. A lot of damage, a lot of burst as well technically. Best of both worlds when it comes to a mid lane. Very flexible as well. So maybe they feel like the composition was fine. The Yve just kind of ruined everything. If they really think so, this is a bold move because there's a lot of heroes they can kind of do similar things to what the Yve does. I mean, picking up a Lilia off the bat might not be, it's not meta by all means, but you can have the same kind of impact that the Yve has, at least in the same way that the Yve had in game number 1.
Yeah, Valentina is still available for Super Moreno, or Moreno rather, if he really prefers to use it. Case as well, really likes the Valentina. Now the bans for Dewa. They deem that the Eve is a problem for them because the Eve, yeah, it was really, you know, making a huge mess for Dewa United. It was zoning out them with the RWMs and the pokes that it provides. And now they take out the Zeusin. Will we be able to see a Faramis?
Wait, they banned out the Juicin. I thought the Eve pick was to set up for the Juicin.
I don't quite get it either, but maybe as Real has mentioned, they might be trying to go for something like a Faramis right here. Yeah. Just supplement the whole dive.
Valen's open though.
Huh.
Valentina ban here? Faramis ban? I don't know.
Always on the way.
Mathilda ban. Or maybe they want to fight it in the middle.
Yeah, because if they'll pick a Faramis, this is an easy Valen pick for Bigatron, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, in theory, Dewa might want to... I was just thinking that they can kind of do that. They can win it out in a Nether Realm showdown. That'll be a Valentina for Dewa instead.
Faramis,
So
I think.
now for Bigatron, Moreno in the mid. I mean, the Zask is still open.
They can go Lunox mid at this point
They
up
can
against
do
the
that too.
Valentina, go Roger in the gold lane, and then go for Grok again. Honestly, I don't see anything wrong with that kind of composition. Oh, maybe they don't want to go Grok because it's too big of an ult.
Yeah, and there's no need to go for that crowd control immunity without the Tsushin around to really deny the vision. So another tanky engage tool will work just fine for Bigatron right here.
What would that be? Roger Edith? What should they go for?
I was thinking Tigreal, but with the Valentina, a bit too risky maybe. Something with good ults that can be maybe a bit more aggressive to set up for Super Ken and then the rest as well. If they go and transition to a pick-off composition, they have all the damage readily available. It's Zask and Bufra. It is going to be a pick-off team fight style.
Okay, there we go. We get our answer.
Oh
It's
boy, man.
the Kuf for El Momento for Henki.
Too expensive to pick up a Faramis right there because for Dewa United they do have the Valentina, so they opt for the Zask, who I think still is going to be, you know, it has to be a lot more cautious when it comes to facing off a Valentina. But now Dewa United, they are left with either a roamer or an XP laner because again the Terizla, there has been signs of this being flexed by Dewa into the hands of Moeza, but like how Mirko mentioned, Moeza does not really fit into the playstyle of Terizla. You need to give him the Chose maybe. Maybe the Akai I think would be a good option as well, but yeah, just give him the flashy roamers in which he might be able to make a play.
Honestly, Edith is fine as long as the Edith goes to the hands of Moeza, in my opinion, right? Put the Terizla into XP, it's a good matchup too. And they decide to go, Carmilla, okay.
Interesting.
This is
really,
new from Moeza.
Really trying to go in for that team fight domination right here. But Bigatron, with good rotations, they don't really have to go for those team fights, right? They can kind of pick and choose the kind of fights they want. So it's not really a surefire strategy either, especially now Moeza, even if he gets a bit of an engage, Bigatron can just walk back. They won't have the heave that can slow everyone down, so the pull back away from a fight will be less reliable. But Dewa, they're only relying on massive ultimates to really go for a big fight. It's only the Terizla that can really start off a huge engagement. So as long as Bigatron play around that, they're fine. And Super Luke, even with the difference, the change, is still going for that flicker, man. No need for the vengeance in his opinion.
3 purifies in the hands of Dewa United. They look to purify their record against Bigatron Alpha. So far it has been a one-sided game, but will they be able to turn it around? It is game number 2 of Bigatron Alpha against Dewa United.
Let's see if it's going to be a 2-0 clean sweep or if Dewa United can push Bigatron Alpha back. So far, Luke actually deciding to take the aggressive road in this game. And this game we actually see a different pathing style for Super Ken, starting on the purple, maneuvering to the bottom side of the map.
Wonder if he has a secret plan right here to go for a steal, maybe a bit of an invade. If he's predicting that the Litho is what Dewa have in their eyes. Ooh, look at this though, Azura.
Already getting bullied just a bit. Oh, not just a bit, that's a lot of damage.
Ton of damage. And look at that. Both junglers still on the bottom side as we take a look at the emblems. Still showing vitality, but Super Luke and Sorizo, man, both with the Festival of Blood and the Brave Smite, with the agility, it's all about laning, sustaining, and getting out afterwards. As you can see, Eman. So on the Lunox, he's just a lot more comfortable, it seems like. Master Assassin as well, the Assassin emblem. So the early game, it's got to be so difficult for Azura to try and match it. And Bigatron are taking advantage of it.
Oh, whoa. They're actually going to be looking for a dive? Key retires bench, able to find the pick there. Good CC immune, good stun down. Key going to be punished. First blood over to Moeza.
Oof, that was a very messy dive.
Yeah.
They aren't able to get the targeting towards Azura right there. And all in all, Key falls down and first blood for Dewa United.
And even when it comes down to it, the waves weren't really in an ideal spot for them to go for that dive either. Really was a really forced play. And you can see Key even burned the flicker there to try and get that engage onto the right target. Now finally we got a bit of a pause, a bit of a delay here. Can actually slow it down. And talk about the early game, Bigatron. It seems like they're over eager to get the ball rolling. They can snowball really well with this composition, with more ways to try and catch and punish Dewa. But we talked about how Bigatron, especially when they're up against teams that aren't really a real contender for the top spot, sometimes they get overconfident. You think that can be a factor here, Mirko?
Yeah, I think that definitely could be a factor, right? We still have seen that, the pattern for Bigatron Alpha in leg number 1, underestimating their opponents a whole lot, but leg 2, that really shouldn't be an issue, especially with Campina.
Ugh, the best in the business for breaks and you know, chill time.
Hey.
Technical break with Campina. What's your favorite flavor?
That Choco Double Crunch, man, that is absolutely delicious. Again, you don't really notice that you want some more texture in your ice cream until you have it.
That's true.
And then you're like, wow, where has this been all my life, man? That first bite I took back then when we first got introduced to that flavor, that's crazy. That's a life-changing experience.
The texture, you know, opens up your taste buds, your palates, horizons.
Okay, Master Chef, relax.
Makes you, you know, come up to an epiphany.
That Gordon
That
Ramsay.
maybe you want delicateness, you want more chocolate, you want more ice cream, you want Campina.
Okay, Jamie Oliver, relax.
Right, let's take a look at
know you've
this.
got the creativity, but this was that replay. Again, Key goes with a flicker here, but still lands onto Mueza, and that is just not ideal at all. And you're seeing again the impact of the 3 purifiers, right? For now for Dewa, yes, they're limited to engaging only with the Terizla and maybe a Carmilla stun, but for the most part, it's going to be difficult for Key to really time out all 3 purifiers and land his engages onto the right member that doesn't have the purify up right now. And Dewa can kind of alternate who wants to stand in the front, so we'll have to see how this plays out as the Marshal sends us back in.
Marshall will herald the resume of the game as we take a look at Chorizo.
Oh no, not on Chorizo! You were friends with this man once, man! Chorizo, good usage of the flicker. That's an active skill.
Exactly, man. Muscle, bro. Muscles his way out. And just like that, cooldowns are down for the set of Bigatron. Dewa are the ones with control right here, pushing away.
Yeah, you can see that. Oh, they're still gonna go for a Tyrant's Revenge. Used up, Ray still with Retribution. Super Luke walking up again. Key's gonna be slashed down by Ray though. As Bigatron Alpha won't really be able to retaliate here. They'll just move away. Dewa with a win.
String of plays coming from Dewa United. Let's take a look at the lead now. Taken over by Dewa United. Again, that initiation towards Chorizo meant that Chorizo is able to create space for Dewa United. Now, of course, MPL ID Extremer, it is Colius.
Mr. Elias Andre was watching from home. I wonder who he's rooting for.
Dewa,
exactly. He's wearing that Dewa United varsity.
That's true. I mean, no bias at all, of course, from Colius Andre coming in right here. We're waiting for the reaction, and there it is.
Hey, hello.
As, you know, amicable as ever, man. Always a friendly dude, Colius.
Yeah.
Fun
Very
stuff.
friendly. I wonder if he's watching the English desk or the Indo desk. Blink if you're watching the English desk, Colius.
Well, he's off the screen right now,
Off
so
screen.
we won't,
Still, just blink.
we won't be able to see it. But hey, look at Dewa, man. They're getting a lot more control right here when it comes down to the rotations and the wave clear. It seems like that Yves ban is really kind of helping them out. The Zask, we all know, doesn't really clear as well. But we'll have to see, right? The longer the game goes, with the lack of burst tools available to Dewa, maybe,
no pin down just yet. Just the usage of the Fracture. Ray actually going over the Spear of Alpha. The stun coming down as well. Key, this is his 3rd death in 3 minutes. 1 death per minute.
He's going the BBB route, Key. Man, what is going on, man? Even his ultimate there gets cancelled multiple times. Yes, he's getting absolutely killed right here. And Bigatron, with the roamer kind of losing it out, losing in the initiative, in the tankiness. Now you can see, Iman going against the 4 people is in a bait.
That's some ridiculous damage from Iman, almost taking down Azura. Moreno with a Nightmare response. Super came with a good flank as well. Iman walking up now. K's gonna be taken out before he can even use the Dominators to set Mueza running away. Azura very low. You can still see that Dominator's Ascent being used up as Super Luke jumps in onto Ray, slows him down. Now that's going to be Key jumping in as well. Ray able to use the Spear of Alpha a bit to get out. The penalty zone locks Super Ken down, but he's still able to dash away. Oh, that's the flicker from Chorizo. Now knocked up. Good Curse of Blood, but Iman will pick that kill up, and it will just be a 2-4-1.
Oof, a tug of war coming in from Bigatron Alpha. Again, Eman so confident to just poke down Azura and bait the players of Dewa United to come in. There wasn't even close backup for Eman, but then Moreno came in and then Super Ken from the flank able to take down Case.
And look at the difference here. Even after a big engagement like that, Azura has to be a bit more careful, whereas Eman can just heal up from the wave. That is what makes the Lunox such an annoying laner to deal with. With Bigatron taking the initiative, controlling the turtle pit, the mid lane actually gets shoved in, so now Dewa has a window to try and make a play happen.
No, Luke gonna choose to go on to Mueza. Super Ken winning out in the red team battle. Key gonna be caught in the bits of the turtle, but I think for BTR, with Super Ken's red tree, they are fine with taking that trade.
So insane right here. Dewa, they're using all the tools they have to try and avoid and ignore Super Luke. We talked about this before, Miracle. A potential way of dealing with the Phobius is to just leave him, ignore him. And Luke is just so used to just diving in the backline, brawling, that he's kind of left out in a lot of these fights. He has to try and find the way to be relevant, and maybe stick next to the more prio targets. But look at Eman once again at a 1v4 situation.
Yeah, there should be a free turret towards Dewa United. We can see some rotations, but it is a bit late. Key unable to find that Tyrant's Revenge. Mueza stunned up, getting caught by a bit of damage there with the glowing wand, just taking him down. Super Ken, waiting in the bush, gets read out. Good read by Azura, but Super Ken, I believe. Wait, did he steal that away? He did.
Sure did, but now Ray will get the purple buff. Oh, look at this Super Luke though.
With a jump, Ray still with the Retribution. Ray has a Spear of Alpha, that's a Curse of Blood locking him down. Super Luke punished. Not able to utilize the Flicker. Key dying again. That's his 5th death. He got killed again.
No momento there. I mean, it's a very hard game for Key, having died 5 times, and they are giving strong side to the hair. I mean, 4 players ganking bottom time and time again. Eman not being able to really win out the lane. 1 kill is all to his name. And now Bigatron Alpha, they are in the back foot.
Like I was talking about earlier, I feel like with the Domineer's Descent, there's a chance that Moreno can just leave it there, and it's going to be too annoying for Dewa to deal with. And you can see that Keys, he can't really afford to use the damage to try and clear out a Nightmare spawn or a Domineer's Descent in the middle of a fight. So I thought that could kind of swing things in favor of Bigatron, but from the looks of it, it's just very different. Player head-to-head by the new application GoPlay shows that in all stats, aside from hero pool, that is where Luke is shining, right? Average KD, average GPM as well. But the total participation, you can see Sorizo has been active, especially in recent times, a lot more active than when he was in Bigatron. So just like that, Dewa will be able to get the advantage, get the momentum, and finally go for an uncontested turtle.
Ooh, for the first time ever in the meetings of these teams in MPL ID Season 14, Dewa is able to take the helm, but Key might look for a moment. All he has to do is one moment. That is what it takes for him to really turn the tides around. But Dewa, they have been so disciplined. They haven't been really, jumping the gun too quick, looking to engage, hastily. They're just trying to bait out Bigatron Alpha to come into the fights, because so far Dewa have been very strong in the team fights, but Super Luke jumped on.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be isolated again, deleted. Key, this is going to be his 6th death this game, but he is able to flicker out. Dominator's Descent into the turret. Case going very aggressive. Penalty zone, locking Super Ken down. Solar Brilliance used up. Mueza able to soak in so much damage. Ray jumps in with a Spear of Alpha. The defensive blink from the Dominator's Descent as Super Ken waits in the midst of the bush, might be able to get the assassination, but doesn't have the fracture, so decides against it.
Stands there and takes some information for his team. But you're seeing this, Bigatron, they're not really getting the clear advantage, the rotation advantage. So they are always spread apart to try and set up for the next big team fight. But when that happens, you're seeing Dewa jump on the one person, but look at this!
Mueza's taken down, still able to escape. Super Ken taken down by Azura. Key getting a good Tyrant's Revenge, but the Purify gets him out. Super Luke with a flicker forward now. And the Infernal Pursuit, jumping on the K, zoning him away. Zorizo isolated in the back, but it's still able to dish out so much damage. Another Infernal Pursuit, that's another one as well, but a Turbine gets him out. Luke still gets a kill before he gets taken down. Moreno in the bush, Nightmaric Spawn, and the stun down onto Ray, just to stop him from taking this purple buff.
My oh my, the Lethal Ignition is not enough to take down Mueza, and Super Ken misses out on the assassination. Dewa up 7 kills now.
But look at this, Wave on the bottom side pushing, potentially taking out the turret, but unfortunately Bigatron, they're not in position to try and capitalize on this situation. Key goes in, 1v3 though.
Terrified again. Remember, Key has died 5 times, so he isn't really ahead. Mueza's 2 levels ahead of him.
Oh, that's monumental at this stage of the game. Key looking for a jump in.
Whoa.
But Mueza is able to pop it
Forward. Curse of Blood into the back. The immobilization key. 6 death. That is Moreno falling down as well. And it does seem like Bigatron Alpha are a bit lost. Dewa United taking full control of game number 2.
That is just absolutely unfortunate, man. Bigatron, they're trying to go for a threaten, and then they try to commit, but not really. But Dewa forces them into it. Despite having a lack of ways to try and force a fight right here, Bigatron have been taking some of these fights, it seems like at a short notice, and they're not really prepared for it. Now, just like that, they traded the Lord for a single turret, and when it comes down to it, you have to remember that they don't have the same kind of clearing, the same kind of high ground potential that they have in game number 1. That Yiv is now a Zask, and this Zask should be shining in these team fights, but he is not at this point.
Yeah, game fact, but the new application go pay. Game 1 against Dewa United marked Eman's debut using Lunox throughout his career, making it the 18th hero in his pool since his debut in MPL Season 8. It's so insane how apt he is with the Lunox, considering the fact that this is the first time for him to use Lunox in his career. And Super Ken just playing with the Lord and Chorizo just chasing after him. Chorizo so far has been very good, and it's, of course, Mr. Ade.
Yep, shout outs to Ade Setiawan there. Oh, Chorizo in the bottom lane, good winner crown. Dominator's Descent used up as well. Chorizo with the DPC. Oh, how does Moreno get out of his situation? He just blinks out. The Spirit of Alpha come in down. The Curse of Blood as well. Super Ken's gonna be locked down as Key gets a Tire's Revenge, but Moreno is compromised. The Sask ultimate stolen away. The Brilliance comes down, but it's not gonna be enough to take anyone out. 2-4-0 for Dewa United as they continue to push the pace.
Bigatron, man, they're just lacking the range right here. Dewa going in, getting the burst out, and then piecing out every single time. You're saying Eman in particular, you gotta feel for the guy, man. He several times he's been moving forward with the less what's the opposite of the Chaos Order?
The blink.
Yeah, the
ult, right?
The other ultimate, and he wants to move forward and secure these kills so bad, but it's just not allowed to him. He's opted for a Wishing Lantern to augment that damage output overall. He's seeing that a lot of the members of Dewa are going for Queen's Wings. They're not really relying on resistances. They're relying on reduction. So more flat damage will be better. Super Ken getting chased down won't be enough. And he only has 3 items right here, and he's been sitting on this for quite a bit. Not enough damage to really be a real threat to the front lines like he was in game number 1.
Yeah, that's the problem about Nolan, right? We talked about how this hero is a snowballing hero. But once that the Nolan is left behind, it's so hard for the Nolan to climb back, especially when Dewa United are stacking up on the defenses. You know, the Queen's Wings, you know, the Dreadnought armor as well in the hands of Mueza. So now, for Super Ken, it's going to be hard for him to jump in, jump out, like how he did in game number 1. Best he can do is probably play the side lanes, maybe, to try to push out the, minions and play the macro game. But again, the responses coming in from Dewa United has been very, very solid. Chorizo also always existent in the side lanes. And for Bigatron Alpha, is this the case of that overconfidence we talked about, Arashi?
Maybe, but look at this. Bottom lane pushed out for Super Ken already. Dewa is only now rotating, and they're making a play for the purple buff first. But the wave isn't really pushed up by Super Ken. He's trying to trap someone. He's trying to lay out a bait with that wave to try and go for something of a flank, but Dewa might read into it, and that is dangerous, man. This is ideal for Super Ken. He needs to go for the backline now because the front line is a bit too tanky, but he's going to be forced to recall, it seems, but he's sticking around.
Yeah, the Lord for the taking here. He just popping the bouncing ball. Super Ken in the flank angle will be able to get it.
Oh, this is dangerous. Super Ken might be able to pull off a steal. Walks up. Oh, there you go. It's a big, desperate play from Super Ken that did not work out. Nice angle, but that retribution, consistent.
Oh, punished by the gods, and Super Ken can't retribution himself. And they get the Lord and all the lanes going. Now Dewa United might look for the window frame to end the game. But, you know, it's so hard for them to do just that as Bigatron Alpha. They do have decent high ground defense.
They can burst down the Lord fast, but the waves is where it gets concerning. Eman
forced to use a Brilliance there. Super Luke unable to tank up. Look at how tanky Dewa are. all their members basically level 15. Super Luke is so far behind. Penalty
No!
zone into the back line right now with the number set used up as well. Chorizo still in the midst of it all with the winner crown, buying so much time, and Mon cannot survive. Superkin gets the fracture, and it is going to be Dewa United who are able to equalize on the board. It is 1-1.
They rewrite their story. And Dewa United, they don't want to again be pulverized. Bigatron Alpha concede game number 2. It's 1-1 in leg number 2.
Who would have thought? Everyone was saying it for sure has to be a 2-0. Bigatron, too smart, too adaptable, too experienced. But Dewa once again has made this a lot closer than the audience has expected. And now they're really threatening to go for a upset in the first game of Week 6.
Does seem like Mueza with the Carmilla too. Really well played from him, man. Able to react to a lot of the plays that were forced out by Bigatron Alpha.
Yep.
The first death from Key, tanking in the bottom lane, it was because Mueza was there that the Herod was not fully punished.
Wow. Dewa United. I think they were winning in all lanes, you know? Giving the Herod the strong side, and Super Luke this time
2 levels down on Chorizo.
Yeah, and Chorizo, when you give him a proper, I think a proper laning hero, I would say, he does excel and is able to really tone down the pressure coming from the Phoveus. And then in the mid lane, I mean, K's, you know, was constantly roaming towards the bottom side. But I think it all started because of that forced dive towards Azura in the bottom lane. And, you know, Bigatron had to bite the bullet through Key, who did have a struggling game as well. Now for Dewa United, they might be able to even make an upset.
It started with that bottom dive, and even in the early game, they had strong laners. They have the Phoveus that is so notorious. They have so many ways to really be a real menace, but it seems like they were kind of disconnected. Like everyone was thinking like, whatever they do is going to work out, and it just really isn't the case.
Yeah.
Right? Especially against this improved draft coming in from Dewa. There was a real threat all the way from the beginning for Dewa to really outdo Bigatron, especially in the big team fights. We talked about how Dewa really likes those team fights. And now with the Carmilla, it's just even stronger than even before. And Bigatron just seems to really not respect that at all. They were going into fights with one member, well, they were one member down still even, especially in the early game. And if you repeat that several times, you're behind enough that a full team fight comp can just steamroll you like we saw in that final fight.
My, oh my.
That's
And
a laugh.
Of course, this opens up conversations, right? Because we thought, well, you know, we thought that it was going to again be the same story as leg number 1, but game number 2, you know, differences coming in from Dewa United. You know, Arashi, it's very ironic because you mentioned in the drafting phase as well, you know, that underestimation coming in from Bigatron Alpha. I don't think this is an underestimation, but sometimes, you know, they get carried away in the executions as well. Against teams like Dewa, like GeekFam maybe, teams, you know, one step below them.
And so, we can see a bit of that, like right here. Like they go for a fight, and where Eman wasn't there. And even when it's not a late game, Eman, you want to let him farm up still. You have to know, you have to kind of respect the fact that Dewa most likely are sitting around together right there. And you can see that the Curse of Blood is used so dynamically. It's not always used in the beginning of the fight. Sometimes it's towards the back. It always lands on Eman, on Moreno, the right targets that they want that damage to be shared over to. And that's due to Mueza on the Carmilla, man. Player of the game here for game number 2, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. Going for the Radiant Armor early on to deal with that Zask poking damage so that he can match the clear, match the bush opening, right? The information game from the side of Bigatron. Afterwards, immediately going for the Athenas and then the Dreadnought. Understanding that at that point, even if he gets taken out, if they use the bulk of their burst damage onto the Roamer, that's still a win for Dewa United. And this was an early dive right here that came out of nowhere. Was forced to be done without waste, without a flicker. And Eman, with the lanes, the other lanes struggling, he did a great job mitigating a lot of the deaths initially from the plays from Dewa United. But afterwards, not much can be done on his side, man. And you can see that the lack of range and the lack of slows maybe even is really getting to Bigatron here. A lot of times, Dewa United just walk out and eventually they do get out. And that is something that maybe they can kind of augment for the next game. But man, see Chorizo on the Terizla, which is a lot more aggressive compared to what we saw in game number 1 too.
Yeah, let's play a very good game by Chorizo. Again, Dewa this time I think they're very active as well. So proactive to look for the plays, look for the engages, and punishing Bigtron Alpha back to back. And Super Ken, he was shut down from like minute 3, I think, minute 4. Wasn't really able to get back into the game, and Dewa, they were stacking up on the defenses as well. Just you know, disabling Super Ken, and this steal, this attempt coming in from Super Ken, denied. And yeah, it was down to the base defense, which we thought they were able to hold, but they weren't able to.
It's like a 10k, more than 10k gold difference at this point. So
Yeah.
Chorizo lands that big engage, and at that point, look at it, the Winter Crown plays. They know that Bigatron are so limited when it comes to damage. Everything comes in the big burst because the front line can't withstand that gold difference as well. So they know that Bigatron are going to go for a single moment where they can catch someone and burst him down with the fracture, with the chaos order as well. So with the Winter Crowns available, it effectively denies Bigatron and forces them to just play like hot potato, you know. Oh, you. No, you're Winter Crowning. You. Oh, you're Winter Crowning too. You. And by the time they're done with that, the whole team's done.
Yep. It also seems just like they're not able to utilize the Lunox properly as flex, right? Because we were talking about why the Lunox was so valuable for Bigatron Alpha is the fact that they can actually go and flex it out. The second phase, I really thought, you know, with this kind of composition that they would put the Lunox in the mid lane, go up against the Valentina. It's not that bad of a lane as well. And then just go for the Roger so that they have some more DPS to help them out in these skirmishes. Also, you can see the flicker for Phobius really get exposed here. When you're not in the winning matchup, I think you still have to go for Vengeance. It gives you so much more survivability because Super Luke was behind 2 levels, by the end 3 levels against Terizla, and you can see just how easily he gets bursted down.
And you saw some moments where he could really have used that Vengeance, man. About to mention, he just goes in, and with him being the main frontline here, he, like we said, the dynamic in the EXP lane and the roamer, when you have a roamer like the Kufra, then you want that frontliner to stay in the front, to sit in the front, and credit to Luke, he was doing that. But then, the moment Dewa United jump on him and decide to commit onto that pickoff or that kill, no Vengeance to really slow it down, to allow the team to find moments. So everything that Bigatron Alpha were trying to do had to be done on shorter notice, on a tighter window. And unfortunately, it really seems like a lot of those plays ended up failing because of it. That's how Dewa United were able to kind of catch them off guard. So Bigatron Alpha, I think a lot of the issues, quote-unquote, can be fixed, aren't too fatal by all means, but they gotta really take Dewa United seriously, man. Like Mick was mentioning to me right before the match begins, they were able to push RRQ to a 2-1 game as well, and that was a close match.
Yeah.
You know, it's respectable to a degree.
I mean, Dewa is, you know, really, I think, prone to creating surprises.
Yeah, they love taking like these random team fights. Yeah. And that can actually become a curveball to a lot of their opponents.
That's true. And yeah, I think a lot of people did kind of underestimate this team because they did not make playoffs in last season, but this season, I feel like a lot of revamps happening as well, you know, that, you know, veteran finally not playing anymore. I think Azura is doing a very good job, but upstage, we have Budi Clara Mongstar for an interview.
Langsung ngobrol-ngobrol dengan pro player dari MDL, ada Falcon Vega Caramel. Yeay! Tepuk tangannya dong semuanya. Kita kedatangan langsung. Halo Caramel.
Halo Bude.
Perjuangan dan mungkin ini pengalaman baru juga ya untuk Caramel di MDL. Bisa nggak sih di sharing-sharing gitu, ceritakan bagaimana pengalaman barumu di MDL?
Seru banget Bude, karena kayak bisa merasakan lawan tim-tim cowok yang jago-jago.
Jago-jago ya mereka. Dan bagaimana sih? Mungkin ada sesuatu nggak pelajaran yang kamu dapat ketika masuk MDL? Apa yang beda sih mungkin dari turnamen-turnamen lain gitu?
Kalau MDL dibanding turnamen ladies lain, yang terasa paling bedanya itu tempo sama mekanik sih. Ya itu jadi banyak pelajaran yang bisa didapat dari tempo-tempo yang dimainin.
Wow, tentu saja ini membuat kalian juga menambahkan ilmu-ilmu baru.
Ya.
Tapi seru nggak?
Seru Bude.
Seru ya? Nah, kalau ngelihat keseruan di MDL, kita juga ngelihat keseruan banyak sekali terjadi di transfer window. Banyak banget player MDL yang naik ke MPL. Gimana sih kamu ngelihat regenerasi dari player MDL ke MPL juga?
sekarang kayak terlihat lebih fresh soalnya setiap season itu jadi banyak wajah-wajah baru, jadi player-player yang di MDL juga semangat buat nunjukin skillnya biar bisa naik ke MPL.
Kalau Karamel pengen main di MPL juga nggak?
Kalau ada kesempatan udah.
Kalau ada kesempatan, yang penting yakin Karamel. Tapi ngelihat dari mungkin pemain-pemain kayak season ini tuh banyak banget ya wajah-wajah baru dari MDL. Berbeda dengan season-season lainnya. Performa mereka di MPL sendiri kelihatan bagus juga nggak sih Karamel?
Bagus Bude, malah timku itu kan sempat ketemu sama Favian, Widi, sama ya Skill. Terus juga sempat ketemu Res, terus pas ngelihat mereka di MPL ternyata juga wow gitu.
Kaget berarti kalian?
Iya.
Namun ngelihat mereka di MDL lalu di MPL, ada nggak perbedaannya gitu? Cara bermainnya atau bagaimana?
Mungkin lebih pede aja ya di MPL, terus kayak seru aja sih ngelihatnya Bude. Kayak kita pernah ketemu mereka, lawan mereka di MDL, terus ngelihat mereka main di MPL juga bagus, so ternyata kita punya kesempatan buat lawan orang sejago mereka gitu.
Oh, jadi tentunya kebanggaan tersendiri. Wah, pernah aku lawan tuh waktu itu. Berarti kamu Baywan lawan Favian dong waktu itu?
Iya.
Gimana tuh, gimana? Ceritain dong.
Favian jago banget Bude.
Buset. Memang serem ternyata ya, ini bocil-bocil Favian langsung rame di kolom komentar. Namun di sini Vio melihat pertarungan juga tentu belum berakhir. Dan sekarang kamu di sini sebagai support system dari Super Luke. Gimana ngelihat Super Luke bermain di season 14 ini?
Sekarang kelihatan dia makin pede mainnya. Semoga makin konsisten dan bisa makin improve lagi.
Makin improve harapannya pastinya. Ini belum maksimalnya Luke kan?
Belum, kayaknya masih ada yang maksimalnya lagi.
Masih ada lagi. Waktu itu sempat ada tuh sebelum main mabar dulu sama Pio biar menang. Season ini ada nggak?
Nggak ada, dia sibuk banget.
Sibuk banget? Jadi benar-benar di BTR ini mengejar sesuatu sampai sibuk banget?
Ya.
Dan kamu sebagai support system di sini, ada mau kamu sampaikan gak sih buat Luke?
Semangat ya, konsisten terus. Semoga bisa menang ya untuk kali ini.
Bisa menang? Dan untuk season ini berarti ya?
Iya, untuk season ini.
Bukan hanya match ini doang, tapi untuk season ini. Kalau match ini udah satu sama nih. Kamu ada kekhawatiran nggak ini akan menjadi game dari lawan?
Enggak.
In Luke we trust?
Ya.
In Luke we trust, jadi kepercayaan sudah diberikan oleh Luke. Apakah Luke bisa mewujudkannya? Tentu saja. Kita bakal langsung lemparin kepada caster ya. Siap untuk game ketiga? Siap. Jadi caster, siapkan dirimu. Mari kita melangkah ke game ketiga.
And that is of course Caramel, player for Falcons Esports, down in MDL, and she was also in MWI for that Women World Championship for MLBB, and also the #1 fan of Super Luke, even a greater fan than Mirko is.
Absolutely, that I have to say, yeah, I take the loss on that one. I'll take the L on that one. Caramel, definitely the biggest fan of Super Luke, who has only been playing the Phobias for 2 weeks now, right? Technically. Last week they only had 1 match against Evos, and that was 2 games on the Phobias. Now another 2 games. Let's see if game 3 they will choose first pick again, and if the Phobias will still be picked up. Because in my opinion, I think the Phobias is that broken.
Yeah.
I think if it is left open, you should pick it up.
Well, I think the bigger question would be like, is it going to be the Flicker or is it going to be the Vengeance, right? Because options are all over the place, man. If you are considering your options on communities to try and get into, right? To get that gamer, I don't know, brotherhood almost. Get to the Khediyah Discord, man.
Yeah, Khediyah Discord, because Khediyah is the official destination for gaming and esports of MPL ID Season 14. You can drop into the Khediyah Discord for all things gaming at fendix.io/Khediyah, because Khediyah is now we play. And yeah, just scan the QR code right there and talk with like-minded individuals.
Check it out.
And converse with them about the development of esports.
Ooh, that's a interesting topic, man, because esports is blowing up in a lot of different regions right now. So it's great news for all of us gamers, but other good news as well, realize, is that UBS Gold has that epic collaboration, the limited series UBS Gold X MPLS S14 available at ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. So you get your free skins with every purchase of the limited edition merch from UBS Gold.
Sheesh. Either the Benedetta Electro Katana or
Check
the
it out.
Mythic Warrior ring, because, you know, it's two amazing art pieces. I'd say it's art. It is art.
I think it's worth it, man. If you can get other accessories, other gold accessories, even if you have a lot more gold, a single Mythic Warrior ring is going to give you that much more status, man. Let's be real here, right? And people get a glimpse of it and like, whoa, hang on a minute, what is that?
I mean, if you want to talk about the economical side, you know, it's the best investment because gold never deflates. So
and art also, you know, appreciates in value.
Yeah.
So if you say that UBS Gold products are art, I'm just saying, man, that's double value.
Yeah, that's why, you know, don't sleep in your economy classes, kids.
Yeah. Don't sleep, man. Always stay awake, especially for UBS Gold. That's why you don't have UBS Gold just yet. Now they were telling you to go for it. UBS Gold, trust in gold. Hashtag it starts from a hobby. Mulai dari hobby. It starts with MLBB, right? You guys want to be the Mythic Warrior? Get that ring. You want to get that katana if you're a Benedetta main, or even if you're not a Benedetta main. This is just really good. It's a fashionable accessory to have. And I mean,
that's true.
I just keep on looking at it. It looks absolutely amazing, man. Me personally, I go for the cards. I go for the gold area, so you can actually just keep it in. Because, yeah, it's cool and flashy, but if you are more conservative, you can always just go and get the gold and just you know, keep it for investments.
Yeah. What about the katana, though?
Well, I mean, the cards, they look pretty good when you display them at home, by the way.
That's
you know,
true.
speaking from experience,
Collectibles.
I'm just saying. It's hard to be humble when you own several of these cards, man.
Oh.
You know, the cool kid in school with all the coolest, like, playing trading card game cards?
Yeah.
That's how I feel with the UBS Gold cards, man. Because I have, what was it, like 3 of them? And, you know, just feel your ego get boosted, man.
Yeah. I'll buy the katana to become Poisey. I'm a huge fan of Poisey now, by the way.
Oh, Poisey?
Yeah.
Lutpi?
Lutpi?
Keyboy?
Keyboy?
Jabran? Jabran? Oh, is that new?
Yeah.
Jabran.
Jabran!
I really wonder if we're actually going to see Jabran come in, because if you guys don't know, Evo's Glory have gotten 3 new recruits from the MDL. One is not really that new. We know him, Captain Psychots is back in the lineup, but the 2 other players are rookies. And when we saw this last time, they utilized Jabran as the gold laner. I don't know if they're going to utilize Jabran or Natko. But it's a possibility.
I think it's going to be Jabran.
You think it's going to be Jabran?
Jabran.
I agree.
Best marksman in MPL ID.
The experience is what matters right there. I think if you're going to compare it, right?
I would say best.
He's the best.
We have Skyler.
We have Jabran.
We have Eman.
Jabran.
We have
CW. We have Realize as well.
We have Aaron Shiki.
We have
Watt.
MIT. Come on.
We have MATT.
How could you forget the king, the GOAT?
We even have...
Oh.
I don't want to say it out loud, man, but...
Say it.
Azura.
And I think for Azura, you know, his let's say his debut in Dewa United wasn't that flashy. It wasn't as Aaron Shiki-esque debut, because Aaron Shiki just bursted into the scene. He exploded in that debut. For Azura, he is much more stable. And I think as the weeks pass, you know, he's able to showcase his qualities, his skill set as that gold laner who can really carry the game as well. But mostly, you know, he has been spoon-fed by the players of Dewa as well. I mean, take a look at how he was playing Harriet's strong side, 4 ganks coming into the bottom side. Eman wasn't really able to, you know, deal with the ganks. But yeah, for Dewa, I think they are on the right track if they want to really escape the red zone. Because again, they really want to qualify for playoffs, especially when this is going to be a playoffs outside of Jakarta.
Get out of red zone by going on the red side, it seems, is the way to go. They're still going to be on red side. This time, I think BTR chose first pick, so they are still confident that maybe it wasn't the drafts. Maybe it was them being way too overconfident, but even so, they can make a lot of adjustments in that draft.
I think that's by the way, it's a fair point that you made, realize about Azura there, because
Mr. Azur.
I mean, you compare him. If you're going to compare anyone to Aaron Shiki, he has that thing that some people say you can't really teach. You know, that the killer instinct, the aggression, the aggressiveness, and there's a lot of players that I guess are more like Azura. They're like, okay, I will do damage, I do my job, but that's it, right? I want to do anything too crazy. I want to go for the 1v1s, the outplays, and for a team with a lot of playmaking potential already from the other players, maybe that is exactly what Dewa requires. So now we're back at it again, and you are seeing The Harith?
Yep.
The Alpha?
Alpha ban?
Wow.
Was the Alpha that much of a problem though?
Bigatron Alpha banned the Alpha.
Wow.
Oh man.
200 IQ.
You can see the adjustments already, but they are going to be leaving away the Hayabusa and the signature Mueza Gatsukacha.
Catcher.
Yeah. They might be thinking that they can deal with the Garukacha easier than the Alpha, maybe? I'm not quite sure about this, man. For Dewa, though, we've seen that it's generally the same bands as the Chip, the Fanny, and the Ling. Unless something crazy happens, it's still going to be that Ling. Super Ken getting all the respect. And now, first pick here, is it going to be Phoveus yet again?
Yeah, Phoveus again.
Triple down.
5 games.
Triple
in
B.
all 5 games of the last 2 weeks, Super Luke has played just one hero, and that is the Phoveus.
It feels like it's pushing rank now. He's spamming one hero all over again, but Terizla picked up, and Moscow finally creates his own appearance in this match today. Yeah, the Roger picked up by Eman, or rather by Bigatron Alpha, still able to be flexed. The picks coming in so quick now.
Yeah, that's the Mathilda Phoveus combo. Now Phoveus doesn't have to bring Flicker. You already have a Guiding Wind to escape. The Roger is great flex as well. So far so good for BTR. Dewa though, what do they want to pick up at this point? They can actually just go for the Zask. But they go for Julian instead.
Okay, so they still want Ray on something more fighter-oriented. That's an interesting approach. Now with the Julian, with the Moskov though, seems like it's going to be macro-heavy as always. So in theory, they should be banning away some of these assassins with high mobility, potentially, that Super Ken can maybe use to match that presence. But no, they banned Sushin first. Even though they have a chance to pick it up first, they want to go for something else here. Something that they don't want to go up against the Sushin with.
A lot of picks still available for Bigatron Alpha. They ban out the Valentina. So again, Faramis Angle still available if you want to have that extra sustain in the team fights. But for Dewa United, Julian, Moskov, Terizla, 3 strong picks that I think might be able to win out the lanes, especially when you have a Moskov down bottom, the global presence as well. Now Dewa still left with 1 ban available.
One more ban for Dewa. With the flex possibility for the Roger right here, it makes things quite difficult.
Yeah.
But if they really want to just tunnel in on what is known, which is like none of these heroes are going mid lane, they can just delete one more option here. Because again, with the Valentina banned by Bigatron themselves, Dewa can actually go for the first good mage pick that's left open. As mentioned, the Eve immediately banned out.
Yeah. Moreno has been very huge with Eve as well, so now
great hero.
They don't want to ban it. They don't want to face it. Yeah, it's a great hero as well to just poke out that outrange game and zone out the players of Dewa United. Now Bigatron Alpha, what do they want to ban out? Any strong heroes that might be
Vexana,
in the cards of Dewa? Yeah, maybe Vexana to really just stop the counter towards the Phoveus.
Yep. Because Aurora is still up for grabs, the Zask as well, and I think Bigatron Alpha should be able to utilize it. The Faramis too.
With the Valentina ban.
Yeah, so many different heroes. So I think banning out the Vexana would be great, right? Just get that counter hero against the Phoveus so that you can get Luke to do more in these team fights. It's already a counter against a Terizla, but
Carmilla. Interesting.
Carmilla from Mueza.
Do not want to deal with that extra difficulty in a big team fight. But this also shows that Bigatron, they're intending to play and match Dewa at their own game.
Draft pick recap game 2. You can see 4 out of 5 bans. Or 4 out of the 5 the heroes banned out rather there by Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, they banned out the Alpha, the Carmilla, the Valentina, and the Harith as well. I mean, the Harith, yeah, sure.
Have you seen this
very
before?
Problematic.
4 bans?
I don't think so.
For the previous game, that's crazy.
Adjustment.
First time, I guess.
They're really accusing Dewa of only being able to perform with this one composition.
It is a team fight comp. They go for the Vexana as expected there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Left unbanned.
It's a counter, quote-unquote, for the Phoveus, but at least it won't bleed over to the rest of the team. That is the idea. Now for Bigatron, potentially an assassin or gold laner and the mid lane. Something with AoE, something with sun control. I mean, if Moreno wants to go for the Zask, that's not really... It's not banned away, it's possible, but I wonder if he wants something with a bit more direct impact.
Oh, Hayabusa left unattended to, and of course Super Ken is gonna pick this up. But again, in the second phase, so you would argue that, you know, the assassins do come out in the first phase, but they kind of keep it because the Phoveus, I think, is much more prio, and then you go for the Hayabusa second phase.
Last pick. It should be for Moreno. Oh, there you go.
Zask. Okay. Zask right here. With not a lot of heroes available for Dewa to really scout out and deny the Zask Nightmare spawn play, what do they want to go for right here? Something that's sustainable, something that can be safe against a Phobius or Roger Hayabusa. A lot of ways for Bigatron to really chunk someone down.
Yeah.
Could it be the Cho?
I would say Kufra or Edith, or they just go for the full aggression with the Jawhead.
Tiger. Yeah, thinking about roam heroes that could really make the plays and the engages. The Jawhead, you know, you have more
the Jawhead,
aggressiveness because the Julian might be able to shadow you from behind as well. So I think that supplements the aggression. But the Gatot Kacha,
Oh, forgot about the pick.
the signature pick. We talked about, you know, Dewa, or rather Bigatron Alpha. They fear the Gatot Kacha more than the Alpha. Because I feel like the engages might be much more telegraphed compared to the Alpha, because when you pop the Spear of Alpha, you know, it becomes in an instant. But the Gatot Kacha, again, in the hands of Mueza, what good will it bring?
Depends. Mueza is very flexible when it comes down to execution. With all the kind of heroes he's been given, the Carmilla, the Gatot, he's been able to play it defensively and aggressively. The counter index and lineup rating favors Dewa. The lineup rating actually favors them quite heavily here. So we'll have to see. The Gatot, I feel like in this game at least, will be playing a bit more of an in-between. We'll be playing more for crowd control because they don't have to flank anyone and they don't really have to let him be the main front line with Terizla in the front. So he's going to be really playing to maybe follow up on a penalty zone with the Avatar of the Guardian, and it is going to be quite dangerous for Bigatron.
The gods mounting a comeback. Will they be able to smite down the red robots into eternity? Or will Dewa United once again fall in this matchup? It's Dewa United against Bigatron Alpha.
A signature pick to Mueza. It almost seems like, you know, we saw a debut with Beloy on this Gatot Kacha, but Mueza has really made this hero his own.
And he's played it in a way that a lot of people say seems more calculated, less risky, less random compared to Beloyski. But that's just the Beloyski style. You never know what you're trying to deal with. But in the 1v1 here, Key Gatot against the Mathilda. Gonna be a lot of ways for Mathilda to bully out the Gatot initially. Ooh. And look at this, woo.
Yeah, a lot of aggression there early on. This is a horrible matchup for the Moscow. Roger is such an oppressive force in lane.
Yeah.
And to inspire and the emblems by Key as well, so more guiding winds, more wisps to try and go for the 1v1 deny. But this EXP lane, man, it's just a slugfest, a brawl between both these heroes, which is why the assassins, right, in theory, the junglers, I guess, Super Ken can go there and really swing the tides in favor of Bigatron, especially because we already mentioned how much the Moskov-Roger matchup really favors the side of Bigatron right now.
Yeah. And again, Super Luke has been spamming this Phobius. I think one loss is what he experienced previously now, so not that perfect record he can hold with the Phobius. But so far, Dewa United still, they are brave enough and they're confident in trying to play against the Phobius with the Terizla in the hands of Chorizo. Has been proven to be effective enough. And so far, the matchup down bottom will be much more of a stalemate, I suppose, because Azura is not going to be able to make the aggressive plays against Aman, especially when you have that Roger just being ready to pounce on you, but the turtle now spawned, and this could be the next fight happening.
Ooh, Luke getting brought in to the fight. It's going to be Ray who wins out the Retribution battles. Mueza gets the taunt, good Eternal Guard to catch Luke. But he is still going to be able to jump in again, getting the Infernal Pursuit reset onto Ray one more time. The penalty zone lock him down, the guiding wind to get him out, but Mueza will take him out. That is a trade, though, as Moreno uses the Dominator's Descent to get the 1-for-1.
Retribution strikes again, and the vengeance from Super Luke, I suppose, you know, popped prematurely, I guess, and he wasn't able to tank the damage coming in when he jumped into the backline when 3 players were corralling behind him.
He did pop it when he was hit with the Eternal Guard earlier in the beginning of the engagement, but overall, I would say it's more of the fact that Moreno can't really follow up on Luke. He was in the back, hitting on Keys and Mueza together, but Moreno was stuck near the turtle pit and not really able to really follow up on it. And see Mueza here. You saw his damage earlier, man. That Gatot passive. Remember, it reduces physical damage as well, so Super Ken and Iman have to take into consideration, but look at this.
Circle Eagle coming down, the quad shadow was used up! Nice shadow kill timing! Ray survives Key! getting the last hit with a basic attack. The Dominator to set forward. Moeza, no revitalize. K's getting zapped, but it's not enough to take anyone down. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Eman walking up aggressive, trying to zone Azura, who's having a pretty good time actually here. Now in lane, I think Eman didn't recall in it. Definitely has impacted him way lower compared to Azura.
He will just clear and like get out of the lane almost immediately though. So earlier, they got to catch a head and shoulders bottle shown, but see the stun on Ki and Eman there. But yeah, with the Gatot in the Lanadon, it's kind of poetic. You can see Azura, man, so much more comfortable on this Moskov pick though. He was even trying to stop the recalls. They're trying to assert their dominance in a matchup that really shouldn't be favoring him.
He got revitalized by Moeza earlier, so he was able to kind of cancel his own recall, just stay in lane.
Yeah. Now Chorizo has the War Axe. Gives him that 1v1 dwelling potential as well, and there's lane swap happening. Eman opts to go up top, and Super Luke sent down bottom. Again, the turtle dance happening. But this time I think it kind of favors Dewa because they have enough members to just jump in. But recalls from Azura means that the turtle will be played without the marksmen.
Interesting. The cut is really done by Eman right there though. Circling Eagle.
Coming down, able to knock two members up, but he might actually be dead. Still able to get the guy to win. Chorizo locks him down in a penalty zone. The Vengeance giving loose some survivability. Able to jump onto Ray one more time with the Infernal Pursuit. Now onto Moeza. Super Ken winning the Rexy battles. He goes on to Chorizo. Gonna flicker out. K's doing the same. Moeza gonna be able to find a taunt. The Terrify and the Revitalize gets Moeza to survive. Eman cannot go for the kill. And it will just be the turtle for Super Luke.
A lot of crowd control, man. Luke, he had stacks there to proc that Infernal Pursuit to try and get some more sustainability, but it was locked down, taunted. Moeza though, whoa!
Oh, the full lockdown? Not enough to really threaten Super Ken, but it is a trade up top. Azura picking up a turret.
Yeah. And still, the Spear of Destruction play-making potential for Azura right here. He's doing great in the lane, and we've really seen Dewa play around that global presence as well. Photo completed by the Mathilda, by Ki, means that Bigatron will have a lot more playmaking in the next fight, but they're still struggling to deal with the lack of, I don't know, the lack of damage when Luke goes in the backline. He just gets knocked around with so much crowd control coming in from Dewa.
Yeah, and the audience prediction swings severely towards Dewa United. It was 53% to 47%. Previously it was Bigatron Alpha, just, you know, winning the hearts of the audience. Now, Dewa seems like they have the chance to create yet another upset. And Ki has been very active as well with the Mathilda plays that he makes with Moeza. 1v1 with the Roamer.
Ooh. A ton of damage. Moeza getting engaged on the Circling Eagle. Used up already. Luke will stop Chorizo as he maybe was thinking of going for the penalty zone onto Ki.
At the same time, Moeza is already so low right here. Already with the Thunderbelt, it's a very respectable amount of damage available for the side of Dewa. And when it comes to sustain of the front line though, Chorizo with the War Axe compared to Super Luke on the Thunderbelt means that Dewa's front line can kind of stick around and heal back up. See Eman here though, with everything being so stagnant, he's been very actively abusing the movement speed of the Roger. Already the Endless Battle Windtalker, who's clearing the waves very efficiently, forcing Azura to be further away, but it's still a long waiting game technically from both these teams.
Oh, Super Luke jumping into the midst of it all, actually dodging the Eternal Guard as well. Past the Vengeance, but it does not matter. What happened to his HP? He got deleted. Penalty zone, locking him down. Good arrival as well. The Avatar is all the way from space.
Oof. Super Luke got melted right there. No defense whatsoever. Dominant Descent popped up by Moreno means that Ki might just push forward, but no. Just trying to defend that tier 1 turret.
There was a play by Super Ken as well right there, but Eman!
Oh, the Revitalize! Eman might be outplayed by Moeza! The Spear coming down, unable to hit. Chorizo doesn't have the penalty zone, and it doesn't look like Chorizo's gonna be taking a whole lot of damage. Oh, they might be able to turn this around. Chorizo has Flicker. Luke decides to go in, but it is just to put him back under the turret. You can see that healing though for Chorizo. Already onto the gold. Oh, Eman steals it away.
Unfortunate for Chorizo, but you can see that Bigatron, now they're really respecting the chance. They could have gone for a dive right there, but immediately they recognize that the other members of Dewa weren't on the map. Super Kendo!
Good taunt! Oh, and the Terrify from over the wall from K's. Good chain placement too from Ray. Super Ken getting outplayed by Dewa United.
I can see now the value of this Vexana displacing the kill potential coming in from Bigatron Alpha, either the Phoveus or the Hayabusa. That one touch, that Terrify is enough. Like some sort of appeal as well towards Dewa United.
We talked about this when Vexana first rose into popularity in the meta. You get stunned by just a little bit and the Vexana will ensure that you don't move for a long time. That is what's happening right here. I think Mueza is doing a great job stopping Supercan whenever an engage, a dive play is initiated. And afterwards, if it lands, the follow-up is there. And look at this.
Full initiation. Luke still has the Vengeance and Key gets him out with the guiding win. But that ain't good, man. That is a big resource for the Phoveus.
Yeah, the guiding win again proving to be very vital into creating that escape route for the players of Bigatron Alpha. Now Dewa United, will they corral into this Lord? They will bait Bigatron Alpha to go for it. Oh, a jump towards backline.
That is an interesting dive. Super Luke's gonna be punished for this. Under the tier 1, Bigatron Alpha getting absolutely punished. And now Dewa should have so much more prio to go and start the Lord.
Man, a man down. The main front line, Super Luke, not available. Dewa taking it slow though. They know that there's chances for outplays to be made. They're trying to bait Bigatron to a fight first, and they're using the Scattered Kacha, completely abusing it to just walk up in the front.
Look at that damage too. They can place down. Mueza has it revitalized, able to pay out a little bit of that damage, but Mueza walks up way too aggressive and gets punished as well. Now it's back to actually Bigatron having the man advantage. Phoveus has respawned. Luke getting brought back by the guiding wind. Now moving forward onto Cerezo. Ray and K still in the midst of it all. They're good. Terrify coming down to Super Luke. He just respawned, but his HP is going down. And Mon in the back going for the damage. Ray losing out in the Retribution battle as Super Luke dunks on him. And Dewa lose out on the lead that they had.
Wow, man. Risky plays after risky plays. Dewa, I guess they were feeling the pressure.
Azura?
They're trying to make something happen, but 1v2 Azura.
Oh no. Infernal Pursuit, another one there. Azura hitting on the Vengeance. Very low, gets out. Whoa, good flicker.
Escapes death, gets the reset on the Abyss Walker. Constantly hitting the players of Bigatron Alpha. That was Super Luke and Key. But Bigatron Alpha, they're able to stabilize the lead now. The lead even swings into their favor, 1.5k. And they get the turret as well, the Lord marching up top, but still, it's still an early Lord, so easy to be cleared by the players of Dewa United.
Very easy. Luke, though, still wanting to utilize a little bit of value from the Lord. Unable to do so, but there is going to be another wave coming down, and Bigatron Alpha are set up for it. Mueza getting zoned away. Good Nightmaric spawn to try to zone them away here, as they're trying their best to actually siege down on this tier 2 in the mid lane. They will, however, just be able to take the tier 2 up top and a tier 1 down below.
There's still a chance for them to go for the turret, the second tier 2 in the bottom lane and the mid lane still. And man, 1k gold ahead already with the BOD, so now the burst potential really is there. So Mueza, if he wants to try and abuse the Revitalize, he needs to pop it a bit earlier in order to not really lose out due to the BOD passive, you know, more damage when you're hitting on a target with low HP. That's a great item to punish the playstyle of the Galakacha. But now Dewa will be able to clear it out. They still have Azura to kind of rely on in the late game for the DPS. And he's proven that he has the mechanics. Can he maintain it though all the way till the end? With a 3k gold lead, Bigatron now just setting up traps in the jungle. We'll see if Dewa can play that patient game, right? This is where some people would say is their weakest point.
Yeah, mid-game, I mean, still. They will look for that late game potential. I mean, the Moskov is still available. And they have that peeling tool as well. Mueza and Kaze will go hand in hand. Circling Eagle from Key cancel.
It's all just about going for the purple buff. Ray still finds it. Able to get that red tree down. Super Ken did not have his own red tree up, and he'll be forced to take his own purple.
All right. Well, now Bigatron finally let up, but Eman with the great Dragon Spear.
GDS.
We talked about how his movement speed allows him to match the macro pressure of the Spear of Destruction. Whoa. Now he's going to be even faster. So backing away, escaping from a fight is going to be get more and more difficult for the side of Dewa. I think Mueza here needs to catch up and get several more items here, especially in the magical defense department. He's standing only with the Dominance Ice and a Thunderbolt. With something like a Radiant Armor or an Oracle, it's going to be a lot better at staying in the front. Because for Dewa, they need Mueza to stay in the front because Horizo is the one performing as the counter-engage threat. The fact that the Gatot has a dash built in, the taunt, means that Moeza is a lot more suitable to just move back and forth here to bait out resources.
You can see that poke. Ooh, the Nightmaric Spawn Key even now. I'm gonna circle Eagle onto the back. Haze is gonna be engaged on the terrified Eternal Guard. Everything in the kitchen saying used up onto Super Luke. But now it gives him on time to free hit. Also the Sask. Oh, the flask of the Oasis with the guiding wind. Super Ken goes in with a shadow kill. The shot enough damage to Azura. Moreno was sandwiching him. Goodbye, Azura. Eating shurikens for dinner. And now it's just Chorizo, the man that was once the XP of Bigatron Alpha, now mauled down by Bigatron Alpha. It is a wipeout.
The red robots terminate the gods again, making them bleed. This is the end of everything.
They tried their best to equalize, but it is not enough to beat Bigatron Alpha 2-1. The robots recover.
They're able to get their machines going, and this time it is the kill switch to make Dewa United sleep and falter once more. The first leg, not much different with the second, but this time at least Dewa are able to get one game off of Bigatron Alpha. Still, Bigatron Alpha, they solidify themselves into making their way into the upper brackets.
It was looking kind of shaky for Bigatron, and we were concerned that once again history might repeat itself, that Bigatron might fall from their own arrogance. But no, against Dewa, they have proven that they can keep it under control, that they have the adjustability and the patience and the discipline. Unfortunately for Dewa, it was a great attempt. It was looking hopeful, but it just wasn't enough, and they have to try again next time.
Wow. That Phoveus Mathilda combo is so good. They have the guiding wind to go to the backline access, and then you just pop in the ultimate.
Exactly.
Just jumping in for days. I mean, yeah, circling Eagle, guiding wind, and then goes in with the, ultimate from the Phoveus. But yeah, of course, Bigatron Alpha are your victors in this series. It looked like, they were overestimating themselves, and Dewa was holding that lead in the early game towards the mid game. But that one little fight in the Lord Pit means that Bigatron was able to swing the lead into their own favor.
The fact that they just clumped up like that means that there's so many ways for Bigatron to go in. And you have to keep in mind, Super Ken made sure that he secured the Lord before even joining the fight. So the fight was kind of 1-4v5. The fact that Case was jumped on initially and he was forced to trade his life for Eternal Guard, it just wasn't enough.
And of course, we will listen to the victors up on stage with Bude, Clara, Mongstar. Take it away.
Line of down memanas dengan kehadiran 2-1. Bigatron Alpha kembali mendapatkan kemenangan atas Dewa United. Bukan menjadi masalah sepertinya melawan Dewa, namun leg kedua ini langsung aja ya. Berakhir dengan 2-1.
Iya Bude.
Leg 1 2-0 padahal. Apa yang terjadi?
Lagi jago, Dewanya lagi jago.
Dewanya lagi jago, jadi mereka improve.
Improve.
Apanya tuh? Di bagian mana? Kalian kewalahan gitu di leg kedua?
Hero-hero mereka lah, kayak macam Alpanya jago. Solid lah line up mereka, yang game 2 tadi kita kalah.
Solid dengan line up. Memang di yang pertama, leg pertama dan leg kedua, kalian melawan dengan line up yang berbeda.
Iya.
Ada Awat dan juga kita tahu perbedaannya ada Hijume juga.
Iya.
Kalian kamu melawan yang berbeda, udah nggak ada Hijume. Gimana kamu ngeliat perbedaan ini?
Mungkin lagi apa ya? Chemistry lebih dapat kali sama Case, mungkin sama Azura juga.
Mungkin,
nggak tahu.
Kamu udah ngelawan dua-duanya nih, ada Hijume dan juga Case.
Iya.
Seperti apa perbedaannya untuk Dewa?
Ya, lebih jago lah. Karena mereka bisa nyuri 1 poin dari kita.
Oke, lebih solid dengan adanya Case 1 poin yang hilang itu. Berarti memang karena Dewa United improve. Jago mereka. Jago. So not only Moreno, but also Eman, you face 2 different gold laner from Dewa United. How do you see the difference between the 2 gold laner of Dewa United? Apa nih?
Gak tahu kayaknya.
Ada Watt, ada Azura. How do you see Azura?
Sama
New
aja.
challenge for you.
Sama aja.
Sama aja?
Ya.
Walaupun he stole 1 point from you?
I think their team right now is more strong than before.
Lebih kuat di leg yang kedua daripada leg yang pertama. Dan itu juga dirasakan oleh Eman. Namun kalau dari kita lihat sendiri, lawan kalian Dewa United lagi ada di posisi yang benar-benar mengerikan sekali nih ya. Posisi ke-7. Super Ken, ada mantanmu? Sorizo di Dewa United yang lagi kondisinya dak-dik-dukser nih.
Iya.
Iya. Gimana sih ngelihat performa Dewa United di leg yang kedua ini?
Udah improve dari leg 1, terus tapi Sorizo juga tambah jago juga.
Tambah jago.
Ya.
Kamu mengharapkan nggak ketemu Sorizo di playoff?
Terserah sih, tapi kalau bisa ya ketemu. Soalnya kangen ketemu teman lama juga kan.
Teman lama, ada nggak sih mungkin sesuatu yang kamu ingin sampaikan kepada Sorizo yang lagi berjuang nih di posisi ke-7 biar bisa ke zona aman?
Buat Sorizo sama tim Dewa semoga bisa menang nextnya. Ya.
Singkat pada jelas ya,
Ya.
semoga bisa menang. Biar bisa ketemu nih, karena menarik banget pertarungan dengan Popheus. Ini Luke mode Popheus. Bagaimana dengan Popheusmu?
Biasa aja Bude, mati mulu tadi kan.
Berarti masih perlu diasah?
Iya kurang.
Kurang. Buat Luke sendiri Popheusmu kurang nih?
Kurang sih.
Teman-teman lain melihat Popheusmu gimana?
Yang lain kurang juga.
Oh.
Mereka yang kurang.
Loh, jadi kalian kali ini berada di posisi 1 loh. Setelah kemenangan ini meranjak naik ke posisi 1.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Mempertahankan posisi ini buat Luke sendiri jadi tantangan gak sih?
Ya iyalah, kita harus konsisten juga kan.
Harus konsisten.
Benar.
Ngelihat EXP lain dari 9 tim ini, berarti selain Luke ya, 8 tim lain. Mana nih yang paling menantang?
Semuanya menantang lah pasti.
Yang ditunggu di leg kedua?
Siap. Gops aja sih paling.
Gops?
Gig.
Dari Gig?
Iya.
Melawan Gig kembali. Nanti Mas, kenapa itu? Kenapa Gops?
Kan aku kalah sama dia kan kemarin, leg 1.
Jadi ingin membalaskan
Iya.
kekalahan. Dan ngomong-ngomong kekalahan, ada satu tim yang kalah di leg pertama hanya dengan kalian. Menjadi next lawan kalian. Ada tim RRQ di hadapan kalian di minggu ini.
Itu Moreno Bude.
Moreno.
Enggi.
Moreno mode, kata Mirko butuh Moreno mode mukbang. Kemana Moreno mode mukbang?
Kenyang Bude.
Oh kenyang.
Kenyang.
Jadi ini Moreno mode apa?
Mode santai. Mode santai.
Mode santai Mirko. Ya, nanti bakal ditatar Mirko kamu Moreno. Namun nextnya akan ada RRQ.
Iya.
Tim yang hanya kalian kalahkan. Leg 1 cuma kalian doang yang bisa ngalahin RRQ. Bagaimana menghadapi tim RRQ nih?
Ya semoga leg 2 juga kita bisa ngalahin juga lah. Lusa kan kita lawan mereka. Ya semoga kita bisa ngalahin lagi.
Namun siapa sih di RRQ yang menurut tim Bigetron menjadi mungkin yang paling diwaspadai atau yang benar-benar menonjol?
Cute dan NMM. Kalau dari
Coachnya
aku, ya.
Iya. Apakah mereka membisikkan sesuatu kepada, mereka udah tahu kunci, tapi mereka tidak bisa tuh. Nggak bisa untuk memecahkan kalian.
Ini pasti pengen dipecahin nih. Mereka mau pecahin kita.
Gimana cara mempertahankannya?
Ya, gimana caranya? Hengki sih, Bude.
Hengki. Ki punya jawabannya pasti. Namanya juga Ki, ada kunci di Ki. Oke. Bagaimana cara mempertahankannya?
Pertahankan
kemenangan atas tim RRQ.
Fokus.
Apa?
Fokus.
Kalau kata lu, fokus.
Ya.
Kalau kata Ki?
Fokus, konsisten, sama ya kita evaluasi banyak game kita lah. Jangan kejadian kayak game 2 tadi. Ufra lompat mati, ya kita hindarin hal-hal itu nanti buat di next game.
Menghindari hal-hal itu. Ada yang mau disampaikan untuk hari Minggu nanti?
Semangat aja.
Semangat aja. Untuk next lawanmu berarti ada Idok yang menjadi tantangan untuk Ki.
Kenapa?
Apakah apa yang harus kita nantikan dari Ki dan juga Idok?
Apa ya? Gak tahu, mungkin semoga aja kita bisa kasih game yang seru dan menghibur para viewers.
Baik, dan itulah dia kemenangan yang telah didapatkan 2-1 hari ini untuk hari Minggu. Semuanya akan menantikan seperti apa pertemuan kedua di leg ini dari tim Bigetron selanjutnya. Hasil baik didapatkan, mari beri tepuk tangan untuk Bigetron Alpha. Inilah dia.
And Bigetron Alpha, they win out on the 2 occasions they meet with the gods. First leg 2-0, second leg 2-1. This time, they had to fight for their lives. Because in the first leg, it was total domination, total pulverization everywhere. It's insane. And leg number 2, felt like Dewa United, they had something up in their sleeves. And I did see an angle where Dewa might be able to win game number 3. Because, you know, they were leading in the first few minutes, but that Lord fight was everything that it took to win the game for Bigetron Alpha.
Yeah, I would say also a pretty good read by Bigetron Alpha to win out in the final fight, in the Lord fight as well, to come back in the game. Just understanding who to target, understanding how to utilize the Mathilda with the Phobius. This was the tech that we saw last week from Geek Fam.
Yeah.
And hey, who better than Luke, an ex-Geek Fam player, and Wura, an ex-Geek Fam analyst, to bring it out as well.
And they use it to its full potential. They're able to just go in, find the right target, and even though it took a while and they were sacrificed a bunch of positions to try and get it, they decided it's worth it, right? The experience shows once again. They gave credit in the interview to Dewa for improving so much that it became kind of close, that they were able to actually lose out. And they said that the composition that Dewa had in game 2 was so good. And that's exactly why they went for a straight out respect onto it. And it really worked out, man. That was a bold move. And we don't really talk a lot about, not a lot of teams like going for such a straightforward approach, banning 4 of the heroes you saw in the previous game. But with that adjustment, player of the match here, Eman, presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G on that Roger, on the Lunox in game number 1. And in game number 2, he was on the Lunox as well. So it's just Lunox, Roger. Really good, man. Defensively and aggressively. Even on the Roger, when he was low, he's able to back away. He was out-macroing a Moskov. Think about that, right? A Moskov with built-in 1v1 potential, trapping potential with a global presence. Doesn't even matter for Eman because he just knows how to be efficient with his movements, with his decisions. That is what we saw. In the early game, though, we saw that for the most part, he wasn't really present in a lot of these fights. It really was Bigetron on their own without him. And you can see that Moreno and Super Luke, the two natures of the Zaz and the Phobius, makes it difficult for Bigetron to try and fight properly. Even leads to moments like this where Key, before anything even happens, gets picked off, gets taken out. And in the Retribution game, though, it's still Super Ken. It just does so well. And you can see that even here, Eman is in the fight. And Azura, despite all of the good moments we saw from him, really wasn't as active, as present in a lot of these big team fights.
Yeah, this fight, I think, was what it took to really turn the case in the courts of this game. Good retry from Super Ken, out-retrying Ray, because Ray was also very on point with the retry in the last 2 games. And the combo was just working perfectly. This guiding wind, circling eagle into the Phobius jump. And the backline access was always present for Bigetron Alpha.
Also a big stun there by the Dominator's descent from Moreno. While everyone is stuck in the jungle choke point, Azura comes in to try and save the day. But at this point, he's level 14, right? He's been splitting. He's been having time to farm when Eman was rotating more actively into these fights. And still, man, it's still he wasn't level 15. And so he wasn't able to save this game.
Yeah, and we will take a look at the golden moment presented to you by Ubez Gold.
Ada gua, Mar. Bisa tabrak ini, Mar. Gua tutup, guys. Kanan, guys. Nih, ketutup. Nih. Target. Alpha. Nih. Tiga. Harit low. Gua TP, guys. Masuk, guys. Gua TP kan. Lihat gua, boys. Ayo, man. Ini, man. Flicker. Mati gak? Nice, more. Nice boy.
Mati.
Gue langsung cari fake sana, Dut.
Ayo sini.
Pok gatot.
Itu tuh Gustun. Aman. Lo gatot. Lihat, Dut.
Gatot.
Nih fake sana. Terus Julian. Aman, Dut. Ada gue.
Sabar.
Man.
Fokus dulu guys.
Moskov mati sama Ken.
Flicker.
Lihat Moskov.
Bisa
Sini.
Mau kemana baby go?
Lagi.
Enemy teman.
Yeah, insane comms still the same as they were a few weeks ago. Still coordinated and also
The boys.
always in the same page.
Just the boys, you know?
The
Playing
boys.
MLBB. It's like just you and the boys playing MLBB. They were so chill. Game 1 even, Game 3. Did we get to see or hear Game 2? I really want to hear what their comms sound like when they're in the losing side, right?
Mm-hmm. But I guess we won't be able to see that for now. And looking at some of the items right here, like we mentioned earlier, it's all about Azura coming in, doing that DPS, doing the physical damage. Without him being around, the mid lane, the jungle, even the roam, technically to a degree, they're all doing a lot of magical damage. So Super Luke comes in with the Athena, went for the Dominance Ice earlier just to deal with the regeneration coming in, especially from Mueza. The Mueza and Sorizo, so it's a great laning item as well for Super Luke. But then it's all about getting magical resistance. And technically once you do have an Athena, now it's so difficult for Super Luke to get taken out before he's had the same kind of impact. So that's something that can be arranged still for Dewa United to actually get like the different version, different types of damage in their composition. Looking at the cards, Bigetron completely monopolized everything. The carry still is going to be Moreno, man. That Zax's damage, subtle as ever, but the rich guy definitely is Iman with the splitting, with how often he literally runs a whole marathon to the other side of the map and comes back in time to actually go for those fights. You have to give credit to the team as well to understand that they know exactly when the fights are actually feasible, waiting for Iman to actually arrive right on time, and Super Luke as well for that final fight.
Yeah, sprint and roll is the name of the game for Iman and Roger as well. Very fast as well. I mean, with the GDS that he purchased, and it looked like for some moments where he was threatened and he was looking to just be taken down by Dewa United. Still, he was able to hold his ground, considering the fact that we talked about how this, the lane for Azura is actually pretty hard for him to deal with, especially when you have a Roger down the gold lane. But for Iman, he's able to really control himself and help Bigetron Alpha get the skirmishes and the fights going on. And the Roger proved to be a problem. Even, he was still only able to collect 3 kills, if I recall correctly. But he was still a looming threat for Dewa United.
Especially the execute, man, with Sorizo and Mueza playing it so risky, waiting till the latest second to really pop up or revitalize, to try and sustain back up. Yeah, the Roger with the built-in execute, right? The built-in more plus damage when you're low HP. It's a great option right there, which is why we saw the Roger comes in and like, okay, this really works well against Dewa United and their risky style.
I agree. That's why I feel like in Game 2, that would have been the best pick, right?
If
you went for the Lunox,
yes.
Game 2, they already picked up the Lunox, but what gives Bigetron more value on the Lunox is the fact that they have been able to flex it. So if they did flex it out and pick up the Roger, maybe we could have seen a 2-0. But we're not here to talk about Bigetron and how they can fix stuff. We're here to talk about how Dewa can fix stuff.
Rayhan will give us a solution.
Come on, Rayhan.
Rayhan Pangestu. After failing in 2 meetings against Bigetron, how can Dewa rebound the next match? And according to Rayhan, he says that Dewa's chemistry has improved. But in game number 3, there seemed to be a missing element, like an X factor. Hopefully, they can improve further so we can see the Team Dewa play in my city. Is Bandung Nis.
Hey, shout outs to Rayhan Pangestu. I really hope that you get your wish here with Dewa making it to the playoffs and going to Bandung, because obviously for them, that'll be great. But I think it's the opposite. I think Dewa's chemistry has gotten, it's gotten worse. Even though, yes, they did take a point out of Bigetron Alpha. Azura stepping in the lineup, clearly the team has not synergized properly, because Azura is great, I feel, in this game, but they always take these very split up fights and they don't play for Azura in these team fights. Maybe they're not synergized completely with his style just yet. And I think if they do, this is a pretty good lineup. I've been a big fan of Azura. Remember, Azura over Watt for me.
Yeah, this lineup has been the one to brawl, but if you want to brawl with the best, you can join everyone, if you're attending the MPL Arena, you can join the activity to play a brawl match with professional players.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's
That's
super
local.
easy. Just download and register the GoPay app on your
Register
phone,
right now.
and then head straight to the GoPay booth at the MPL Arena just close by and participate in the lucky draw for a chance to win a golden ticket to play a brawl match with a pro player. So for once, I was, from the town room, I went to the toilet and I was passing by the audiences outside, and I saw Lutpi sitting on a chair playing with some randoms. And they were playing together. So
That's fun,
that's the best part of brawling with the best. And you have to remember as well, this activity will take place every week of MPL ID Season 14.
Every week. Go ahead. Check it out, guys. Before you guys miss out on that chance, right? You guys can have a chance to do that while also technically eating or munching on Campino while you do that, because we have a Campino booth just outside where you actually brawl it out.
Yeah, especially that double crunch. That is the ice cream for gamers, man. It doubles your energy to god levels. We saw the gods play earlier. Unfortunately, they didn't win. Maybe they required more energy, right?
Yeah,
they need more
need
god
kind of
level
double
energy.
crunch.
And if you don't like the double crunch, you prefer more traditional, less crunchy ice cream.
We got you.
The caramel ice cream with double chocolate makes it twice as crunchy, man.
Yeah, it's so good. You can experience the excitement of Mabar, which is eating together or makan barang with Tropicana Double Crunch. Hurry up and
Mukbang.
get it. Yeah, mukbang. You can get it at the Campina booth, Double Crunchy God level, down bottom at MPL Arena close by. But for us, we don't need to do all that pesky stuff because we have one.
Privilege.
Yeah, we're gonna flex to your privilege of having an ice cream, machine. Not a machine.
We got the fridge.
The fridge. In the town
Ice cream
room.
machine.
Now, take a look at the matches upcoming. For Bigatron Alpha, they will be facing against RRQ.
Oh boy.
By Sunday, so that means you guys enjoy the match.
Wait, is Bigatron playing? Oh, never mind. Yes. Okay.
Then Friday next week, there'll be Bigatron versus TLID, and then the match against Rebellion. So yeah, a whole lot of matches, but obviously we're going to take a look at the highlight match here on Sunday, because if you don't remember, first leg, the only team that could beat Araki Hoshi was Bigatron Alpha.
You got to give it to him.
Very nice.
He's right.
He is right, but for Dewa, their upcoming matches will be...
The geek one is scary.
It's going to be very, very hard of a task. I mean, against EVOS and their new lineup, I reckon, with EVOS, with a newly revamped lineup, we will see what they are going to be able to do. And for next week, they will be up against Geek Fam, and for Saturday again next week against Ultra Ego. So yeah, a lot of tough matches going upon Dewa United.
I feel like that last match might be kind of exciting though, right? With both the
determining.
supporters of Dewa and Ultra Ego, and maybe determining as well the result. Quite a lot of stakes on that one. I feel like, for sure, that is still, a lot of people would say, Dewa and Ultra Ego, those aren't top, on the top of the standings, but it's still going to be a very entertaining match. And the atmosphere, when both these teams are playing, it's always crazy, man. The Anak Dewas and the Ultra Champs. So make sure that you get your tickets now, man,
Right now.
and get your butt over to the arena, because only here you can experience that whole atmosphere. So get to the website, and it's running from August 9th to October the 6th. 2024. So get a 10% discount and 10k GoPay coins cashback for a limited quota only though. So, if you pay with GoPay, you get extra value. The ticket itself, it's only 85k. So if you get extra value on that,
10%
that is
and 10k
ridiculous.
GoPay coins?
Wow.
That is ridiculous.
Rewards. And people has been kind of complaining, like, they never really check out the prices and they think like, MPL tickets are very expensive. No!
With all the promos?
It starts 85,000 rupiah. So, of course, we will see you right after the break for the
TLID.
second match, TLID against Rebellion Esports.
Sheesh.
Rinsya, mau apapun yang terjadi, deliver damage dia besar banget. Itu kita lihat Rinsya nge-zoning out sampai di area mid lane.
Mage kan nggak harus selalu di backline gitu. Kayak kalau kita lihat main Rins kan, dia selalu maju-maju ke depan. Itu sebenarnya nggak diajarkan dari gue, dari dia mau dan gue push the limit terus gitu.
Kalau menurut aku pribadi, bukan penurunan performance, tapi lebih gimana orang-orang udah catch up pergerakan dari Sans.
Kalau dibilang rapian ya pasti rapian Rin. Kalau si Sans kan kebanyakan nge-trigger kan. Kalau dari performa cuman dilihat dari individualnya, gue masih megang Sans.
Gue pasti akan gue balas dendam lah. Yang pasti mereka tetap di top performance mereka lah. Biar pas kita kalahin nggak ada alasan, kasih game terbaik sih pokoknya.
Galaxy A55 35 5G warna baru. Awesome.
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Teman murah, aplikasi GoPay, samurai, aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders.
Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 best
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over? Mommy, I'm scared. What is that? Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Galaxy A55 and 35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Apartemen murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tobe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 momen penturan yang
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over? Mommy, I'm scared. What is that? Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Galaxy A55 and 35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Apartemen murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Samurai, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer. kasih gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah. Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders.
Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 momen
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over? Mommy, I'm scared. What is that? Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Selamat datang kembali di hari yang pertama, minggu yang ke-6 di MPL Indonesia Season 14. Senang sekali tentunya kita bisa bersama berkumpul untuk menyaksikan pertarungan dari dua biru yang akan bertemu satu sama lain. Untuk match penutupan hari ini akan ada tim Liquid ID dan juga tim Rebellion. Di mana keduanya kita tahu sendiri mereka sedang mencari misinya masing-masing. Untuk Rebellion, mereka ingin sekali keluar dari zona merah. Sedangkan dari tim Liquid, mereka ingin berada di puncak klasemen, mengejar posisi teratas. Dan tentu saja kita melihat perjuangan dari kedua tim. Ada naik, ada turun. Tapi terkadang kita menantikan kapan kebangkitan Rebellion akan bertahan lama. Mereka sudah mendapatkan kemenangan 1 kali. Namun tentu saja di leg kedua tantangan besar di hadapan mereka. Karena tim-tim sudah benar-benar siap. Sedangkan mereka menantikan kesempatan untuk mendapatkan kemenangan lainnya. Sementara tim Liquid ID kita melihat bahwa tren positif mereka bawakan terus-menerus. Tentu saja kita melihat dengan player-player yang sangat bersinar. Belum lagi dengan bumbu-bumbu yang begitu berasa di panggung MPL Arena. Dan sepertinya kita akan merasakan sedikit bumbu di panggung MPL sebelum menyaksikan pertarungan antara sang banteng dan juga sang kuda. Jadi langsung saja kita panggilkan. Sebelum mereka bertarung di gold lane, mari kita panggil. Inilah dia kedua gold lane dari kedua tim. MATT dan juga Iron Siki. Wah, siap-siap nih. Serem banget nih. Halo, apa kabar MATT?
Baik.
Baik.
Ya.
Siap untuk week 6?
Siap.
Siap. Bagaimana dengan apa kabarnya nih Iron Siki?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Baik, tapi kok kayaknya itu di jidat ada sesuatu nih.
Nggak apa-apa.
Nggak apa-apa. Oke, tapi siap untuk week 6?
Siap banget.
Siap banget. Melihat satu sama lain, MATT bagaimana melihat Iron Siki sebagai pendatang baru di MPL?
Jago banget.
Jago banget.
Ya.
Namun kalau dari Iron Siki, sebentar ya sebelum kamu menjawab, kita akan nge-play sesuatu terlebih dahulu. Inilah dia, ada cuplikan yang akan kita lihat bersama-sama. Ada yang lainnya, tadi siapa sih yang menurut kalian mungkin nggak sesuai dari gameplaynya atau dari apanya, nggak puas gitu. Kalian puas gak sih 2-0 kayak gini?
Enggak. Soalnya kan god lanernya buangan tim.
Oke. Pedes ya, pedes banget. Iron Siki.
Ya.
Masih dengan ucapan itu?
Ingat.
Ingat. Bagaimana MATT menanggapi dari Iron Siki?
Nggak gimana-gimana sih. Nggak apa-apa, biasa aja.
Santai aja.
Ya.
Namun setelah melihat pada saat itu dan progresnya MATT, Iron Siki ngeliatnya gimana sih?
Gue lihat Kingmate jago sih, cuman jagoan gue.
Jago sih?
Sorry. Dia jago sih, tapi lebih jago gue.
Sama aja.
Ya.
Iya. Lebih jago, bentar. Kalau kamu bilang lebih jago kamu. MATT, apakah kamu merasa seperti itu?
Mungkin hasil nanti penentuan juga mungkin. Lihat dari hasil nanti.
Lihat dari hasil
Ya.
nanti. Kalau hasil dari leg pertama kan 2-0 tuh.
Ya.
Apakah ada penyesalan dalam diri memberikan kemenangan itu kepada Iron Siki dan juga tim Liquid?
Penyesalan nggak juga sih, lebih ke ya buat jadi improve aja sih.
Jadi MATT yang sekarang berbeda dengan leg pertama?
Nggak tahu, lihat nanti.
Lihat nanti, semuanya harus kita saksikan bersama-sama nanti. Tapi kalau dari Iron Siki, melihat MATT, apa yang paling kamu waspadai dari kejagoan MATT?
Tombak Moskop.
Tombak Moskopnya.
Yoi.
Berarti di ban apa dilepas nih?
Nggak tahu.
Kamu minta sama coach gak sih? Tolong dong band Rogernya atau Moskovnya atau apanya gitu. Ada request nggak?
Kagak. Lawan Rebellion mainnya udah. Mereka juga kan ini last chance.
Waduh, kamu nggak mau memberikan itu?
Nggak ada.
Nggak, singkat pada jelas. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih untuk Rebellion, untuk MATT?
Buat Matt nggak ada, teman. Buat Rebellion paling mainin Audi.
Mainin Audi? Ada alasannya?
Karena rumor yang sekarang YTTA.
YTTA, oke. YTTA aja, oke. Namun kalau dari MATT,
Apa?
apa yang paling kamu waspada dari Iron Siki? Katamu jago, apa tuh?
Waspadain khusus nggak ada sih, ya respect aja aku. Emang karena jago aja sih.
Oke,
Ya,
ada yang mau kamu sampaikan kepadanya untuk match hari ini?
good luck, have fun aja.
Good luck, have fun aja. Singkat pada jelas keduanya, silahkan bersiap-siap. Dan silahkan langsung saja beri tepuk tangan untuk kedua gold laner. Good luck, have fun. Waduh, Henosiki sepertinya GWS ya. Dan hari ini kita akan menyaksikan pertarungan. Ada sang banteng dan juga sang kuda. Siapa yang akan menyepak dan siapa yang akan menyeruduk. Kedua-duanya kita melihat bahwa tim Rebellion memang punya kesempatan yang semakin menipis. Dan sepertinya tim Liquid ingin menutup kesempatan itu. Namun kita harus saksikan bahwa perjuangan mereka akan mereka buktikan di dalam Land of Dawn. Dan tentu saja Budi ingin berterima kasih kepada semua super fans yang terus mendukung bagaimanapun keadaan dari timnya. Dan juga tentu saja kepada semua yang mendukung acara ini. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Destination for Gaming and Esports Kidia, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold, dan juga partner in esports ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, dan tentu saja Withering bersama dengan supplier Eriko, Klik Indomaret, Yomi Choice, dan juga Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Dan penantian yang seharusnya kita nantikan untuk menyaksikan akankah ada pembalasan dendam dari Rebellion atas kekalahan mereka dengan 2-0 yang dihasilkan di leg pertama atas tim Liquid ID. Ataukah akan ada pembuktian dan juga menutup chance mereka. Kita akan saksikan bersama-sama. Inilah dia pertempuran antara tim Liquid ID dan juga Rebellion Esports. Sekesar, let's go.
The brawl of the Blues, the Bulls against the Cavalry. We will see it all unfold in match number 2 of day number 1 in week number 6 in MPL ID Season 14. It's Team Liquid ID against Rebellion Esports. Still with me, Realize, Mirko, and not Gani, Arashi.
That's not Gani?
That's not Gani, bro.
I thought for sure that was Gani.
I'm not Gani? No, you're not. I hate to break it to you. You're not Gani.
Wow.
You're Arashi.
Well, that's pretty Gani, man. Are you sure? You just said wow, wow, wow.
I mean, yeah, I think I'm not really that guy.
But yeah, of course, all focus shifts into this match because in the first leg, it was such a spicy matchup. Because Odyssey S and, you know, Aaron Chiki, they were talking smack to each other.
And you know what Aaron said?
Yeah?
Audi, get prepared for the interviews because talking is all you do.
Yeah. You can't play.
All you do is talk.
Damn,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
And technically, it seems like a lot of people agree because we haven't seen Audi CS in quite a while at
Audi,
this
come
point.
back, man.
The journey to the playoffs, man. 3 win streak for Team Liquid. Whereas for Rebellion, it's 2-game lose streak, 2-match lose streak. So once again, for today, we're having a battle of contrast here between the two teams. But we'll see how this goes on. For Team Liquid, it seems like they've only been improving. For Rebellion Esports, it really feels like they're still kind of lost. They've made progress in some way or another, but like in real life, you know, when you're lost in the woods in real life, making headway, making some, you know, movement forward isn't always the right direction. And it seems like that's what's happening with Rebellion. In some aspects, like for example, the synergy, when it comes to the game plan, some of the drafting phases, it seems like they're kind of walking in circles almost. And we find ourselves seeing it going like, what? Again?
Yeah, sometimes you gotta stop and think. You gotta stop for a while, you know, look at your mistakes. And for Rebellion Esports, it has been very hard for them to collect the, you know, important wins. Especially when you have King MATT. Look at the confidence in this man. And our GOAT, our King, King MATT. 9 kills per game. Hashtag 9 kills per game in gold lane, 2.6. Hashtag 8 golds per minute in gold lane, 711. 711.5 and hashtag 10 damage per minute in gold lane, 2K.
These are pretty abysmal stats to be fair, but he does his talking in the land of
It doesn't matter.
not on paper.
Yeah, exactly.
The game isn't played on paper, it's played on a Samsung phone, ladies and gentlemen.
We don't need statistics. Why do you need statistics when you can just outmaneuver your opponents, when you can outspear them,
your opponent,
jump behind and just hit them?
I mean, dude, at the end of the day, right, stats are just numbers.
Stats are just numbers.
Okay? And like Mirko said, wars are not won in numbers, right? So on paper, it's out there. Or in this case, it's in there in the land of Dawn.
Exactly.
And King Matt has shown that in the right situation, with the right circumstances, King Matt takes matters into his own hands. And looking at some of the performances right here, we have to talk about Fabian here, right? The usurper with the fancy, fast hands. Every single time, man, outplaying a lot of the well-known assassin players. And just a while back, we talked about how he's just so sneaky and he's so creative with his approaches to the game. Like right here, with the Joy, it seems like when things don't work out in the Land of Dawn, he finds ways to try and switch it up a bit and find an approach that can stick and can lead his team to victory. Especially on the Nolan, I think we all still remember what happened. And he is notorious for just surviving with such a small sliver of HP, man.
And
I don't know how he does it.
He also solo killed Sutsujin.
Yes.
That there.
He did.
Oh, man.
We talked about how he might probably be one of the best Nolan players
best
in
Nolan.
MPL ID. The best, even out-Nolaning, if that's a word, out-Nolaning Kyrie. And this guy is just so quick on the hands. Look at that survivability.
It looks like he's playing a Lancelot when he's on the Nolan.
That's true. It's insane how he times the, the passive, the Cosmic Leap, and then getting the resets off that passive
the
to just
combo
jump.
as well.
Yeah, the
'Cause
combo.
in the bush, usually you would see just Nolans go in with a passive skill 1 and then ult, right? He does Fracture first, skill 1, and then he uses the passive. So he uses the tracking part of the passive to chase in case the enemy flickers out. You can see this walk. This is the walk of the #1 rookie in Season 14.
But I wouldn't be scared if that's my, that's my assassin right there. Just trying to kill the enemies and he walks like that.
Look at the stats, bro. He was number one
Yeah.
in 3 stats. What the heck?
You can't spell Fabian without 1. If you take the I away and put a 1 in there.
That's pretty complicated.
That is pretty complicated.
And specific as well.
But he is very complicated
That
and
is
specific.
true. Yeah, indeed. He is very
Look at
specific. And his targeting as well. He is known for the Mr. Mewing. Look at that. I thought it was
What
gonna show,
is that?
I thought it was going to show his jawline.
Why are they showing this in slow motion? Like it's supposed to be in a Riz reel.
Riz reel, I like that.
The thirst traps.
Exactly.
Yeah. But we haven't really seen him with the Hayabusa, have we?
Oh, Hayabusa?
The Hayabusa.
Yeah, no, we've seen him on Joy.
On Joy and then Lancelot. No, Lancelot.
Lancelot?
Not yet.
No.
Yeah,
Ling.
no, we haven't.
No,
Joy, Ling, Fanny,
Fanny. And
Nolan.
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 And Alpha, even.
Alpha, yeah. So, Team Liquid ID, I mean, after they were able to promote their MDL players, it feels like there has been a lot of changes for them. And they changed for the better. And this time around, the Cavalry will charge even forth. As we take a look at Aran, Fabian, Yeheskel, Witty, and Aaron Shiki.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen, the team that has been on a roll, the team with the most potential in MPL Indonesia Season 14. 3 rookies, 4 players from the MDL. Let's walk up the Cavalry. Let's go, Team Liquid.
Let's go, Liquid. As we take a look at the Cavalry charging forward into the territory of the Bulls, the Raging Bulls. Will they be able to halt the movements of the Cavalry?
The Cavalry, man, they charge in, they have the aggression and synergy, right? In a real-life Cavalry, everyone moves as a unit. You can say the exact same thing for Team Liquid ID. Fabian is great, Aaron Chiki is great, but in the end, it's a team effort that allows them to shine so much. And today, they're gonna bring it full force to take out Cars, Ryota, Suelo, X-Win, and Matt. Kinda erase them from the Land of Dawn. Back with Ryota, no Aether.
Yeah, Ryota and no Odyssey as for the specific matchup. So he has to see and watch this all unfold in the bench.
You mess with the bull and you get the horns. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage with King MATT taking center stage. It's Rebellion Esports.
I beg to differ. You mess with the Bulls, you get King MATT. And he stands in the center, looking to obliterate the Cavalry.
He stands tall, he stands proud, looking for a chance to shift everyone's opinion, to prove to everyone that King MATT is the rightful ruler of that gold lane against Aaron, one of the young upstarts. Let's see what he can do, and let's see what the matchup is. That has been so critical, even today, just earlier in match number 1. Our Marshal Dainang brings in the big man behind the entire operation. Gonna be Coach St. DeLucas with Fate Hugger and Far with Vivi.
Oof. Far and Vivi, of course. Again, we have talked about how they had to fill in the shoes of Chico. Chico was the coach who was able to bring Rebellion Esports into playoffs in Season 10. And now they have been absent mostly in 11, 12, and 13 from the playoff spot. And it looks very, very bleak for them as well, in this season specifically. They were only able to get a win against EVOS Glory, of all people, of all teams. And now, I don't really see where, you know, might be a chance for them to go to playoffs. It looks like it's going to be a hard and a tough climb, tough hill to climb.
Especially if they lose here 2-0. Remember, Liquid are on their way to actually managing maybe an upper bracket spot.
Yeah.
Rebellion are far from getting out of the red zone. They are 1-8.
Really, really far. So once again, we talked about the contrast between both these teams, and you can see it here. 67% to 11% is the win rate difference for both these teams. And what's really noticeable as well is the amazing KDA difference here. Team Liquid has been very aggressive, and they have this style that goes for objectives, but they have no issue at all going straight for the players on the opposing team either. So that kind of shows in the KDA performances. But you're seeing that a lot of the heroes actually, not too different, but now the meta is shifting ever so slightly. Maybe surprise picks are going to make their appearance in the Land of Dawn. Ooh. Oh man, oof.
That is grim. The pick rates for first pick and second pick, it is not looking good for them. So,
not at all.
Of course, I mean, yeah, when you only have a win, of course, and like, what, 8 losses, 9 losses, it means that that percentage can only go lower. And the problem for Rebellion Esports is that sometimes when they do draft, you know, good drafts and they do draft into their playstyles and into their winning conditions, their executions has been very, very flawed. And for Team Liquid ID, second pick means they're able to boast an 81.82% win rate. That is so, so high.
That is very, very high. Higher than some of the teams in the top positions right now.
Look at the contrast.
And they're
as well, right?
the away team, by the way, so it was the other team that went for first pick, actually, allowing them to get that second pick. But again, with the meta shifting ever so slightly, with the Phobias showing up 3 times in match 1, this can be the start of a new trend, right? Of the first pick trend for a lot of teams. Well, you have to wait and see, because for Coach St. DeLucas, with all the possible combinations available to him, with the MDL players having so much more experience playing all these other non-meta heroes, it's going to be so difficult for Coach Farr to try and start with a prior readable pick and then try and outsmart afterwards, you know? I hope that both coaches have an idea on how they want to take this drafting phase.
But it's very hard for you to kind of track down the bans you want to do against Team Liquid ID, right? You gotta like spend, what, 2 bans against Fabian? Maybe try to take out the Fanny. That is something that is going to be, I think, a fact. You have to take out the Fanny, and then you have to take out the Nolan as well. That spans you 2 assassin bans in the first phase, and there you go. Rebellion, they ban out the Fanny and the Nolan in an instant.
Fanny, Nolan, a straight up respect. And for the side of Team Liquid, it's always the chip that can really be afforded.
3 assassin bans.
Even the Ling, wow. We haven't seen a full assassin ban like this, aside from maybe with against Bigatron, I believe.
Bigatron, Onyx, you know, when they have Kyrie.
Oh, yeah. Moskov.
Moskov ban, trying to just cone down the options of Matt, because yeah, we have to be fair, Matt has only been strong with the Moskov. And even at that, and Roger as well, yeah. And even at that, the Moskov that he plays hasn't been able to see the global presence that you really want to see from a Moskov. The damage hasn't been able to be exerted that properly as well, so yeah.
And
Rebellion Esports now.
If we assume that Rebellion will go for the Phobias, then it leaves open the Roger, I was about to say, but that's a Hayabusa first pick immediately from Rebellion. Already a very interesting choice. We know that Ryota is one of the more reliable carries of that team, but first pick Hayabusa, this is dangerous, man. Team Liquid can go for the Phobias Roger, and that is just an absolutely terrifying prospect to go up against.
I agree. I think the Phobias Roger will be a great pick to start things off here for Liquid. They have a flex pick in the Roger. They have that Phobias is a very just strong pick. They can also technically just go for... Oh, wait. I don't think they want to pick a jungle here after seeing the Hayabusa just yet. They can save it for the last pick later. I'm thinking more on the Julian side.
Yeah.
But if they go for Roger, he'll probably just flex it. They'll actually set up for the Phobias. So they take the Phobias and the counter to the Phobias.
Yeah, take away the 2 important things you want to have when you play a Phobias. The setup is there. And for Rebellion Esports, they pick up the Zeusin and the Edith. Zeusin and Vixana. Who wins this lane?
Sushin and Vexana, I think if it's just purely laning, then it's kind of even. Both can't really do anything too crazy. But with the right follow-up, I believe that Vexana is a lot more dangerous. A single crowd control tool or someone with a lot of damage, like an assassin coming out of the side lanes, of the side jungle, into a full Eternal Guard, a Terrify, Curse Blast combo, can absolutely get the better of a lot of people. So it depends on the roamers as well, as always with these mid laners. But we've seen that the Sushin appeared earlier, and without the right circumstances, it's going to be so difficult. Now with the Roger even falling to the hands of Team Liquid, yeah, in the early game, maybe some skirmishes can go to Rebellion, but the longer the game goes, the really long drawn-out fights with the multiple cast of the Infernal Pursuit and the Roger chase potential, Team Liquid, man, this is a menacing situation.
Now, my question is, Rebellion, do they ban the Alpha and Joy? Do they ban 5 of Fabian's picks? We were talking about it. He played Fanny, played Nolan, plays Link. The other 2 heroes he has played is Joy and Alpha. We're going to see the Natan ban come out for TLID.
But I think the bans will be kind of hard to do because then you have a Lancelot that's running free. Maybe if you want to go the, crazy route, you can pick up the X-Borg. I've seen Fabian pick up the X-Borg as well, and it has been very significant.
Up against this though, like there's not a lot of. Okay,
that's
go
true.
Tiger. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
So yeah, they won't kind of spend the bans towards Fabian.
All right. Tigreal though, so for Rebellion, this seems to be, again, it seems like recently a lot of teams haven't really going all in with the idea of just a full-on team fight where these AoE tools as well as spammable skills always come into handy. Right now though, if you think about it, the Roger is still flexed for the side of Team Liquid, so for Rebellion, I wonder what they're predicting here as far as it goes, right? Do they think that something crazy is going to show up for Team Liquid? Especially because Team Liquid themselves ban away the Natan that can be used by Aaron Shiki as well.
And of course, also the elephant in the room is, what will Matt play? The question is, what will he use? Harris banned, Natan banned, Moskov banned, Roger snatched away. Lunox against this? I don't see the reason as to why he would pick up the Lunox, but we haven't even seen him, use the Claude.
Yeah, it'll probably be just carry, honestly.
Yeah,
carry. Oh, it is going to be the Carmilla ban. Wow, 2 respect bans over to Witty. But honestly, I see this as a very good angle to go for the Mathilda. You already have a Phobius, you already have that Roger as well. You can go for the Mathilda here and then still utilize the flex pick all the way to the end. Then they can end things off with an Assassin or possibly even an Alpha. Or another Marksman to finish it up. There's so many more ways for TLID to tackle this draft.
Whereas for Rebellion, it's a bit more straightforward right here. Not a lot of flex available, but aside from that Edith maybe. So let's see here. First pick for Team Liquid just here with 2 roamers banned away. It turns out the High Loss. Wow.
Horseman. Horseman and the Cavalry ready to run around and slay. And now, it feels like Team Liquid ID, they have good, strong lineup to either engage or disengage. You have the High Loss with the Guardians, with the Glorious Pathway, can really just pop that. Rebellion Esports. The question is, will Matt pick up the carry or not? Kaja, yeah, that's gonna be a carry.
Yeah, should be.
Yep.
Oh wait, no, that's not.
Yeah,
okay,
it is.
I was about to say, because that would be weird if it's not the carry.
Yeah, sure.
They will go for the Kaja carry. And finally, man, we get to see a glimpse of the old Rebellion. This was used to be Audi on the Kaja. Now we see X-Wing on the Kaja, but at least now it's not the Akai. That's great in neutral objectives and horrible in the proactive game.
You have to highlight though that for Rebellion, they're severely lacking in the frontline department. Kaja isn't really the tankiest of heroes.
That's true.
And the Edith kind of is a half tank, half damage dealer. The mid lane kind of evens it out, but in the end of the day, if you're gonna rely on King Matt to output that damage, they have to be very careful with who gets selected to try to receive the initial collision. Because with the Glorious Pathway, Team Liquid, they're gonna be stomping all over Rebellion.
Yeah. Last pick. Will it be a gold or a jungle?
Wait,
and that
Ruby
will
gold.
be the Ruby picked up. And this means that, yeah, the Roger will go in the hands of Aaron Shiki. So that is going to be a Ruby
Roger jungle.
Roger jungle, Ruby gold.
Yeah, Roger jungle,
Is
Ruby
it?
gold. Yeah.
We saw a bit of a swap earlier.
There's no way it's not.
That's true, that's true. Yep.
Where else will the Ruby go?
Okay, so Ruby Gold, Aaron Shiki, we haven't seen him play that much of a flex pick. You know, it's usually the most conventional marksman heroes he usually plays, but now the Ruby.
Yep.
That's gonna be interesting.
Very, very interesting. And the lineup rating agrees with us. Team Liquid having more of an advantage. If we look at it, there's a vengeance on Aran and the phobias as well. Survivability and controllability have been so important in securing a lot of these neutral objectives, and Team Liquid has Rebellion beat on both. Pickoff is the only game that Rebellion has right here, and to their credit, they have a lot of ways to isolate members of Team Liquid, but they don't have a lot of ways to stop Team Liquid's whole team from coming right behind them.
Seize your swords and raise your banners. The war cries are echoed as the cavalry charges forth. Will they be able to take down the Poles? It is Rebellion Esports against Team Liquid ID.
The cavalry versus the Rebellion. Center stage, it's the Usurper taking on the King, MATT, and Flavor Flav.
See how Flavor Flav performs on the Roger. Not really as flashy as some of the assassins, but in this meta, I feel like it's still very threatening for sure. Suelo already chunked down to half HP actually. That's quite interesting, showing again the aggressiveness of the Vexana in these situations. But the Litho gonna fall to the hands of Rebellion. It's already a small win, but a Flicker already expended in the mid lane there. Looking at the emblems by IndyHome, Wilderness Blessing for the Phobias and the Vexana. So Aran and Yehezkiel are playing that roam game. Everyone else is all focusing on survivability. And Aaron Shiki on the Ruby in particular goes for the Festival of Blood. So when it comes down to it, when it comes to sustaining in the lane, Matt can't really do much. Even though he has the tenacity and the firmness, he can survive from a big burst, but he can only regen coming in from that quantum charge.
Yeah, Aaron Shiki goes for the sustain, but X-Win
forced to flicker out. No flickers for the dual mid in the first minute of the game. This is tremendous for the cavalry.
That's expensive. X-Win having to pop the flicker, so did Suelo. And the turtle fight will probably happen sooner or later, so that is two spells, crucial ones, blown away by Rebellion Esports.
Bottom lane, a bit of a skirmish though, you can see there. The carry and the Ruby going at it. Matt's actually walking up with a lead.
Aaron Shiki went for a fight in the middle of the wave, trying to make sure that he swings the trade in his balance with the regen he gets from the lane so far. But now, look at this, Yehezkiel in very close quarters.
Does have the Eternal Guard just pulled back again. The Lantern Flare is there. X-Win zoned away by Witty. Both teams unable to really contest for the neutral objectives just yet, as Aran only now has gotten level 4.
Turtle just ping-ponged around in the pit. Oh, Witty.
Staying on with the rotation, Witty with the Revitalize. Oh, that's time of bending into the Eternal Guard. Sway low, no flicker. Aaron walking forward, a Crimson Beacon, and the Lantern Flare bring Aaron back. Able to dash away, and that is a free turtle to TLID.
Great play by Team Liquid to zone Rebellion out, using the Hylas, using the Ruby, sending it up from the gold lane, using that early game prio to its full benefit. Man, Team Liquid, calculated as always. And for Rebellion, they're trying to find ways to make X-Win work, but before level 4, not a lot of threat. And now even at level 4, Witty can bully him out, man. Not a lot of heroes can shred down this Hylas, and the carry at 3 minutes in the game is not that big of a threat just yet.
Yeah, this Roger as well for Fabian as a debut pick. And now, of course, talent predictions by the application Go Pay. Everyone is picking Team Liquid ID, unanimous with the Indonesian desk.
I think this is the first time this season that we have a full unanimous decision. Usually Papulung is there somewhere, Lim
Kochul is there even.
Now we're on the same page. This usually doesn't you know, look too good for the team that we predict, but hopefully that doesn't impact the game.
That's true. Fabian has the Wind Talker. This might speed up speeds up his farming patterns, and also maybe that damage needed in the skirmishes later on.
I can't help but feel like the game is relatively slow right here. Both teams are playing it very carefully until a neutral objective is up. And I must say, if that's the situation, it's going to favor Team Liquid, but look at this.
Earth Shatter Flicker with the onward cars. Able to find out Aran nowhere to run. Even with the Vengeance, you can't tank up that much damage. Cars, first blood.
The timing though, after the predictions are rolled out, Aran gives away first blood.
Well, it is what it is, but for now though, you can see Fabian is in the area to soak up the gold and EXP, so not all is lost, but Aran on the Phobias, that is not a situation you want to be in, to lose out on multiple EXP cards in that laning situation, Cars will be having a bit of an edge, but can he use that to leverage enough? As you can see here in the mid lane, we're back to setting up for the Turtle. Rebellion were able to get a pick off, but that's before the Turtle was even in the picture.
That's true. And now, of course, Aaron Shiki just having a good time down bottom against Matt. You have so much sustain with the Ruby, you know, a net kit and then a Witty already in Turtle Pit, looking to zone out the players of Rebellion Esports, but Aran comes close. Cards might look for an engage. No. Turtle still ping-ponged by both teams.
See the bottom
teams.
side.
We're just setting it up.
Man, it gets reset. Both teams really not wanting to be the first team to really make a move on it. And Team Liquid are using this small few moments to go for wave clear opportunities. That's way low. This is where the Sushin really excels, when both teams want to just sit around and not really commit onto something big. Witty.
They're on it, Witty, with the charge forward. So you look at him stunned up, and now Aran gets a demonic force proc, forcing the Crimson Beacon. Aaron Shiki already rotating in. Good Terrify and Eternal Guard. Fabian wins out the retreat battle because of that. I'm offended with the double walking. Stops up the glorious pathway for Witty to go for the charge, but TLID know better than to overcommit. They go straight back to their lanes.
See Fabian waiting in the wings, but that was a great play from Yeheskiel. CC lock in Ryota right before the neutral objective is available. With that performance though, you can see again Rebellion, the moment the glorious pathway gets popped, the Revitalize gets used, they don't really have enough damage to really be a real threat. Later on, Ryota can snowball, can still do a lot of damage with the Shadow Kill, but is that enough? It can't really shred down everyone. It's going to be very limited.
And now, of course, back to square one. It's even in the kills department, but again, Team Liquid ID, they are able to win on the macro game. Bottom side turret down, and then they get the turtles as well, 2 of them so far. As we take a look at the builds, anything in particular, Arashi?
Mana boots for Sway low right there, so wanting to get more mana back from shoving the waves, maybe feeling the pressure from the Vexana push, because sometimes Sushins would go for something a bit more defensive, especially in a game like this with a diving Phobias, a diving Roger as well in the hands of Fabian. Sometimes you would go for a more defensive boot choice, but Sway Low wants that mana. He knows that he needs every single bit of mana possible when they're trying to lift someone up.
Glorious pathway. But Lantern Flare, but Witty, he just going for a good Crimson Beacon from Swaylo. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, I don't know if you guys saw that, but Ryota just lost out in the trade completely against Aaron Shiki.
Oh, the hunter becomes the hunted. Ryota not able to showcase his Hayabusa prowess, because again, this is one of his strongest picks. And so far, it's all
first picked.
It was first picked as well. It's all nullified by Team Liquid ID's adaptive pick.
And Assassins aren't really supposed to win against fighters technically, especially not when they're not snowballing. 2k gold lead and X-Win, you can see he's always scouted out as Sway Low. Takes so much damage, man. The Vexana threat with the passive on the minions as well. Team Liquid will get this turtle without contest.
Oh, it's 3 out of 3 now. And it doesn't seem like fun and games at this point. If you lose out on all 3 turtle contests, 2 out of them so free for Team Liquid ID, as Fabian might look to take down this turret alongside Aran, just shadowing him from behind. Now concealed play by Matt.
They can't kill Aaron. There's no way. I'm offended. It's gonna Terrify. They tried to take Aaron Shiki down, but Aaron's the one who took them down. Matt was forced to flicker, or purify rather. Cars with a flicker forward in the Earth Shadow. Now the final round, but Aaron Shiki just locks him down, and it gets turned around again. Witty stomps on his corpse as he's unconscious. Yeheskiel with the Terrify and the Cursed Blast.
What an absolute disaster for Rebellion. They tried to go for a pickoff. They played patient for so long. They wanted something, anything. And Team Liquid completely dashed their hopes on the rocks. They lost 2 towers. They lost multiple members. They are now 6,000 gold behind, and they're about to lose their orange buff. The prioritized first pick for Rebellion completely shut down.
Yeah, this is just rubbing salt to the wound. And of course, MPL ID X-Streamer. It is, of course, Team Liquid ID Laura.
Shout out to Laura.
Shout out.
Let's see if she actually realizes that she is on here. Usually it takes a bit of time.
Yeah, that's true.
We might actually see a TLID play forward before she realizes. But hey, TLID, they know. They know Laura's being featured, so they're not going to go for engagements.
Nope, not just yet. And the reaction isn't here just yet, man. Laura, really oblivious to the fact.
there you go.
Finally, giving us a bit of an emote.
Where's Yaoi?
Where is Yaoi?
Is that the right person?
I don't think so.
All right. With Team Liquid having all the control, though, you're seeing that it looks like these waves are kind of left to their own devices, but even in the bottom side, it meets near the turret, so it allows Team Liquid's turret to push it out, actually. So after gathering all the attention to the top side, now immediate rotation to the Lord. And with this sort of positioning, Team Liquid can just go for it. Nothing stopping them.
Oh, winning out. Yeah, they're outclassed. Outplayed, basically.
Out-macroed.
Imagine 3 neutral objectives uncontested by Rebellion Esports when you have the winning lane in Kaja and Carry, the combo as well that you pick up. It's insanity when Team Liquid ID can walk away unscathed with 3 or even 4 objectives.
This is scary, man. This is what makes TLID such a scary force, such a scary team in Season 14. They are so intelligent. Their macro game is amazing.
Looking at the items, though, King Matt finally now has a 3-item power spike, can definitely shred down some of these frontline members, but you know, Rebellion has to find the right fight to do so first. And looking at Iron Shiki, he has the War Axe, he has the Hunter Strike as well as the Queen's Wing, so a lot of utility, a lot of sustainability. And look at X-Win, man, blew it away from the front lines.
I can't do anything, and now with the Lord in hand, ushering it towards the top side, Team Liquid ID might look for a siege, but no, they get the turret passive, and that is going to be a valuable resource for them.
Yeah, look at the way that they're using these waves, right? In the bottom lane, they pushed it in, and now they're going to have to use another wave. Weedy gets brought back, and Divine Judgment too, but Weedy just goes for the Revitalize. He gets slain, but that's going to be a base turret. TLID, no problem taking that trade. Aaron Shiki with a move forward. That is a base turret with the first Lord, and it's only traded for Weedy. That is value. That is so worth it for TLID.
Absolutely still a value play from Team Liquid. And this is why it's just so crazy. Even earlier, they were willing to let go of the top side. They could have saved it from the minions, but they left it. Because they know the Lord is coming, it's going to push it out. And they were using the time to go into the jungle of Rebellion instead and pressure. Their understanding of control around the map here is just so good. Rebellion can use this Lantern Flare to really scout out, but Swaylo has to be careful, man. He oversteps a bit too much, he gets bursted down. They're 7k gold behind. If Yehezkiel and Fabian go on the same target together, that's too much of a mix of magical and physical. Anyone but Cars, I believe, can be shredded down, and even Cars himself isn't exactly safe. And he is so behind that he has opted to go without the Thunderbelt. He went straight for the Radiant Armor with the Dominance Ice, and now he's going for a Dreadnought Armor. He wants to be the main frontline, recognizing that X-Win can't assist him in that department.
Yeah, and we haven't even seen, a single pick-off coming in from Rebellion Esports, using the Divine Judgment to just pull back. Glorious Pathway!
Oh, cut off Swaylo, has a Crimson Beacon, goes in for the Lantern Flare, and TLID knows to respect this. They have a wave in the mid lane, though. That's going to be a bit of damage back onto that base turret as they wait patiently for the next Lord to spawn.
That's so scary, though. The movement speed from the Glorious Pathway, and then you have a wolf just running, trying to eat you in the face. So scary from Team Liquid ID.
Now with Witty picking up the Dreadnought as well, it's going to be difficult for him to get shredded down. It's really just the carry, but I feel like with the Ruby already picked up for Aaron as well, the idea is not really to sustain through the damage, it's to deny any kind of damage coming in from the party. But look at X-Win!
That's a flicker of Divine Judgment with the Crimson Beacon, now and onward to lock Aaron Shiki down, but he still fights the defendant onto X-Win as Fabian deals with the back. Aran is just having a field day on this Phoveus again. TLID are just so much further ahead. They are 2, 3, 4 steps ahead of Rebellion.
Outclassing the Bulls, and the Bulls with no hordes this time, losing the Lord, and they might lose this turret as well.
But I'm offended. Aaron Shiki getting the Terrified down. Yehezkiel locking cars down. Aaron's still able to space away from Matt, and he gets out with the backup of the team, and they get a base turret without utilizing the Enhanced Lord. It is still marching down towards Rebellion's base.
What a monster play by Iron, man. Coming in, getting a 3-man, I'm offended. And then right there, he kited back, he got stuck on the wall, and instead of going outside and risk getting taken out by the fade away, the stars coming in from Matt, he goes sideways and gets a skill onto the minions to get that much more sustainability. Now Team Liquid with the lore, they can go for an end right here, but do they want to risk it? Can Rebellion threaten enough?
Oh, Glorious Pathway, Kara's trying to disengage from the team, gets caught by the Primal Fending, can't even use the Primal Wrath. It was on cooldown still. Baby with a Lycan bounce, that's one, that's two. Good bit of nature from Matt, but it will not save the base from the cavalry charge.
The cavalry charge and strike first. As the bulls lose their horns, raging no more. The ones raging are the cavalry. 1-0, Team Liquid ID, strike first.
Man, that was a crazy performance from Team Liquid, man. Every single lane, every single part of the map under their control. And you are seeing the synergy, the understanding of what do they want to do? How do they achieve it? It's so systematic from a team that is relatively so young.
So young, so mature. Decisive all around. And it's not just the mechanics, it's not just Fabian 1v5ing the entire squad. It's the decision making, it's the macro play. It's how they assert so much dominance into thinking that the enemy are forced to create an error. It's so insane how well this team cooked. And look at Fabian, the walk of victory right there. Is having a field day with the Roger. Did you see the interaction, the Roger and the Glorious Pathway? He was zooming.
He's zooming.
Zoom in.
Max Verstappen.
Extra fast. How do you smooth his name with Verstappen? Fabian.
Verstappen?
Verstappen.
Ain't no one stopping him.
Look at that. That's the idea, right? With the Roger, with the Ruby, just running straight towards the carry without a front line, right? With the Kaja using the Divine Judgment aggressively. There's no real space here for Matt to do the damage. He was able to farm, he has the items, but it just wasn't allowed to him. And in fact, if you can see some of the highlights, there were moments in this game where Team Liquid seems to understand exactly that. Where do we position just so that Matt is going to be so concerned about the dangers that he just stands there and does nothing? We might see it later on in the highlights.
Wow, my oh my, Team Liquid ID. It seems like, you know, the more they age, the better they get. It's like wine.
They age like fine wine.
So good.
Okay.
And they're so young yet so mature. It feels like every day they're working hard to fix their mistakes.
Exactly. You're trying to say they have an old soul?
Yeah, because all they do is just sit down and play games.
Oh, that's a dig at pro players,
That's
man.
what my parents used to tell me.
I see.
Man,
I can relate.
It looks so good, honestly.
Yeah.
Like TLID, we've been saying this for the longest time. They have so much potential, and we can see that potential finally realized as well as we get through the weeks. I remember seeing them when I was still in Morocco, and I was already impressed with their mechanics. But I did say, hey, their macros got to get fixed. And then next week, they did that. Next week, again, they elevate their game, and now we have this version of TLID.
But people would argue that this is against Rebellion Esports.
That is true.
Against RRQ, what about against Bigatron Alpha? But still, the fact they're able to stay consistent in all their games, it looks like it's just insanity. But what do you want to highlight here, Arashi?
I mean, look at this, right? You can see that Matt initially was hitting Witty. There's a chance he can move forward here, but the fact that Fabian just loops around right there means that they have to respect it. It's moments like that that kind of makes or breaks the carry performance, but the MVP isn't Fabian. It's your boy, Aaron Shaky. Aaron Yeager coming in with the Ruby, man. Going with the Sea Halberd as well to reduce the healing, to get more spell lifesteal and lifesteal coming in from his build. You can see how much he was healing up. A single skill onto a minion wave heals him to more than half his HP. That was what he was using here to really abuse, to really get so much more survivability and still having damage. And he can afford to do so because in the gold lane, you get these items so much faster. And you would think that a gold laner wouldn't have the same kind of instincts to try and get those plays, to try and catch your opponents off guard. But Aaron Shaky on the Ruby, you saw that the I'm Offendeds were absolutely lethal, man. Let's look at the player of the game highlights here by our official gold partner, UBS Gold, where initially it was a play onto Aran. They're seeing Briona get a kill. They're trying to use that as their main tool. But later on, Sway low on the Tushin, forced to just make big moments. But on the other side, the Vexana, hitting the spells, they turn apart onto Ryota.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy.
Yasuo played that so well. Again, he predicted the move from Ryota. He shot out the Terrify, and then here, this is why the Ruby was just the icing on top, man. That was the cherry on top for sure in the drafts, because if it was any other marksman, you would have been picked off by the Kaja. The fact that it is a Ruby and Aaron plays it so well, we get this instead.
Yeah. And it's also the combination of a Rebellion having all short-range heroes, man. Because we talked about this in the previous match, actually. A similar issue when Bigatron were in this similar spot. They all are so short-range that they have to move forward. Whereas for the side of Team Liquid, they can just play chill. They can just play textbook and they get an advantage inherently from it. And you can see here, Fabian going for a kill, but then Matt immediately respecting his presence, and that forces X-Wing to be left alone. And that's because, again, no one is tanky enough to buy any sort of time for the damage dealers to do damage for Rebellion. So Team Liquid just go at it, and whenever they decide it's time to commit, then they just get full control over the fight, man.
Yeah, I'll start questioning the first pick Hayabusa, man, because sure, it's a power pick for Ryota, but what does that really add to the team? Is it that big of a pick? First pick, man. Bovius, Ruby, Roger, Haya. I mean, we get it. It's his power pick, but is his power pick going to win them the game? You know what I mean?
Exactly. Is it going to win against all those picks as well? Because, you know, against the Roger, you can make an argument that the Hayabusa would be better against squishier heroes, and you let go of the Roger, right? You're just making sure that Team Liquid has all the other possible options to go for heroes that are just so tanky that the Hayabusa can't burst them down, that the Kaja can't really get an easy target. So even from there, you can see the layering of ideas coming in from Team Liquid. And if you look at their items towards the end, they know, okay, we're trying to go for a decisive finish here. We don't want to let this game go longer and longer, where Matt can scale up even more after this win of nature. But no, so they go straight for the necessary items for the rest of the team, and then they go for the Winter Crown. And just like that, the carry that's just such a big problem, the fact that all those basic attacks fly so slowly through the air, it gives you a lot of those fadeaway moments, but it also means that with the Winter Crown, you can negate a bunch of it.
So telegraphed, I mean, for the carry, and yeah, haven't been able to really use the Kaja to its maximum potential. You would argue that the Kaja carry might be a scary combo and so oppressive, yet Iron Chiki picked up the Ruby, much more tankier with the Festival of Blood as well, going for the Vitality Crystal as that item that kind of accompanies him to just become that tanky. Then of course, 922 GPM. The rich guy is going to be Fabian. Still the same.
Flavor Fave, just farming it up, man. The carry, though, is a Hess kill, because you can see from the beginning, the fact that off-camera, out of nowhere, Sway Low is down to below half HP. Your Hess kill is absolutely aggressive on this Vexana, man. And the synergy with the team, right? Any Vexana against a Hayabusa, you'll be a bit concerned for your own safety. But the fact that the team understands how to play against it, if they see Ryota in the midst of the fight, and they see a potential for him to go towards your Hess kill, they get in the way. They shoo him away from the backline, and that's exactly why in those moments like in the Turtle Pit that you were highlighting, Mirko, when Ryota was coming in for the retry, the Vexana is that far enough ahead, in front, in positioning, that he can land the Eternal Guard and the Terrify onto the Hayabusa, which is rarely seen with how mobile that Hayabusa is. So the team overall synergy also lends itself to these amazing playstyles and drafts.
Speechless.
Well,
Speechless.
If you're speechless, just look in your screen right now.
What's that? Even more speechless.
Even more speechless. Now we don't speak.
We don't speak.
We show you guys the product.
The product is right here. That is Head and Shoulders. The Gatot Kaca Lemon. Because you cannot let your match become a mess and lose due to dandruff and itchiness. You know, the peskiness when you're playing with your phone, with your Samsung phone, and then a lot of dandruffs and itchiness right there. Of course, you can use Head and Shoulders. Move on to Head and Shoulders Lemon Fresh Gatot Kaca for 100% dandruff and itchiness wiped out and protection from itchiness. Thank you, Rashi, for the solution. I would prefer this more rather than this.
The solution is in Singapore.
More. Why Singapore?
Marky is in Singapore.
Oh.
Marky's the solution.
Okay.
But this is also a solution.
Yeah.
This is also Marky. This is the what's left of Marky here.
What? What?
Marky.
Thank you so much, Rashi, for this idea, because I have been infiltrated by Mirko doing this.
I was about to just press it again if you just gave me a little bit more time.
There's a new idea
right
here.
Bro.
Thank you.
You mentioned it might just happen.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pocket this home. Like how Liquid ID pocketed Rebellion in that game.
Oh,
that's
boy.
insane.
They pocketed King MATT in the goal lane as well.
No, you can't pocket King MATT.
Again? Oh.
You can't. No.
They did.
What can you do though?
You think they can't do, but they did. MATC, unfortunately, not as active, obviously on the carry, and that's why the Ruby is so good.
That's true.
When you have a Roger pick, this is why Roger is such a good pick, because it can be flexed. Obviously, you can go for double marksman with a Roger in the jungle or and a marksman in the gold lane, or you could just play this way, Ruby, gold, and man, that's why Roger adds so much value to the team. You have so many ways to tackle the drafts.
And you can say that Team Liquid is one of the more well-rounded teams right now, honestly, because you talk about how Fabian is so good with the Assassins, and just last week we saw, you know, the big brain. So it's high mechanics, also big brain. Now we see that he can also play with the marksman style, and same thing for Iron. We see him play with the
Moscow
aggressive play, the passive play, and now even on a fighter, right? Like, what the heck is going on, man? That's so crazy.
Yeah, that versatility is insane, which means that, you know, the coach can draft accordingly, and that is very nice as well. I think so far SDL has also been doing a good job. Because there has been a lot of scrutiny towards him that his drafts are wonky and all that.
So it turns out it was a Kabuki problem that they had. It wasn't really a coaching problem, right?
That ain't
when you
me.
have a gold lane who's only been playing Claude and carry for 2 seasons, it definitely impacts the draft.
That's true. That hero pool is given to them, but I also want to give you information about GoPay app, because you can download the new GoPay app, the gamers app and wallet that packs a punch. With GoPay, you can vote for the winner of each MPL ID Season 14 match and guarantee to get GoPay coins on your first vote and 1 token with every vote. You can collect these tokens to exchange for free skins, GoPay coins, gaming smartphones, and even electric motorcycles.
EMs, electric motorcycles. Go ahead and check it out, ladies and gentlemen, because there's so much more on top of that. Like you saw earlier today, you get a chance to play Brawl. But before we talk about that, you guys can buy the latest skins to look even cooler while playing the game. You know, sometimes if you have many skins like we people on desk here, we can actually start flexing on you in the loading screen even right now. You know, we can flex that Mega Collector, flex that Collector emote thing.
That's
so
true.
you guys can go and do yourself some justice with a 20,000 GoPay coins cashback whenever you top up diamonds or if you get quota.
Yeah, that was basically, you know, the brawl arena, brawl with the best. You know, it was Iman playing.
BWB.
Yeah, it was Iman playing out there.
Really?
Yeah.
Earlier?
Yeah, earlier
Was
it was Iman.
Wait, Mirko missed out on that?
Nah, I think in a 1v1, Mirko would lose to Iman.
Oh,
no?
Iman, he has nothing compared to Super Mirko.
But of
Super
course,
Mirko confirmed?
Super Mirko.
Super Mirko.
And don't forget, by the way, talk about GoPay. If you want to split the bill and you can't do the math like I do, like I can't, man, that's a lifesaver, bro.
My math is bad.
It's so easy. It just happens so quick,
easy, man.
And just like that, no weird math, no taxes, no weird percentages that you didn't learn in high school.
That's true.
Just get it done. Get it done. Get
So
it
you
out of
didn't
here.
learn about percentages in high school?
Weird percentages, like, you know.
I learned about that in elementary.
Yeah. It's a weird high school.
I said like weird percentages.
Nah, he's a late bloomer. That's fine.
That is not how you use that label, my friend.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Brawl with the best, though. You know, if you guys want to just brawl with the best, Iman apparently was out there.
Yeah.
I could have gotten my chance to actually 1v1 him, but he's lucky today.
He's lucky. He did not have to meet Super Mirko. King
Super Mirko let him slide.
Yeah. It's easy for you if you want to brawl with the best. Just download and register in the GoPay app on your phone. Head straight to the GoPay booth at the MPL Arena and participate in the lucky draw for a chance to win a golden ticket to play a brawl match with a pro player. Either Iman, either Super Luke, either Lutfi, or either Super Mirko.
Ooh. That's one that a lot of people might get really hyped up about, man.
I'm scared.
Brawl with Super Mirko? As far as I know, Super Mirko ain't a big fan of Brawl, so that'll be a great sight to witness, man.
He doesn't want to play Brawls?
I'm not a big fan.
I mean, like, come on. You got ranked and you got classic.
Nah, to be honest, that's how I kind of see it when my friends kind of ask me to play Brawl. I'm like, that's a waste of time.
Dude, I agree. It's like, oh yeah, I would rather just use the 10 minutes to do something else, like think about what Rebellion can do to win game 2.
What can they do, Arashi?
I think they can start by, as always, amending a bit of the drafts. I think we're all completely taken aback by that Hayabusa pick. I can see the stats, man, for Rebellion still looking as bleak as ever. But
they take first pick again. They're giving away TLID this 83.33% win rate, man.
They're doubling down, dude.
Oh my goodness.
You have to wonder for Coach Farr, is this the same similar situation that Team Liquid was in? is there just not a wide enough hero pool for them to actually get a proper solid draft?
But still, though, I mean, no Hayabusa first pick.
Yeah.
When everything else is open, you know, like if everything else is banned out, then sure. Or if Ryota, if you want to play for the Hayabusa, sure. But so far, they haven't been playing for the Hayabusa at all. What was the pick? What was the playstyle there? They weren't enabling the Hayabusa at all. If they wanted to first pick it, you got to put some prio on him, on top of the fact that you first picked it, you know? But they didn't. Like, the Hayabusa was playing alone.
Yeah, that lane I think was pandered more into the carry.
Here?
But yeah, the Ryota Hayabusa first pick, I think it must be stopped if you see the Phoveus running around rampant. And now, of course, back to the drafting phase, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A55 and A35 5G. We do take a look at the Fanny and the Nolan taken out. And again, still the same bans, rinse and repeat. It is Fanny, Nolan, and Ling. Fano Ling.
Make a wild guess. It's gonna be the next ban.
Might be...
Moskov.
It was the Moskov, but...
It's gonna be the Moskov, I
Could
think.
it be the Phoveus?
Dude,
You know, it's so funny because...
Rebellion left Phoveus and Hylos to Liquid that
Exactly.
game.
I was about to say, a couple of weeks ago, the whole drafting phase was about trading between the Hylos and the Phoveus because the EXP and pressure was so good. And just a week later, we're seeing it being left open. And they're going for the Hayabusa!
Hayabusa! If it ain't broke, don't fix it is usually what we say. It broke clearly, and they don't want to fix it. Liquid, I wonder what they're going to pick. Is it going to be the Phoveus and the Vexana?
I wonder.
I'm an absolute genius for calling that out, ladies and gentlemen. Albert Einstein. Oh, they just go straight for the Roger. They don't even go for the Vexana. So, actually, you know what? Vexana pick. Should be, right?
Yeah. Vexana to counter the Phoveus and give you that peel that you really want when the Phoveus jumps into you, the Turtle Guard and the Deathly Grasp. And our Rebellion Esports, 2 picks. What will it be?
Can you imagine if they don't go for the Vexana here? What could be that important, right? Oh,
Yves,
the signature pick for Sway Low.
Is it too early to pick up the Yves?
It's one of the more flexible type mages right now, so you can kind of fit it to a lot of circumstances, but it's also situational. If there's no way for the fights to really develop in favor for the Yves, it might be a bit too difficult and a bit too early. There's no hard counters to the Yves by all means, but this means also that Rebellion will not be able to use that Vexana. So Team Liquid now, they can go with the Vexana again, or now that the Yves is open, it frees them up to go for different heroes if they want to.
Yeah, there's a lot of different heroes that they can go for. I think Valentina would find a lot of value right here against the Edith, against the Yves, and even against the Hayabusa. Valentina displaces herself real well to avoid a lot of the threats that we see, but they will still just go for the Vexana pick.
Oh, okay, so doubling down on it, still believing in that aggressive mid lane style of Yehezkiel. Swalo on a signature pick like the Yves though, now the fights are gonna be a bit more annoying for Team Liquid to try and go through. If they do go for like a big rush with like a glorious pathway, if it is indeed left open once more, then the Yves Void Crystals can kind of at least make things a bit more difficult, give Rebellion a bit more of a chance. But do they still want to go for that carry Kaja situation? Or maybe they're going to go for the Hylos now that they remember that it's around.
Yeah, it's a rinse and repeat ban for Team Liquid ID. They take out the Moskov, the Natan as well. Just limiting down the options for King MATT to play with. But the carry, I feel like it's not the best of options. The Kaja as well paired with him. Not much of a, of a condition that they were able to meet, especially when you pick up that to really boost your damage. And the bans, Mathilda taken out. I would argue that they should just ban the Hylos maybe.
The Hylos?
Harris taken out at 3 marksman bans. Still the same bans as game number 1.
Okay, so it seems like for Team Liquid, they're just banning away potential strong gold laners that can just scale and have, more importantly, have range. It seems like the Harris is a bit of a different situation, but the Natan, that might be what they're kind of concerned about, the damage output and the range. Now that Rebellion has the Yves, right? If they go for the carry play still, there are ways for them to slow someone down, to be punished by the Divine Judgment. There are more ways to kind of deal damage when Matt is maybe zoned back out. but we haven't really seen Matt succeed so much in these weak side gold laners. We've seen him really pop up on the Lunoxes, on the Rogers. So I don't know what the idea is for Rebellion here. Are they really going to double down with the same type of strategy?
To drop the beat of the flag.
Okay, man.
Okay, so we're one step closer to a 5-ban towards Mr. Flava Fav.
Fabian just collecting the bans like a Thanos string, and now the high loss, of course, so free for Team Liquid ID. What's better than a horse given to a horse team?
The cavalry need horses to even be called a cavalry.
That's true.
Are they gonna... Man, I would... Somewhere deep inside, I'm feeling like, oh, if only we can see something like an Ixia here, play a full front to back, but that's too idealistic, man. No way that's happening. And they require max HP damage. But it comes down to it, you let go of the Hylas and the Phobias, it's almost like you're telling your opponents, like, hey, we want max HP damage.
Yeah. I mean, look at Matt's picture. That's going to be the score of this game.
Oh no! Wow, bold prediction by technically everyone on the desk. We did predict 2-0 too. So Rebellion, is it going to be a carry pick again? Probably is going to be a carry pick again for Rebellion. Yes, and they actually get
carry
the Carmilla.
Carmilla, okay. Interesting. And how Nextwood wants to use it, not Team Liquid ID. Last pick, again, flexed. Either the jungler or the gold laner.
Well, now Rebellion has a healthier front line, but just they don't have a lot of ways to really protect Matt in the midst of a big fight, though. So if it comes down to a front to back, I feel like Rebellion are still at risk of just getting ran over.
Go Lancelot, man. Just do it.
Oof. Lancelot?
Yeah.
Please. Please do.
Is there no other option?
Just for the style points.
I would go for Lancelot here. This is a pretty good game. Against the Eve too. You want to try to dive into the back. Yeah. Lancelot offers a way to actually escape from the shadow kill. The
carry
ability. They can escape from the shadow kill. And you already have all this dive. Roger in the gold wins against the carry. What do they go for? Ah, they go Julian.
Interesting. So they're just layering the control potentials, and they have a lot of burst damage too, Team Liquid. Although now in a full-on 5v5, technically with the Eve and the Carmilla, now it's looking quite sketchy, but only if Team Liquid really clump up together. So the first turtle fight, you gotta put your eyes right there and look forward to the big fight that might be attempted by both teams, and the execution is gonna be so much more important. Once more, looking at the controllability and the survivability, Team Liquid has an advantage, but not nearly as huge as it was in game number 1.
Yeah. And of course now,
damage potential though.
Team Liquid ID, damage potential much more favoring them. And of course, Land of Dawn again becoming the battleground for the Cavalry and the Raging Bulls. The Bulls, not much of raging coming from them. But will they be able to strike back? It is game number 2 of Team Liquid ID against Rebellion Esports.
Check it out, ladies and gentlemen, a possible 2-0 clean sweep to end day 1 of week 6.
All right, we'll have to see how this plays out, man. Team Liquid doubling down on team fights, getting a better AoE damage source, signature hero for Suelo, getting the Carmilla that was used very well by Mueza just earlier today. Can they get a winning team fight with these tools? But look at Witty just doing the damage with the Ring of Punishment, man. You cannot walk up like that against a Hylas and a Vexana.
Yes. That's why you call it the Ring of Punishment, man. You're getting punished.
Punished.
Oh, hardly by Team Liquid ID. And of course, the mid duo from Team Liquid ID is still the same as previous game, but look at the impressiveness that it has.
And look at the semi-freeze that Team Liquid are doing right there. They weren't pushing because they wanted to bully and make sure they abuse the opening side. Look at this, though. Whoa! The flicker was quite close. But looking at the emblems here, the firmness for both the Carmilla and Edith, Rebellion, again, just doubling down on winning out in a fight, trying to get a better front line. But look at this.
Oh, man, Matt taking a whole lot of punishment already. He's going to be forced back.
It could have been a possible 1v1, but I think that's still too far-fetched because the cannon minion was also down and out. And yeah, you don't really want to dive turn. Oh, the Yezkiel.
Only the shadow kill. Good revitalize, though, from Witty. Saves Yezkiel.
Countermeasure from the Roamer. Heals him up, and the level 4 from Ryota not able to produce a kill.
Unfortunate, that was the big power spec Ryota was trying to rely on. That's the hidden advantage of having that revitalize, though. It does heal everyone around you. Now, but look at this movement from Rebellion, using that pressure, going straight for it.
Go for the turtle. Hayabusa's already right there. Aran, not level 4 just yet. Still able to displace Ryota. It's not an engagement that Rebellion decide to go for, despite Aran not having level 4. Ooh, onward. Primal Wrath, Witty should be dead. With a few more shots, say goodbye to Witty. That's first blood over to Rebellion.
Just like that, that was Rebellion pulling the trigger, getting the better timing on the plays to really zone Team Liquid out. Curious play for Aran to go there to fight when he wasn't level 4 just yet, only now getting it. A level 4 Phobias would have been able to make more happen right there. So Team Liquid, even though they feel confident, they have to be careful to still keep their eyes on the potential power spikes. Look at Arando.
Up top again. Ooh, you're gonna get the Infernal Pursuit. Swalo says, do it, jump. No, he won't.
Don't jump when it ain't safe. And Aran has the level 4 dive potential RWM.
No, there's no flicker, there's no minute. What?
Oh.
He's out. Aran just gets out. Oh, goes in. Infernal Pursuit ready. Cars gets the onward. Oh, that was close.
Ooh. Yikes.
Curious move by Aran right there to just stick around long enough, allowing Sway Low to just put that real manipulation right up against the wall. So he really needs to get corralled forward. That's a lot of time invested in that play though. So Team Liquid, they're trying to set up a trap here on the bottom side. Fabian once more with a sneaky, cheeky move.
Fabian spotted, I think.
Ooh, doesn't have Purify. That could have been Matt dying.
Yeah, with the combo from Fabian as well, just popping.
Are they waiting on the
Matt
wave?
Around. And this might be a crash. A dive might be coming soon.
Yeah, good move by Witty there. Just to zone them in the back. The Curse of Blood comes in the end, but it really won't be able to threaten anyone. They get a lot of gold from that turret. Now they set up... Ryota in the bush. Yeah, has skill. Oh, good flick around the quadrant. Follows through the real world manipulation. Stops him in his tracks. Even with the Revitalize, it's not going to be enough. As X-Win is able to escape for now. Good Primal Rat coming down. Now Witty mobilize it. That's the spinning light wheels. A man with the flicker. King MATT.
King MATT charges first and shows that he's the king. Aaron Chicky 1v1.
Goes in, like and pounce. MATT. The jukes by Aaron. The move by Matt. The like and pounce from Aaron to evade.
Bit of a lack of synergy there between Sway Low and Matt. They could have really pinched Iron Shiki right there. But on the top side, they still get the turtle. And they are hitting back. 1K gold ahead of Team Liquid. Winning it out when a lot of these skirmishes, they're doing a lot better than in game 1. It's like they've learned and kind of downloaded some of the patterns from Team Liquid. They're not getting caught off guard as often as they were in game number 1.
Yeah, step by step, brick by brick.
Hey, whoa.
And of course, MPL IDX streamer with Sosok Asli Admin RBL, which means the real admin of Rebellion. You know, the face.
The real face.
Yeah.
King MATT? About to win 1v1 as the RBL's admin comes up. Oh wow, good terrifying. RWM though immobilized. Curse up for everything in the kitchen sink. Thrown at Yehezkiel.
The evil laugh from the admin of Rebellion. As soon as he comes in, Rebellion just steamrolls around Team Liquid ID. And it's insane how King MATT is still able to just tone down the pressure coming in the bot lane.
The targeting from the side of Rebellion, though, it's like they got guidance right before. Glorious pathway by Witty.
Oh, he's charging all right. Leading the charge for the rest of the cavalry, but look at Ryota up top. He's taking his turret for free.
They have been forcing the issue so much with Witty just opening up the Glorious pathway, but again, Team Liquid ID, they lose out on the man advantage. It's a 4v3, so they can't really follow up that initiation.
So Rebellion, not really playing for that first pick Hayabusa, same way that they didn't in game number 1, but they're finding ways for the 4 others to group together and have an advantage a lot earlier on. Iron, once more.
He does have the flicker. Oh, just dodges away. Quick feed, man, and the flicker out of the Primal Wrath. Aaron Shiki dodging away from everything, and now the re-engage is coming down. Good Eternal Guard with Terrified, locking cars down. The Crimson Blood will connect onto Aaron, who's taking a whole lot of damage, really. Still in the midst of it all, Aran jumps into the back, now getting the Infernal Pursuit onto Sway Low and X-Win. But there are no trades as Ryota utilizes the chaos in the bottom lane to get another free turret in the mid lane.
My, oh my, Aaron Shiki gets out. Thankfully, he is able to dodge all the kill threats, but this signals the fact that Rebellion Esports, they have the tools to cut through the defenses and the front line of Team Liquid ID.
This is just Rebellion, just taking the tempo, and they're making sure that they're winning in the clear, winning in the pushes, and they're just a lot more proactively grouping S4. Team Liquid wants to go for these skirmishes where the Phobias can 1v2, where the Roger can 1v2, technically, but they're just not allowed to. It's always a full-on 5-man, and in that 5-man, Suelo has been absolutely massive on this Jeep. Now even with the glowing wand, and he's building for, he straight up went for the Divine Glaive, by the way. He just made sure that the regen from Team Liquid is kept under control. And the poke game and the wave clear game, as you can see, he's just spamming out those spells left and right.
Witty getting the sun down. Cars able to evade from the Terrify coming in. The Glorious Pathway was used up by Witty. Now he's going to chunk down King MATT together with Sway Low. The horse stands no chance. 0-4-0 for Mr. Witty.
The Bulls feasting on horse meat, and that is Witty just chopped into 2 pieces. Now for Team Liquid ID, what are they waiting for? What are the timers now, Arashi?
The timers? I mean, power spikes are great, but they're just losing out in a full-on fight. I feel like they gotta really wait for... I think they have their hopes up on Iron Shiki at this point. Has to be. He has the Sky Piercer build as well, so he wants to be winning and stacking in this 8-minute point of the game, but he's not really allowed to do so. You can see the shadow coming in from Fabian to just stop the pick off, but ooh.
Aaron, how are you going to escape from this one, friend? Lycan pounce? Oh! Wow, what a great catch there. X-Win utilizing the stun to set up for Cars, getting the onward, not giving the chance for Aaron to flicker out.
I understand the intentions. He wanted to roll out of the wall and get into that, you know, that obstacle behind him, but then the roll failed and Rebellion Esports, they're able to catch Aaron Shiki. Now Team Liquid ID, they're struggling to even get an inch onto the turrets.
He can't even move forward. The whole reason why Aaron Shiki got picked off right there is he stayed so long to really try and get that turret on the top side. Rebellion getting more of an advantage. Now this is the Lord we're talking about. It's no longer a turtle, and Rebellion have all the control. If Team Liquid want to try and contest, this is the moment.
Witty. Option to Glorious Pathway, they get an opening, but Ryota just takes it for free now. Fabian gonna be mobilized there by the Curse of Blood. They're all fighting under real world inflation. Aran is going to be left to be sacrificed all alone, even with the Vengeance gets shredded down. Matt deals some damage. Aran gonna be taken down. Aaron Shiki with the Lycan pass. Now the flicker back by King MATT. Gets a triple in the fight.
All hail the king! Triple kill, he cuts down the cavalry. Team Liquid ID falter and they kneel in front of the king.
What can they do right here as the gold gap gets wider and wider, and when it comes to scaling, you're up against a Yve, a Carmilla, as well as a Carry, and even an Edith. Waiting to the late game is not a realistic option for Team Liquid. They had to try and find a moment, but that wasn't it, man. They walked through all the damage, they stood in the real world manipulation, and Iron Shiki, the usually decisive, confident player, is looking at his wit's end. He tried to go in for a dive right there, and even there he had to flicker backwards.
Yeah.
So he's even self-doubting how these fights are gonna go.
He was forcing himself to get to the backline of Rebellion Esports, but again the catch is way too much. The Lord now up top, looking to make space for the Rebellion Esports players to just end the game, but I don't think that might be the case. Team Liquid ID, they still hold on, but onward!
Yeah. Good onward over to Witty, the real Electric catches the Heskill as well! The enhanced chain in the back, still able to displace them, still able to CC them, but look at max damage! A few basic attacks and the skill too. Fabian is at half HP, this might be the end. Rebellion, 11 minutes, 10,000 gold lead, 2 base turrets with the First Lord, 3v5. Can Rebellion do it? Cars goes in a hand sword coming down from Fabian, but now he will be taken out by Cars. Aran with a desperate play in the front. Aaron Shiki can only just watch in his own base. Witty respawns on the horse, but Rebellion will be eating horse meat tonight.
The cavalry halted by King MATT and 4 Raging Bulls. They equalize the score, 1-1.
The team fight they are finally looking for, the damage that they severely required in game number 1. They got all of it, despite our doubts on the first pick Hayabusa. Despite our doubts that they let go of so many prio picks, the Roger, the Phobias, the Hylas. Rebellion has proved otherwise, man. That composition came together so well. And Team Liquid looking bewildered. Always caught when they're rotating around the map when they least expected.
Wow. It's insane how this game is so dominant from Rebellion Esports. Something that you don't really see so often from this team. They're usually on the opposite end of the beating, but now they outclassed Team Liquid ID in all departments. And I don't think the Team Liquid ID even get a single turret. Still yet to be decided. They did up top,
Up top.
Up
Oh no,
top.
they didn't.
They
It's
didn't.
so low.
They didn't
Not
get a single turret.
Whoa.
Insane.
Iron and the rest sacrificed their lives to try and get at least one turret. But they're first to admit that this game in particular, Rebellion just had their number. And slowly but surely, they played that disciplined game. They were low, the backliners, Sway low included, but they were just moving forward. They know what options are available for Team Liquid, and they just sealed the deal, man. What a showing.
Well, I'm not that big of a fan of the Julian pick, to be fair.
Agreed.
Yeah. I thought for sure they would get something that could actually dive into the backs. Yves was free hitting. That was the main problem. And Julian, it's not really a hero that can actually go for flanks, unfortunately. It's tough.
Yeah.
To do so on a Julian, you usually want to utilize your scythe, your chain as well to combo with the team and to just play it front to back a lot of times, right? And because of that, they didn't really have anyone that could threaten Sway Low. When you give Sway Low free space, he's still a good mid laner. He's still amazing, right? Despite the stats, this is why we've been saying for Rebellion, they might have abysmal stats, but the game is played in the land of Dawn, not on paper.
That's true. And yeah, we talked about the Lancelot. You mentioned it, Miracle, on how it had that backline access, and you can really dodge away from the shadow kill. But they went for the Julian, and the Julian was, I think,
useless in this game.
Satisfactory. Yeah, it was basically so underwhelming, and did not even have an impact in which you would expect Fabian to be the one creating the impact, but no. The Julian just completely shut down. Aaron Chiki also kind of resetted himself. A bit more indecisive this time around.
And what can you say? There's just a very difficult decisions to take right here against Rebellion. The fact that they don't have a dive to go in the back line, the fact that they lose out in spam ability to try and go for that front to back. I mean, if their idea is to just play the front to back, then why go for... There's some heroes right here, they can be supplemented, the Julian does a lot of damage, but at the same time, it can't really shred front to back. Look at that face though, that's the face of an MVP.
That's the face of a player who can only play Yves, apparently. That's what Oji was saying. Cuman bisa Yves. That is the meme for Swaylo for the longest time. That means you can only play Yves, but hey, he's amazing on the Yves.
Yeah.
That is the 5-0-9. 93% kill teamfight participation. Yves coming in from Sway Low. Wilderness Blessing and the Inspire. Again, you can see from the emblems, he is not concerned at all about people diving in and taking him out. He just wants to stay there, and in the early game, it is a massive amount of damage, man. If you want to focus more on Swaylo's movements right here, I think you can see it. A lot of the damage really comes from him just spamming it out. Void Blast, Void Crystals, and of course the real-world manipulation again and again. We see that a lot of times when teams go up against a carry, they want to go in and then get out before they can, they're forced to take the brunt of the aggression. But King Matt was aggressive as heck this game, and the real manipulation makes it so that it's so much more difficult. Aaron here tried to go for the outplay, man. Jump over the wall. It wasn't allowed though. That will be the punish. And this was the final Lord fight where Team Liquid were there late to begin with, but they moved in regardless, and they got trapped in the real manipulation. And then look at this. Aran can't back away. He's a Phobius. Witty can't really back away. And the rest of the backliners, they were initially kiting away from the real manipulation and then moving forward and then backwards again, right? The decisiveness that we saw in game number 1, that we were just praising them for, was completely denied this game. And you can see that even before the fight begins, man, when Sway Low is 3-0-8 and just wrecking havoc there. Look at the HP bars melt down before King Matt's even in the picture.
Yeah. Team Liquid ID, they weren't able to really respond to the plays coming in from Rebellion Esports. Almost flawless, 15-1. And even in the macro scale, he's able to out macro. He's surprised. He's surprised. He's not used to winning and not used to getting the MVP. So of course, that's the face of joy as well.
Is it?
That's a
It's
weird
quite
face
the
of joy.
quite the misleading face of joy, I must say.
Like a face of surprise.
Surprised in joyfulness.
That's true.
Well, looking at the emblems, like we mentioned, firmness for the Carmilla and the carry. So X-Win just understands he's a secondary frontline. He's there to go for a bit of a stun before Cars decides to go in. When it comes to the poke damage, that's all Sway low. All X-Win is doing is waiting around to get that perfect Curse of Blood. And you see that Team Liquid, towards the mid-game, they kind of adjusted and tried to change the spacing between them to not get full-on comboed. But in doing so, you can see that it's causing them to be kind of confused on how to place themselves in the middle of the fight. Looking at the rest of the items here as well, King Matt one item off from having a full inventory slot, and Sway low. He wants that damage, man. He went glowing wand straight towards the Divine Glaive. No other wands required at this point. And then, like you mentioned, Mirko, the fact that he's free hitting, the fact that the Void Blasts are on like 2-second, 3-second cooldown, he goes for the Enchanted Talisman to get all the mana he requires and 20% more cooldown reduction to spam out more spells. And that's why he is the carry, man. 67,500 damage dealt.
Rich guy though. Of course, King MATT. 865 gold lead. And yeah, it was Sway low with the Eve. It's so strong. Now the question becomes, will Team Liquid ID respect this Eve?
We've seen teams opt for the option, but again, I feel like for us, we're still just stuck on the fact that Fabian went for the Julian there. The guy that's so well known for playing assassins with juicy targets, the carry and the Yi in the backline. I mean, Mirko, if you were playing jungle and you have assassins available that you're comfortable with, like the Lancelot, you know, would you not have seen that and went like, oh, juicy pickings?
Exactly. That's why I said instantly, oh, this is a Lancelot game right here, man. Right? You're able to dodge away from so many of the engages. There are so many minions there. And obviously with the front to back composition, you really have a glorious pathway. So it's not like there weren't tools for the Lancelot to get into the back. Aran would have been there to create chaos, and all the Lancelot could have done with just the, the pose, the Lancelot pose.
I won't let my blood spill on the
sword.
barbarians.
The sword is here, like this.
Yeah.
Sword. The oldest sword like this is Lancelot.
He's so elegant.
Michael Jackson?
Have you heard his dialogues?
Sorry. You're saying?
The dialogues in the game for Lancelot?
His dialogue is very flamboyant.
Flamboyant. That's a nice word.
Yeah, kind of boisterous with it.
Yeah. I won't let my blood spill on these barbarians.
The way he walks too, and the way he goes, like, swings his swords, just
no wonder Odet falls in love with him.
Woo. Exactly.
Odet loves him. But we do love Budi Clara Mongstar, so we'll throw it to her for an interview upstage. Budi Clara Mongstar?
Budi Clara Mongstar.
Budi?
Yes, di sini Budi Clara Mongstar melihat perjuangan dari kedua tim untuk mengamankan kemenangan itu deg-degser. Namun pasnya ada yang lebih tegang menyaksikan anaknya tercinta bermain di panggung. Inilah dia ibunda dari Matt. Tante, halo apa kabar?
Halo, apa kabar? Baik.
Baik. Tante kan bukan dari Jakarta, ini jauh-jauh kemari Tante?
Iya.
Dari Lampung untuk menyaksikan Matt bertanding.
Betul.
Gimana Tante ngelihat Matt langsung di panggung? Gemeteran. Deg-degan ya Tante ya?
Deg-degan.
Namun di tim baru gimana sih Tante, Matt?
Ya mungkin Matt di Bigeton kan lama banget waktu itu. Ini masih adaptasi juga mungkin kan. Gitu.
Itu tadi Matt-nya disorot
tuh makanya nanti dimarahin sama Matt.
Kenapa Tante? Tante ini surprise, tahu nggak Matt kalau Tante kesini?
Tahu, tapi udah bilang nggak interview.
Oh, surprise Matt. Udah kamu fokus main aja ya Matt ya. Tante ngobrol-ngobrol sama Bude aja, oke? Di kiss bye. Dari jarak jauh. Tapi pada akhirnya ini Tante kesini, apakah Matt yang meminta? Mami ayo dong.
Enggak minta. Coba pas kebenaran Tante ada jadwal di Jakarta, emang mau nonton Matt.
Emang mau nonton. Tapi Tante, bisa gak sih dikasih tahu, diceritain mungkin yang kita nggak ngerti nih. Gimana sih perjuangannya Matt untuk sampai saat ini?
Nggak gampang sih, makanya kadang jujur kalau dia masuk kayak sekarang baru, dia kan sudah vakum boleh dibilang 2 season nggak di panggung MPL. Terakhir cuma main sekali kalau nggak salah ya. Jadi kayak dia masuk ke tim baru ini main lagi di main itu dia excited banget, bener-bener excited. Jadi saya ngelihat namanya orang tua ngelihat anak excited, pasti orang tua 2 kali lebih excited. Jujur waktu di awal-awal mereka main di MPL ya itu kayak Tante bilang, Tante kena mental gitu. Jujur ya. Cuma ya ke depan kesini-sini Tante cuma bilang enjoy aja, nggak usah dipikirin apapun hasilnya, do the best aja. Yang penting main lepas. Terus yang nggak bagus-bagus gak usah didengerin.
Fokus aja, main aja, karena dia happy bermain di panggung.
Ya enjoy aja.
Enjoy aja. Tante pun mendukung penuh ya Tante.
Pasti.
Berarti kan kita bisa tahu kalau Matt ini lagi berjuang keras di MPL, jarang pulang dong Tante.
Hampir gak pernah pulang.
Oh, gak pernah pulang. Makanya Tante yang kesini nyamperin.
Iya makanya betul.
Dan bahkan kita tahu Matt udah di Jakarta, udah jauh dari Lampung. Ada yang lebih jauh lagi nih Tante. Max.
Betul.
Menjadi player yang kita ekspor, menjadi player impor di Malaysia. Gimana Tante melepas Max?
Berat banget. Masalahnya baru dari mereka bayi, baru kali ini mereka pisah di 2 negara gitu loh. Bener-bener yang gak pernah pisah, baru season ini pisah.
Si kembar berpisah. Namun kalau yang di Malaysia itu gimana Tante?
Enjoy aja dia.
Enjoy aja. Berarti Tante walaupun jauh tetap mendukung ya Tante ya?
Selama anak Tante enjoy, dia nyaman, Tante support apapun itu. Yang penting positif.
Yang penting positif. Dan sekarang kalau lagi kondisi seperti ini kan lagi bener-bener tertatih-tatih ya Tante dari tim Rebellion bersama dengan Matt. Ada nggak Tante kalau Matt curhat-curhat gitu?
Matt nggak pernah curhat karena dia tahu maminya, dia suka bilang mami ini lebay. Lebih gampang khawatir katanya. Jadi dia apapun dia anak Tante, Max jarang mau cerita apapun ke Tante. Dia takut Tante kepikiran.
Oke, jadi mereka mandiri semuanya nih.
Asli.
Pandem aja semua.
Semua.
Tapi ya Tante kan kita tahu kayak sebenarnya mereka potensinya besar banget.
Iya.
Bahkan banyak sekali yang juga mendukung mereka. Tante juga mendukung. Namun ada juga nih beberapa orang yang kayaknya meragukan nih kemampuan dari Matt di MPL. Gimana Tante melihat hal ini?
Ya nggak apa-apa sih, namanya kan Tante udah bilang ini kan namanya game, pasti ada menang ada kalah. Yang penting anak-anak Tante udah do the best, gak bisa nyenengin semua orang juga. Jadi apa yang support terima kasih, yang nggak support ya nggak apa-apa gitu. Yang penting yang untuk kritik-kritik Tante bilang sama mereka, ya sudah dengerin aja, kalau yang positif jadi masukan, kalau yang jelek gak usah dibaca. Anggap aja nothing gitu loh.
Anggap aja nothing.
Ya.
Mungkin Tante mau ada pesan untuk komunitas yang rame-rame nih di sini?
Ya terima kasih aja, kayaknya banyak juga yang mendukung King Matt katanya gitu.
Terima kasih untuk King Matt, tulisannya banyak banget tuh. Banyak banget.
Terima kasih banget, masih banyak yang support Matt gitu kan. Mudah-mudahan Matt kedepannya lebih better, lebih baik lagi. Lebih mau belajar lagi biar jadi lebih bagus. Amin.
Amin. Untuk Matt Tante, semangatin Matt dong Tante nih.
Semangat Matt.
Semangat.
Do the best aja ya Dek ya. Jangan pikirin apa-apa hasilnya, yang penting Dedek main lepas, enjoy the game.
Enjoy the game, dan kita akan enjoy menontonnya Tante.
Pasti.
Sudah siap Tante?
Pasti udah.
Game ketiga, kita akan bersiap langsung ke Land of Dawn. So caster, let's go.
Thank you, madam, for giving birth to a king.
Wow,
That
two
king.
kings, two kings.
You
You
a
a queen, two kings.
Ooh.
Matt and Max.
Max is in Malaysia.
That's true,
Twins.
JP Niners.
Yep. So shout out to Max as well. The king in Malaysia, as we have the king in Indo here, Matt.
Two kings conquering
The
different
double M.
regions. Double M's, Matt and Max.
Max.
Matt Max.
You gotta start Maxing your games, brother, with Oraimo.
Yeah, with Oraimo, you can experience the power of hero sound and also LED digital display visualizations in collaboration with MLBB. It is with the new Airbuds 4. Check out the official Oraimo store and get yours now.
Get yours now, because it's a different sensation when your earbuds case, gives out info.
Usually,
Where else do you get that?
I would test the earbuds and my headsets with the left and right musics. So you go to YouTube and then you type in 3D audio or 4D audio, and then the sound goes around your head.
Ooh.
And then I would test. If it's good, then that means it's good. You know what else is good?
What?
IndieHome.
The connection?
The connection.
The stable connection that can help you play together?
Yes. And of course, it is with IndieHome.
But isn't it super expensive, man?
Nah, it's not. It's not expensive at all. Only 375,000 rupiah. You can get internet with speeds of up to 100 Mbps, 100 Mbps.
That's 100?
Yeah. It's a lot. Subscribe now on
massive.
MyTelkomsel or tcell.id/nasional with paket G21.
Accurate package 1 is
Precise.
what it means. Accurate, precise,
On
exact.
point, well spread.
Well spread. What butter?
There we go, boys. Go ahead and check it
Yeah,
out.
go ahead.
MyTelkomsel or tsl.id/nasional. That means
Nasional.
national in Indonesia.
National.
Man
Okay.
said well spread.
So,
Well spread.
I'm sorry.
Hey, that
my-
was well said.
Thank you. Well played.
That was well read.
That was well. You are well dressed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Doesn't really rhyme though.
I'm sorry.
You messed
Your
it up, but it's
suit,
okay.
you know, it's well pressed.
Wow. Your cast. It was well casted.
Oi!
Okay.
That doesn't
You-
rhyme.
Are we done glazing each other now?
You know what? I gotta say, I'm impressed.
Wow. Okay.
All this glaze is making me thirsty, man.
Yeah, I'm so yeah. Usually glazers are thirsty as well. I'm
Yeah.
thirsty. So of course, with the new drink, the MPL ID Season 14, we drink Lord Has Been Slain. And now it's full cup.
Yes.
Legendary collaboration of
Exactly.
We Drink. MPL ID Season 14 right
Lord has
here.
been slain.
You know, I'm very thirsty. After I try to slay the Lord, I'm
Yeah.
dehydrated.
You can get the grape flavor.
Exactly. It's one of my favorites, man.
The grape. Wow, grape. Let's talk about Aaron Shiki and his performance. Has it been grape or has it been?
I think it has been great.
Yeah, I agree.
But in that particular game, I did not like.
Ooh, you didn't like Aaron Shiki's performance?
Indecisiveness all around. He was forcing his way, desperately trying to get into the fights and just throwing away his leads. And now then,
hey,
what was the problem with Team Liquid ID in that, game 2?
I have a question.
What's that?
You have
your
to answer.
question. Okay.
Ban Suelo's Eve, comfort hero for Fabian, or go back to the surprise picks? What would you choose?
Comfort heroes for Fabian.
Comfort heroes for Fabian?
Yeah.
But it's all banned.
Lancelot is there.
That's true.
I mean, we were just talking about how there are so many options for Team Liquid, right? With their wide,
Let's go Liquid.
more than wide hero pool. So we'll have to see if that is the solution they indeed go for. Because the audience, they voted for the first choice. What was that, America?
That is ban Eve.
Ban Yves. But we have an Aran doppelganger crossing right behind us. That kind of caught me off guard, man.
What's that?
Aran doppelganger? Oh, I see the hair. Yeah, just the hair.
Exactly. It's
though.
literally.
It's just the hair.
Where?
First pick selection here.
Right here.
Home team Rebellion is still
You
going
see
to
him?
Hey,
hold
Aran!
the first pick. Still giving over TLID their comfort side. 83.3% win rate on that red side.
Yeah.
Despite them being a blue team.
So Team Liquid ID kind of stained their
look at that drop.
win rate. Yeah, their drop from 88%,
83.
83% to 76. So yeah, around 7% drop in their second pick. Questionable. Game number 2.
We'll have to see, man. It's quite a steep drop from only one game, but that's the game of numbers, right? Which is why we don't really. It doesn't mean they're that much worse. It's just numbers at this point. But the numbers have shown that Rebellion, they can strike back. They have a working composition right here. Just early on, in match number 1, we saw the solution to a situation like this is to just completely ban out that composition that the other team has as if it's a secret weapon. So we'll have to see for Team Liquid, what's the idea here? Do they want to be a bit more creative? Do they want to go and just ban out the stronger picks from Rebellion and risk having something else used to the same effect? Do they want to just really change up their own composition and, set up their own game plan, right? Like, do they want to really get a winning gold lane, or do they want to play for the jungle? Because for Team Liquid, it usually is them dictating what happens in the game.
Questions raised, and now questions will be answered in the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55 and A35 5G. Again, Rebellion Esports banning 3 assassins. Fabian's hero pool.
Yeah, I will have to say, oh, that's the Hayabusa man. So they're leaving the Moskov open for the Hayabusa. They're trading it out. I'll have to say for Liquid ID, the two picks I did not like in game number 2 was the Julian and also the Vexana. I thought for sure the Valentina would have more value there. If you want to try to replicate what the Eve was able to do, take the ultimate away. That is a good way. There was an Edith as well there, so a Primal Rat to respond over some of that, you know, big, those big ultimates from Rebellion.
Exactly, when a team wants to go for the longer fights and you want to match them at that fight, the Vexana is great, but at the same time, you have a very limited output of spells and damage, so I was thinking something more spammable would have been so much more beneficial. But right now for Rebellion, they're going straight with the Edith pick. Now for the side of Team Liquid, the Phobius didn't work so well in game number 2, but I don't think it's exactly the Phobius' fault, so they can still go for it right here.
I agree. Edith first pick, flexible as well, so mostly it has been played by X-Win compared to Cars, but Cars played in previous game as well, so interesting, and even better. Snatched away alongside the high loss for Team Liquid ID.
Interesting. High loss first over the Phobius, and they go for the Eve. So, is this a challenge to Rebellion? Bring out your Phobius. Let's see how you do Phobius. For Team Liquid now with the slows and the boost in movement speed coming in from the high loss, Team Liquid, they can play the movement game a lot more decisively compared to Rebellion. So I think crowd control is in order.
Yeah, they need dive too. It's not just about the crowd control, right? They need a way to go and get the Eve because, again, main winning condition for Rebellion was the fact that Eve was free hitting the entire time in these fights. They are going to respond over with a Mathilda and an Alpha, so I guess when we're talking about dive, that does, you know, give Rebellion some ways to dive in. Alpha and the Mathilda circling Eagle.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the Mathilda Phobius. Phobius to left open. Again, you know, just exploiting that insane combo with the Mathilda and the Phobius we have seen with GeekFam and Bigatron Alpha. Now, Team Liquid ID. Might they bring the Phobius towards themselves?
Phobius, if they do pick that up, now the flex is gone. I thought they would go for something more in the jungle. Like the Roger fits in right there. When it comes to the flex, this is the way to go. So many possibilities that Rebellion have to kind of consider now. As a result, though, they will not have the Phobius available, but they can ban it right here if they really feel like it's that big of an issue.
Yeah, Moskov taken out again. Same bans in second phase, but this time it's Moskov in the second phase, excuse me, compared to the first phase. Either gonna be Natan taken out by Rebellion Esports. Will they let go of the Harith though?
The Harith right here, I feel like with the way the team have been kind of progressing, it looks difficult for the Harith to really go in as decisively. I know it was meta a couple weeks back, it's pick or ban, but now with teams kind of figuring out the team fight situation, a lot more safer, more flexible heroes are really getting picked over it at this point in time, I feel like.
Yeah. Okay, Team Liquid ID, still with their last ban available towards them. They want to try to tone down the marksman options again for MATT. Again, he was target banned, but mostly he's still able to survive. The Lunox taken out. Is this going to be a counter ban towards a possible Harith pickup?
Yeah, could be it. Or anyway, it would kind of force Rebellion to at least consider the possibility.
There you go.
Yeah, but they go and ban out the Harith. With that though, what's the plan B for Team Liquid if the Harith does get banned out there, right? They used a ban to kind of bait, to try to get that Lunox out of the way, so what is there now that it's no longer available?
They can go carry, they can go Ruby Gold later on, they can also play the Roger in the gold lane. I think they don't really need to care that much about the gold lane just yet, right? The idea was, all right, we get Harith here, we can go for the Lunox ban, but they ended up banning Harith, so they have so many more options, and they decided to go for Ruby. So still keeping the flex alive, by the way, with the Ruby pick. We don't know where the Roger's going, we don't know where the Ruby's going, we don't know where the Hylos is going. It can all go anywhere right now.
Super flex for the side of Team Liquid.
Novaria.
And for Rebellion, Novaria.
This is the second time that we've seen Novaria in Season 14.
I mean, Zuelo is well known for his Novaria. He's a pretty renowned Novaria player.
Yep.
Well, kind of boy. But now Team Liquid ID. That flexibility still in their names. But will they sacrifice it What do they pick in the last pick?
I feel like more interesting. I don't know, man. Looking at like the burst potential, the maneuvers now for Rebellion with all the slows, the Astro Echo as well. It's gonna be a bit too dangerous. I feel like Team Liquid, either they match that aggression or find ways to get out. You know, something that can kind of assist in the escape potential.
Oh, Arlet.
Arlet. So they double down on the aggression. When it comes down to it, when it comes to AoE and combo, there are more playmaking tools available for Team Liquid. Just the way they like it, I would say. For Rebellion, they're more, I would say, pick-off heavy, if anything. They can move and dive forward, but they still have to deal with the first person first before moving on to the rest of the members of Team Liquid.
Yeah, Arlet pickup there might give them that extra engage tool as well, but now the counter index, Arashi.
You can see the counter index, the survivability really favors Team Liquid, and that is something that they use quite often. That's the Revitalize coming in clutch. But is it gonna be enough though? In the early game, it might work out just fine, but the longer the game goes, it's gonna be difficult. So Team Liquid, the early game is where they want to make their move, and if they can shut down that carry before things get kind of hairy, I feel like that is the way to go.
Here we go, Land of Dawn, final straw for both teams. One charging, one retaliating. The Bulls and the Cavalry. Game number 3, Team Liquid ID against Rebellion Esports.
Let's see in the Land of Dawn if Rebellion have what it takes to get this reverse sweep under their belt. A win here would be massive for Rebellion. 1-8 currently in the standings, and it would also deal a massive blow to TLID, who are still trying to get that upper bracket spot for themselves.
Oh, look at this early game Yve aggression though, level 1 and level 2. Yve actually does a very decent amount of damage. When it comes to the clear, with the Hylos being so much more aggressive, Team Liquid, they can take control of the game from the mid lane. Looking at the emblems right in the home though, as the little falls to the hands of Team Liquid, Inspire and Wilderness Blessing for the Novaria and Mathilda. It really is just to assist and help out. I think the bulk of the damage and fighting will be done by Ryota on the Alpha. And as always, it's the full defensive emblem setup for Matt. He just needs to survive long enough. But this is Deja Vu to game number 1 against Aaron Shiki on the Ruby.
Yeah, they inspired to just help them spam the abilities even more. The cooldown reduction is there to be that supplementary player for Rebellion Esports. Again, like how Arashi mentioned, Ryota with the Alpha will deal the damage. And so far, for MATT, he has to survive. Cars going in.
Onward coming down. Oh, good flicker out by Aran. But it is still a big resource burnt out by TLID. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Matt getting chunked quite a bit there. Forced to give away a lot of prio in his lane. But Aran will be able to push back, and that's why Matt stops the recall.
Yeah, still no I'm offended, so no catch towards MATT. He's going to be relatively fine, especially with the defensive emblems.
This is a cut being done by Aaron Shiki though to clear that bot lane. And he's potentially gonna rotate or over to the turtle and try and swing things in balance of his team. But look at this, Cars!
Straight onto it. Oh, good job by Cars there. Fabian still with the steal, the usurper! Wow! Doesn't matter if Cars locked him down.
Lingering behind the defenses of Rebellion Esports. They threw everything to just make him scamper. But that did not matter. Fabian steals it and brings it home.
What a retribution, man. Fabian showing again his level and his mechanics as always. Now with that small victory, both teams are still not really gaining any sort of momentum. But you can see the Team Liquid, when it comes to the clearing, they're a lot more independent, which allows them to kind of make those plays solo a lot better than they had in game number 2, where they kind of were forced to play as a team. Even when Rebellion has this Mathilda, that in theory in the early game can be so much more annoying, more sustainable, and do some damage, you're seeing that there's not a lot of things that X-Win can do right here to swing things in their balance, but look at Ryota.
Pushing damage down with a forced use of Glorious Pathway. It's been a while since we've seen the Novaria, huh? The Astral Echo comes down, man. I'm happy to say Astral Echo again.
It's like a strange sighting in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah.
When the Astral Echo popped up. You know, it used to be very meta in Season 12, Season 13.
Novaria? What season is this?
Yes! It used to be a staple pick, and now it's just a very, very niche occurrence where the Novaria pops up.
Well, history tends to repeat itself. This comes in loops. Now we're back to the long range, because we're seeing a lot of teams punish that lack of range, but the combo hero stat right here 100% for Rebellion. See if they can maintain this insane stat of one game. But with 20 seconds to go here, Team Liquid once again, the setup advantage, the Hyla's survivability advantage. The Novaria can be as pesky as the Eve, but when it comes to the pure damage output and the spammability, the Novaria have to wait a bit longer to really match the danger of the Eve.
Yeah, total setup now. Preparing themselves to get this objective. Fabian closing in on his teammates, and Cars behind the bush might look for a play. As Team Liquid ID, they have Prio on this turtle.
Ooh.
But I'm looking to just push Witty. Zones out Cars.
It's a great move front and back by Witty to bait out the Earth Shatter. Look at Cars taking a lot of damage. Of course, Suelo isn't taking it any easy as well, but Astral Echo.
5 members connected over. Speed of Alpha coming down with a real manipulation, but it's Fabian again who wins out the victory battle. Goes into like pounds. Matt with a purify, but you cannot purify damage. The Vengeance's Aran tanks up the turret and gets a double.
The cavalry strikes first, and they strike 3. Matt, Xwin, and Ryota gone as they get everything and lose nothing.
They have the Sword Retribution. They have secured the more dangerous mid laner in the early game, and they went for it, man. With the Roger, with the glorious pathway, Team Liquid, that was a very dangerous chase, and Rebellion are powerless to do anything against it. Even with the slows coming in from Sway Low, it just would not matter, man. And Aran on the Arlet, you're seeing a different style here, the good old aggressive Aran.
Yeah, that's what we like. Aran with the Arlet this time around is the playmaker. We don't see him much of that, but Fabian, I think he stole the XP crab. And yeah, that's gonna bolster and even hasten his level growth. And Witty just looking to invade the jungle area now. As Rebellion Esports, they lose that bottom side turret, means that the pressure exerted by Team Liquid ID is even greater now.
Seeing them just struggle to really go for a normal farming rotation, Witty, knowing that the early game is so simple for him, right? He's just too tanky to be taken out. So he's just walking up and being an absolute nuisance. And even if he doesn't really get a steal or a kill or a pick-off, it still allows his team to really get information, and that kind of allows them to rotate around in the right moments. We'll see right here, with the top turret being the only, the outer turret is standing, it's just the mid lane and top side turret. So Team Liquid, they're taking it easy for the turtle, but if they do get this one, they're gonna play for a bit of a dive or a cutoff from the turrets for Rebellion.
Yeah, an MPL ID Extremer, this time it's TL ID Reja. So, of course, a lot of watch parties happening, but now Turtle so free for Team Liquid ID.
Oh,
even body block.
Even attempts to steal there.
The wall from Witty. Witty and Arana will just stand there in case the Astral Spear does come around. And look at that. Now Rebellion are the ones confused. What do they do right here? In a 4-on front to back, they don't really win out. The only real play they have is to really abuse that range coming in from Sway Low.
Yeah.
But to do that, they need information. And the Hyla's difference is denying all of that.
Yeah, I mean, Astral Echo does provide you with that, but again, has its own cooldowns. And Matt just trying to defend the bottom side turret. Team Liquid ID now with the full bravery, full confidence. Chinky.
I'm offended under the turret there, forcing the guiding wind defensively. But it doesn't seem like TLID can really go for any of the forces into bottom lane, not even a siege, because they need Fabian when they go for sieges.
Yeah, that's just a taunt. Now the question becomes, Arashi, what's Rebellion Esports' winning condition?
Or Rebellion, you gotta wait a bit more for Matt, but look at this. Woo!
Quicksilver's pathway just his own away. Cheki! With the I'm offended to bring them all the way back. The Spirit of Alpha from Yona. Just to put himself in even more of a dangerous spot. Well played to Aaron on the Ruby.
That crazy Ruby play for Iron Man. And the glorious pathway from Witty. This composition is locking in together so much better. And look at the cut, man. No one's allowed to even get close to the turret. And you're seeing the issue here. Matt really isn't winning as hard as he was in game number 1. He's only at the 2-item power spike at 8 minutes. Let's take a look at the replay here by the Samsung Galaxy series. It all begins with the glorious pathway zoning everyone back. And unfortunately for them, they kind of underestimated the aggressiveness of Iron. And you can see with Witty popping the Vitalize, Matt was full on hitting him, free hitting him, and he wasn't able to take him down. This is Team Liquid getting the full benefit of the high loss tankiness.
So good. Aaron Chicky. It's the first time we see him playing the Ruby in this series, and it seems like he's experienced. He plays this pretty well. And now the Lord, Dance of Team Liquid ID, Rebellion Esports, they don't really see a window where they can really enter the pit. Cars will be the one leading the charge. But yeah, it's gonna be free for Fabian to take.
It's just the Hylas, man, the Witty. They were shooting out spells, doing damage, and everything is just tanked up by Witty. Until they find a way to discourage Witty, to punish him for just standing there, they're just gonna lose out. They can't even tell if the Lord is up or if it's even low. With a 7k gold advantage, with the Novaria we were highlighting earlier, really failing to allow Rebellion any kind of space, any kind of information, and any difference in the fight even with the AoE slow. You're seeing Team Liquid make a play with the Lord, setting up for a 3-way push potentially, and they do have that Yi for the siege situation, man.
There's another wave coming down too, so they're going to be able to take the Holy Defense. With the first wave here, that is 2 Holy Defenses popped in. Now a bottom lane Holy Defense should be popped as well with the Lord. Great Dragon Spear ready for Fabian. The Blur's Pathway coming down again. Run! Find the final slash into the I've offended and into the real world manipulation as Fabian just claws his way into these skirmishes. That's a double already for Fabian. Matt cannot look for any more damage. Fabian with a Lycan Power.
Fabian
Getting a triple with the Endless Battle. That true damage is doing work. That might be a Maniac. Is that 7? I'm offended. A 7 going to be the 9 away from Flava Fave. He can only just be happy with a Maniac, but I'm glad that he got it. 2-1, Liquid ID.
So close, yet so far for the Savage to happen. But the win is what matters the most. And the Cavalry, they ram down the Bulls. Horns raging no more. Team Liquid ID, they get the 2-1 victory. And they solidify themselves even further up top in the standings.
Team Liquid used Rebellion's own weapons against them, and the Bulls were completely bewildered. Olede says, and the Bull does not land the horns. Team Liquid, way too maneuverable, way too decisive, and they're showing why. There are levels to this game. There's a reason why they are potentially threatening the upper bracket slots.
Let's go Liquid. You can hear it here in the stands. Aaron Shiki flexing his, what is that, hot pack? What is?
That's a patch.
It's a patch.
That's a hot patch.
A hot patch.
We call it koyo over here in Indonesia.
It's for your hands, folks. You can see one on King MATT as well. But here, Cars is giving props to Fabian. You can see the sportsmanship. Unfortunate for Rebellion, 1 and 9. Now, even deeper into the trenches of MPL ID in the red zone. But for TLID, all smiles as they have been able to continue this 3-game win streak, or 3-match win streak to 4.
Insanity happening. I mean, everyone was online. Witty with the blocking around with the initiation. Yeskel doing his own thing with the Yiv, and then comes in Aaron Chiki with the pull. Fabian just scratching the scrapes of Team Liquid ID, almost with the Savage. But of course, we will talk with the victors upstage with Bude Clara Mongstar for the winners interview.
Panas, panas, panas. Kayaknya suhu badanmu nih yang panas nih. Bagaimana ini? Akhirnya 2-1 didapatkan oleh tim Liquid ID. Yeay. Siapa yang ulang tahun?
Fabian sama Wisman.
Berdua.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Faf. HBD Wis.
Ini HBD. Jadi ini untuk kado satu sama lain ya?
Ya.
Iya. Namun kali ini di leg 1, 2-0. Di leg ini, 2-1. Kalian mematahkan semua prediksi dari para talent yang mengira kalau kalian bakal 2-0. Bagaimana kalian menghadapi match hari ini?
Mereka improve sih. Karena banyak motivasi dari coachnya kan.
Motivasi?
Yoi.
Membuat mereka lebih baik?
Enggak sih, motivasi doang kan, nggak bisa ngasih strategi.
Waduh. Berarti kalian bisa membaca semua strateginya tuh?
Hah, strategi?
Bukan?
Motivasi doang gak sih?
Oh, oke. Yang penting semangat gitu ya?
Yoi.
Pejuang. Namun kalau dari tadi, berarti game kedua itu aya naon, what happen?
Kurang enak badan Bude.
Oke. Reason ini alasan gak ini?
Beneran dong, masa gimmick?
Oh beneran. Nah ya hangat. Tapi tadi kamu bermain dengan Ruby
Ya.
di game pertama. Ide dari mana itu?
Dari mana Cil? Oh katanya respecting match. Soalnya gua nggak berani kalau face to face lawan dia main marksman gitu.
Oh, oke. Makanya Budi penasaran, wow, menghadapi King Matt menggunakan Ruby. Apakah itu jawaban?
Jawaban karena dia kuat banget landingnya, kacau.
Oke, lalu hari ini kita melihat bahwa perjuangan kalian baru dimulai. Terus berakhir juga karena cuma satu match doang. Widi menghadapi tim Rebellion hari ini tertatih-tatih tidak?
Game kedua agak sih. Tadi jadi kuda ngefit.
Oke, lalu comebacknya gimana? Kok game ketiga kalian galak sekali?
Karena tadi game 3 kita baru mencoba adaptasi sama sama draft yang tadi mereka kasih kan di game 1 sama game 2. Jadi kita game 3-nya baru adaptasi gitu, baru nyadar.
Baru menyadari, apa yang tuh kalian rubah di game ketiga?
Ya dari prioritas kita terus dari band pick-nya.
Band dan pick-nya.
Soalnya emang tadi kita nggak nyangka mereka bakal ngeluarin band 3 atas itu kan.
Oh, namun ngebandnya kayaknya hero-hero Favian gak sih? Apa respon Favian ketika, wah signature hero Favian di band.
Bagus itu dia, respect itu namanya.
Wah, kamu senang?
Senang dong, karena di respect.
Wah.
Dia senang banget Budi sampai mau bikin SG.
Waduh, mau bikin ya nanti ya?
Yoi.
Nanti kita tunggu ya di IG-nya berarti ya?
Nggak, bohong.
Oke.
Jangan gitu.
Tapi ada yang nggak bohong, ada sesuatu yang terjadi. Terjadi pergerakan, bukan di Land of Down, tapi di klasemen. Pergerakan seperti apa yang dilakukan oleh tim Liquid? Mari kita saksikan bersama-sama. Oh, the cavalries, wow! Tim Liquid ID berada di posisi 3, menurunkan Sang Raja Langit, menggeser Forfeit Champions. Favian?
Alhamdulillah Bude.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah bisa top 3 klasmen. Semoga bisa upper bracket.
Upper bracket. Sesuai yang Yeskiel inginkan. Yeskiel semakin naik nih ya berarti.
Ya Bre.
Omongan laki harus dipegang berarti ya?
Ya harus.
Tapi kan di sini Fnatic Onyx adalah lawan kalian selanjutnya.
Ya.
Bagaimana cara kalian untuk mempertahankan posisi 3 nih? Dan mungkin naik lagi.
Pasti kita mau naik lagi sih. Jadi ntar hari Minggu harusnya seru lawan Onyx.
Menghadapi Fnatic Onyx, apa yang kalian diskusikan? Atau siapa yang paling kalian, ini nih harus hati-hati nih.
Si Kairi.
Kairi, berarti Favian nih yang dari tadi.
Favian.
Aduh lawan Kairi nih. Kairi apa Albert ya?
Kairi aja Bude.
Kenapa Kairi?
Karena ganteng.
Kamu suka lawan yang
kan emang ganteng kan? Ya udah. Ya dia pengen lawan Kairi aja.
Sama-sama black tengah?
Hah?
Rambut belah tengah kayak kamu dong? Apa nih strategimu untuk melawan Kairi?
Nggak tahu. Semoga aja dia bisa adu link sama Fanny.
Adu link dan Fanny?
Ya, semoga itu aja sih. Terus
bisa adu assassin?
Ya, biar seru aja.
Biar seru aja. Kairi kan sudah melalang buana nih di MPL. Kamu sudah melihat dari permainannya. Berarti kamu pede dong bisa melawannya?
Pede banget. Dia jago, cuma lebih jago gue sih.
Waduh, keren.
Salah itu yang sebelah, sorry.
Enggak gitu.
Enggak gitu.
Mau diralat?
Ya, ralat.
Apa? Ralatnya apa?
Ya enggak jadi.
Enggak jadi, udah enggak ada ralat ya?
Kairi jago, tapi lebih jago gua sih, Bude. Ada spasinya dulu, Cil.
Oh, ada ya?
Ada, sama aja.
Sama-sama.
Sama aja.
Cuma itu kan tim sebelah.
Iya. Oke. Jangan, namun di sini Aran anteng-anteng wae ini anak-anaknya udah happy banget di panggung. Kamu happy nggak Aran? Dengan progres dari tim Liquid ID yang sepertinya meranjak terus.
Lagi mau fokus buat lawan Onyx aja sih Bude. Bohong dia ngambek Bude kalau lain sama Kars.
Sebenarnya seberat itu melawan Kars?
Enggak ya. Orang dari tadi 3 game menang.
Weh, ayo. Namun kuat di laning. EXP kan sekarang juga, apalagi nanti lawanmu juga nextnya adalah Fnatic Onyx.
Iya.
Bagaimana kamu melihat lawan-lawanmu EXP lane yang ada di MPL Indonesia, Ran?
Buat season sekarang ya? Biasa aja sih semuanya, Bude.
Biasa aja?
Ya.
Nggak ada yang membuatmu terkesima?
Enggak sih, enggak ada.
Apa yang harus dilakukan oleh EXP lane? Kalau kamu gimana?
Mungkin tugas XP lane sekarang season 14, cara ngalahin aku aja sih.
Waduh. Mengalahkan Aran. EXP lane dinantikan Aran. Serem banget pastinya. Leg pertama, kalian kalah dengan Fnatic Onyx. Leg kedua, apa yang harus kita nantikan dari tim Liquid ID?
Apa ya? Leg kedua kan kita beda roster semua, jadi kayak udah pasti kita yang menang sih, 2-0.
Sudah pasti, mereka yang menang. Keyakinan sudah didapatkan oleh tim Liquid ID. Ada yang mau disampaikan penutupan?
Penutupannya pokoknya banyakin ini sih, apa sih namanya tuh? Enggak jadi. Intinya nonton kita di hari apa? Hari Minggu melawan Fnatic Onyx, karena itu pasti game yang sangat seru. Pertarungan antara Godlander GG. Kalau yang barusan kan, ya udah terima kasih udah nonton.
Terima kasih udah nonton. Godlander GG akan dilawan. Pertemuannya akan kita nantikan. Inilah dia, tim Liquid ID.
Zooming past Onyx with a newly refreshed young blood lineup is not something that I expected in this year to happen, and it happened. Team Liquid ID, they officially overtake Onyx, but for only today.
For only today. Tomorrow, Onyx has a chance to come back, obviously.
No, Onyx will come back.
We got Donnie 2.0 here. I hope you're not an Arsenal fan.
I'm not. Thankfully not. Thankfully I'm not. I'm happy.
Thankfully you're not. Gee.
I see the national team doing well. Real Madrid winning their games. Fnatic Onyx making it to the playoffs. So it's been a nice life.
That's a very low expectation from Fnatic Onyx. And just making it to the playoffs. This is a 4P champion we're talking about.
That's true.
And they will have a chance tomorrow to go up against RQ and to maybe claim their spot back against Liquid, who have usurped their position. Flava Fave, you usurper, you.
So beautiful, so handsome, so strong. It is going to be
Aaron
Chicky. It is Aaron Chicky.
Okay.
Both. MVP. Presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A55 and A35 5G.
Game 1, he was 005. Now he's 006. Maybe against Fnatic Onyx, he will be 007. No, 8.
Oh, 8.
Because 007 is James Bond.
That's true.
You have to be another 00. That's a new 00. Aaron Bond.
Bond Chicky.
Bond Chicky.
Well,
James Chicky.
Whatever you want to call him, he is dang good at that gold lane, man. On the marksman's great. Now, with the Ruby in his arsenal, what the heck were we watching, man? It seems like everything was going in so slow, so calculated, but this was the X factor. The fact that he was able to just make those crazy plays as a guy who usually plays a gold laner. In theory, it's not the same mindset. So let's take a look at the official highlight of the player of the match by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. And early on, you can see that, man, the moment Rebellion's formation crumbles, the moment they can't maintain their front lines, it's over, man. Look at this chase. How do you even get away? That's even before talking about the damage output the same issue that was faced by Team Liquid in Game 1, in Game 2 I mean. In Game 3 now it's the same exact case. Sway low, Astral Echo, Astral Sphere, Astral Meteor. Now what? He stands there, waiting around. Meanwhile, look at Haskill. Vengeance for the result of game number 2 is spamming out the spells left and right. And let's talk about that damage, man. You can see this. Matt going forward, Fabian just scratches him down.
Yeah, almost a Savage. So close, but we will listen to the gold moment by UBS Gold.
Golet. Oh, orang bilang, gua jaga kecil. Aman. Gua tutup karinya, boy. Kari purify. Ya, aman. Kaja dulu. Nice, boy. Ini alpha lompat sih. Tabrak aja kari yuk. Ayo, ulti aja. Gas. Gua terus. Gua joining aja. Tower dulu. Lagi boy. Gua tan kari. Ayo, Sul.
Udah meledak. Ayo di atasnya.
Atas. Siapapun Sul.
Enggak, aran dulu.
Oke. Gua slow. Kalau udah betul. Laseran. Lagi. Fight. Aman boy. Gua makan damage-nya, boy.
Saya back dong.
Tower lu, boy.
Fokus turret dulu. Mid. Gua masih ada spell flicker, guys.
Ya, masih ada Aran.
Saya back sini.
Top 10 heartbreaking moments.
No, Savage. He wanted it. He saw it in his eyes, but then X-Win was like, X-Win, also X-Savage, bro.
Yeah.
No Savage for you.
No Savage.
He's like, it's not part of my job, bro.
It's not part of my job.
I'm supposed to help you like win the game, not get Savages, so not my problem. 10 minutes and 25 seconds, by the way.
That was a short, that's a really short, 10:25, man.
That's the amount of pace the Team Liquid was pushing onto Rebellion. No time at all to take to recover. And only, man, it's the first, was it the first Lord end?
That was, yes, 10:25.
What the heck?
10:25.
It came out of nowhere, man.
And a Savage almost, you know?
Yeah, considerably fragile, the Lord. But something I wanted to mention was Sway Low, 001. I thought it was going to be 000, but yeah, X-Win got the kill.
It might be the last, the
last push with the towards the fountain.
Base kill with Fabian on the Roger. Yeah,
that's true.
We should just not reveal those win rates. You know, last time we saw that combo, we were talking about Lolita Hanabi being 100% win rate around the world. Alter Ego lost.
Alpha
right after
Matilda.
that stat. Now we see the Matilda Alpha that was 100%, and now it has lost as well.
Yeah.
Every time we show these stats, man,
it's a jinx.
It's a jinx.
It's because of you, man.
Matilda is still safe.
Yeah,
Matilda is okay.
But if you look at the items earlier, though, your Haskill went for the Blood Wings, man. So there's still a degree of respect right there. And maybe just trying to mitigate the poke damage coming in from Sway Low. So there's that. But Witty, no real Dominance Ice or Blade Armor. No, he knows that Matt won't be allowed to play the game at all. So he goes straight for the Anti-Cuirass. Just to deal with the extra damage coming in from Ryota, from cards as well, technically. And you're seeing that this strategy is just made to make a statement that your gold laner isn't going to play the game, bro. Like, deal with it.
It's so hard for Matt to really make an impact. But of course, the rich guy, it's Fabian. 983 GPM, the carry still is Sway Low. He has been hitting the shots. Yep. Considerably high percentage, but again, he has skill with the Eve, just needs to chill, you know, he's just chilling in the back line, popping the RWM, throwing away things left and right, and you know, don't need to press any much of a buttons, and yeah, you're just chilling and getting the kills and the wins. And
chill, man, chill.
And getting the points.
Exactly. You have to give an honorable mention to Witty though. Sandbag and Best Wingman on the Hylas. This whole composition was built on that glorious pathway, enabling everything, man. The fact that Rebellion Esports fell for that I'm a fan that plays so often is because Aaron Shiki is deceptively quick on that glorious pathway. He gets close and then he backs away, and then the immediate like pump fake into an engage. Moments like that, and he was really good with the zoning. Let's be real here. No vision at all was allowed for Rebellion. These are blind bulls in the Land of Dawn.
Bulls with no
blindfolded
horns.
by the horse.
Okay. Yeah. Blindfolded by the matadors.
That's a weird image.
It's a horse.
But technically, the horses should outrun bulls, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
I've never seen people travel.
And they should
with
also
bulls.
have more stamina.
That's true.
Than bulls, right?
Yeah,
and it shows that Team Liquid ID, they're able to open up new horizons. You know, Aaron Shiki finally playing the Flex gold laner, the Ruby, and
you know what's crazy actually?
What?
I just realized this.
What?
TLID are water horses, right?
Liquid. Technically, yeah.
Okay, so
my Chinese zodiac is water horse.
Really?
Yeah.
What? Wait.
Is it actually?
What's a water horse?
I don't know, but you know, usually like for Chinese zodiac, there's a horse, and then like there are elements.
So,
depending on which year you're born in, you get like an animal.
Oh, okay.
Basically,
Chinese zodiac.
And then for each like repetitions, it's a different element technically. That's how it works. So
okay.
Rico's a water horse.
Water.
I'm a fire rat though.
He's a fire rat.
A fire.
Wow. When you say it out loud, just fire rat. You're a rat. The first time I saw Team Liquid's logo was back in 2015, I guess, 2014. And I saw, you know, their names, obviously Team Liquid, but the logo was a horse. Where's the liquid in it? Doesn't make sense.
That's an interesting observation, bro.
That's an interesting observation there. But I think Liquid is more of like their logo is a horse.
Yeah.
But Liquid is their style of play. They're so flexible, adaptive in every single game that we see in MPL Indonesia. That's the way they play. They're so adaptive and they're so good at improv gameplay because every single game they tackle it differently with every single draft. Even with the same draft, they tackle it differently.
That's true. And now, of course, we want to listen to the audience highlight by Ale Baldwin.
Oh, Baldwin? Calvin Winata?
Winata?
Is that you?
Wow. After failing in 2 meetings against the LID, how can Rebellion rebound in the next match? According to me, Rebellion tends to be slow to warm up, often lagging behind in mid-rotations and less aggressive than the opponent's play. Suelo and Ryota needs to improve. If King Matt can improve, why can't the others? Keep it up, Rebellion.
I think Suelo did improve. Come on, we got to give Suelo some props here. He did a very good job. Ryota, on the other hand,
struggling game.
On the Haya, it was still pretty good, but on the Alpha...
But first pick?
Yeah, first pick.
Haya. I think it was something that is forced to him. So he did not have much of an option, especially...
Once he was banned out, we saw that again. Maybe this is the reason they always first pick it. The Alpha, 0% KP, by the way.
That's true. And of course, we want to take a look at the play of the day by Kidia. This was Iron Chiki's, I'm offended, I think. Under the turret that he was able to pull 2 or 3 players in towards him.
Oh, I think this was where they were trying to pick him off and he turns it around.
Ah, okay.
Exactly. And then goes back in, survives right here.
Ah, yeah.
Sets up his team for success, you know, sets the tone for the rest of the fights there.
Yeah. He's so adaptive with the Ruby as well. So it has been proven that Aaron Chiki is not a one-trick pony. Not only the Moskov main, like I am.
Not only the Moskov,
or
Carry,
the Roger,
Harith,
Carry,
Natan.
We haven't seen him play the Claude, have we?
No, not yet. That is for Kabuki.
Claude is, yeah, that's true. Okay, standing update for MPL ID Season 14. As we take a look at the standings, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A55 and A55 5G. Team Liquid ID, 1 step ahead of Fnatic Onyx. They overtake the Sky Kings.
But Evo's making a comeback here to position 8. Man.
The miracle. Okay,
they didn't play.
That's insane. They're not playing, but they're able to climb up a ranking.
Lifted them up.
Rebellion
lifted them up.
They took 1 bullet for the team.
From a blue team to a blue team by a blue team.
Okay, the question is, do you think EVO's Glory is still able to make it to the playoffs?
I don't think so, honestly. I'll be honest with you. No, but I do think their new roster is really, I wouldn't say really good, but it's
exciting.
Better. It's better. It's better than the previous lineup, for sure. But is it going to be enough to beat the top dogs? They still have to meet RRQ, Fnatic, Onyx, and Liquid, by the way. Their only Leg 2 match that they're done with is Bigatron Alpha. So, yeah, I'm not too sure if they're going to be making it to the playoffs because I think 2-3 more losses and it's going to be tough, but they will have a chance to at least prove themselves with this new lineup tomorrow.
Ooh, spicy schedule for tomorrow. Dewa United against EVO's Glory. Of course, a chance for EVOS to pick up another win. Ultra Ego will meet Geek Fam, and of course, to close it out, as the dessert, it is going to be the Royal Derby. Arashi, watch out.
You're going down, realize?
Really?
We have no idea.
Nah. You want me to get up there? Or do you want me...
Up where?
Or do you want to go down by yourself?
Oh!
What? What?
Standings, Arashi.
Standings, Arashi. You're above us, come on!
Oh, okay. Took me a while. I was like,
slow boy.
Slow poke.
How are you going to get up there if we're going to beat you tomorrow?
Whoa!
Hey! King Kairi is in the building.
Oh,
with King Albert as well.
First match, it was King Albert against RRQ. So are they going to deploy King Kairi?
They're going to deploy King Realize.
King
See, the
Rez.
thing is, realize, I think what you need to think about is your name right here. Because it's about time that you realize, maybe, if King Kyrie plays tomorrow and they still lose, you don't have any more excuses.
Yeah, that's true.
You're in a tough spot, man. You're the edge of the,
when you're the 4P champions, you can do anything. And if you want to do anything,
Disagree.
you can use the Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G, which is the smartest choice for consumers' satisfaction with upgraded camera, battery, and design. And now, the Circle to Search feature makes online searches even more efficient. If you're looking for something but don't know the keyword, just take a picture, circle the object, and voila! You'll instantly know what the object is and where to find it. Truly top class.
Realize
the Galaxy.
I really want to know what glasses Hirashi's wearing, you know?
Yeah,
So
please.
for instance, we put it right there. Nice little pair of glasses. I can't see.
Yeah.
But we
nice selfie.
We take a picture.
You're taking a picture of
the glasses.
But how is that gonna help you search it up, Hirashi? Come on, just search it up,
You're
man.
kidding.
No. So see, you open up this menu.
Okay.
There's a menu right here. I can't see it because But then you circle around.
Okay.
Whatever object, and just like that,
Wow.
glasses pop out.
Well, that's the same
Witchcraft.
frame. You got the same frame. Yo, Samsung, you crazy with it, man. You making real innovations when
Is it showing up?
others
I can't see it.
aren't really doing anything.
They're stagnating.
Yeah.
Is it working?
Wow,
okay.
It is. Hirashi, wear your glasses. It's the same exact frame too. You guys can search up for.
Yeah, because it's AI powered, dude. It doesn't just take
Wow.
pictures of glasses.
You don't need to buy like an absolute new phone, right?
Yeah,
to just
you
get
don't
that
need-
AI
you
feature.
don't-
This already has it.
You don't need to buy the feature.
You don't need to buy the feature?
Inside the phone, no.
Wow.
You don't need to buy the feature to access Circle to Search. You only need the Samsung A55, A35, 5G.
That's why I personally have a Samsung phone as well. And when I decide to upgrade, I'm going to upgrade like with Samsung's competitor. The other Samsung.
The other Samsung.
That's the real competitor right here.
So
alright?
Circle E2, my friends.
Yeah. The S series competes with the A series, competes with the Z
Z
series,
Fold.
all right? So that's the real competitor.
That's true. If you're interested, head over to samsung.com/ID or visit the nearest Samsung store. Get an awesome gaming experience and also the Circle to Search with the Galaxy
Circle Search.
A55, A35 5G.
Honestly, I can't wait for the next gen Samsung phone.
What?
Huh?
What's the next gen?
Well, you have to find out later. You gotta Erigo wherever you go first, brother.
Yeah, that's true. Can't
get spoilers.
I'm gonna
up in
go
here.
to the Samsung store with Erigo merch up on my sleeves. Wow.
Is this Erigo?
It is. Erigo.
You were lying.
Nah, it's
Realize?
Erigo.
Nah,
It's
Erigo's
pressed.
much better than
It's
that.
just present to me because Erigo, wherever you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just got a care package from
Exactly.
Erigo wherever you
That's
go.
true.
And man, we got that varsity that looks absolutely amazing.
The
And
jersey as well.
At this point, the only thing I can ask for Erigo is I want more. It's so good. It's my everyday drip.
Yeah.
But sometimes
Sometimes?
too blind
Ah.
to see and accept and kind of, appreciate what I got.
Yeah.
Help me see. Help me appreciate, realize.
I'll help you see and realize that all
How?
we need, after we have the drip, the phones, we need
phone,
peripheral vision. We
Why?
need to
Arashi didn't
envision our
vision
dreams.
circle the thing on the Samsung phone?
Because he's not able to see. And if you want to see, you can use Saturdays, because Saturdays is winning looks for winning gamers. Brought to you by Saturdays and MPL ID. This eyewear is a secret weapon for dominating the battlefield. It is available at www.saturdays.com and all Saturdays stores. Stay up to date by following at saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram and TikTok, as we have something new coming in for season 14.
There's a new collab on season 14?
There,
I
I think
already
so.
got the MVP collection.
That won't matter anymore.
Oh,
That's
man.
outdated because we have a new collection.
You know what? I sometimes buy groceries. And I'm just too lazy to walk out and to go there and to walk into offline store and buy my things. I sometimes just want it delivered to me with a click of a button.
You can do that with Click Indomaret.
Oh,
because
wow.
with Click Indomaret, you
Didn't
can
know
feel
that.
the ultimate skill of free delivery and be ready to receive your groceries in as little as 1 hour. Let us take care
1
of your
hour?
grocery needs while you're enjoying the MPL ID Season 14 with Click Indomaret. You
play a game
shop
of MLB.
online like you shop in store. You can even, just sit down in the MPL ID arena, pop the Click Indomaret app, order some food or order some groceries, and done.
Just on that note, right? I
Delivered.
mean, you have to understand that not having to go there on your own is great. Not having to look throughout the whole store to pick your groceries is great. me personally, I love my time, bro, and not standing in the line.
Time is money,
right?
bro.
Waiting around.
Time is money.
Is priceless, man. Click Indomart, as always. It just saves you so much time.
And if you're done with groceries, you want to eat something, grab something.
It takes too much time.
You know,
Yeah,
it's too much time
to cook.
That's why you should use and enjoy meals from Yummy Choice.
Yummy Choice?
Yeah, Yummy Choice offers Nusantara menu. That means Nusantara.
Indonesian?
That's like Indonesian food. That's
food.
delicious and ready in a short time. You can make your MPL ID Season 14 experience taste more delicious with Yummy Choice. My personal choice is the nasi rendang. So
Wait, they have rendang?
Yeah, they have rendang.
That's
so
crazy.
Usually,
That's local.
when I would go from like long train trips, you know, train rides, and I reach Jakarta in like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, I'm hungry. And the stores are closed, except for Indomaret.
Wow.
Indomaret, they sell the Yummy Choice. So all you do is just buy the nasi rendang or nasi ayam geprek or whatever it is,
Whatever.
heat it up in the
Wow.
microwave, and you're done. Set to go. Easy as that, authentic food as well.
Go ahead, check it out, ladies and gentlemen, because with Yummy Choice, you guys can level up your game. And also, you can level up your game with a new hero, because a lot of times when you go and pick up the new heroes at launch, they're usually pretty busted. So you guys can get some easy dubs with the new hero Suyo pack. It'll be officially available on the 21st of September.
Yeah, you can get the hero and Suyo Penetrated Violence skin for just 469
Suyo.
diamonds in the first
Yo,
week.
he looks cool as heck.
Yeah, he does look cool. He
He
looks
does.
like a buff Ling.
He looks like
Ling on steroids.
Just looks like a Ling skin, a Ling legend skin.
Well, apparently, so Suyo is a Nuo master from KD
He's a what?
equivalents. He's a Nuo master.
What's that?
That's
Like
a martial arts of some sort.
Yeah.
So, you know, he has a great deep backstory if you want to get into it, man. Mobile
love
Legends
lore.
lore is popping off, dude. I'm waiting for the time where it becomes serious enough that we might get something like a series, man.
Yeah.
That's the stuff.
Do
That's
it, Moonton.
that's
Give
where
us
it's
that
at.
series.
And of course, we also want to flex on our enemies. After making an outplay one of the
Tas, 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 tas,
you can
tas,
do
tas,
that
tas.
with the new recalls. Here it is, one of the most exciting and new collaborations in MPL Indonesia,
Evos?
featuring
Geek?
special recall effects for some
Rebellion?
teams. We have the EVOS Glory Recall effect, Rebellion Esports, Liquid ID, Geek Fam, and Dewa United Esports. You can also choose between the recalls that you have. Don't forget, the release date is on September 19th, 2024. Make sure you get all of them because they will be limited edition.
Which one is your favorite, guys?
My favorite is going to be the Rebellion Esports.
Ooh, the poll. What about you, Arashi?
Ooh, I don't know, man. You know, some of these, I just wish there was another option, if you know what I mean. But I guess if I had to settle, I would go for the liquid one.
Me personally, I like that Geek Fam one, man. It's
What?
the meme. You know, you get 5 dudes just dancing as well
That's
while
true.
you're recalling. I love that.
And then you stand in a line and then you go.
yeah,
like-
exactly. I like that.
Hey, speaking of the new
Does the
hero,
music play as well?
Yeah. There's music.
wow,
Yeah, really cool.
there's new music, and of course matches coming up for Rebellion Esports. So they will be facing Fnatic Onyx
Oh my God,
and
what?
Bigatron Alpha. One advice for them: go. No advice? One advice
luck.
for them: go.
Oh man, these are some.
No advice?
Oh man.
Hang in there, bro.
Oh man.
Hang in there is not an advice. It's much more of a desperation call.
If this was like UFC, it's kind of like Chito Vera going up against Francis Ngannou, you know?
Francis
Oh,
Ngannou.
wow.
And of course, for Team Liquid ID, they will be facing the Sky Kings, and they might have the chance to move away, Onyx dominance in the standings, and of course, against Bigatron Alpha, which is Mirko's team, and then against
These are
EVOS Glory.
some tough matches. So
Banger
every team
matches.
has Fnatic, Onyx, and Bigatron next. What the heck? Oh man, the blue teams are in for a lot of trouble.
Yeah,
Coincidence?
I think not. And of course, if you want to feel the atmosphere, if you want to see Fnatic Onyx beat RRQ right here in the arena, you can buy the MPL ID Season 14 tickets now. Only on MPL Indonesia website, regular season from August 9th to October 6th, 2024. You can get a 10% discount and a 10k GoPay coin cashback for a limited quota. You can pay with GoPay, in which the ticket starts from 85,000 rupiah.
Your English teacher is whack. It's 9th.
Exactly.
Don't follow him. Don't
It's
follow
Nint.
him.
Yeah, because my English teacher is Silvana with a Classroom Glam skin, which is a expired promo.
Maybe that's why. It's expired. You
That's
know?
true.
Yeah, are you speaking like 1800s English?
Wait,
I don't even think 1800s.
wait, talking about the new hero. Do you guys know Lucas?
Lucas?
Yeah, Lucas.
Who's Lucas?
That's also a new hero. tested in the advanced server.
Oh, we don't talk about the advanced server heroes just yet, you know?
Ah, okay.
But what do you think about Lucas, man?
Busted.
Busted?
That's like every MLBB hero in release.
That's true. You know, when the Novaria was, Fovius revamp as well.
Zeusin.
It takes some time to balance, you know?
I gotta ask though, like, why is he named after an average bloke?
I don't know. His name Lucas. My name is Relies.
Maybe someone else will know.
His name is Miracle.
Yeah,
His name is Arashi. And that is it for us today. An MPL ID Season 14. Because tomorrow will be the banger matches. So there you go, MPL ID Season 14. We own this.
See you guys tomorrow.
Juang di leg yang kedua. Namun hasil baik telah didapatkan oleh Bigetron Alpha dan juga tim Liquid ID. Namun perlawanan telah diberikan karena mereka memang membuktikan diri namun dengan 2-1. 2-1 terus bergulir di hari ini. Hari yang pertama menandakan bahwa kedua tim, keempat tim, mereka berjuang dengan gigih. Namun hasil baik pun telah didapatkan bagi tim-tim yang menang. Pelajaran telah didapatkan bagi tim-tim yang mendapat kekalahan. Dan di sini Bude Clara Mongstar turut berbahagia melihat semua super fans yang terus mendukung. Sedang dalam keadaan apapun timnya. Dan kita pun memang bertugas untuk mendukung tim-tim yang sedang berjuang. Perjuangan hari pertama telah usai, namun hari yang kedua akan berlanjut untuk esok di hari Sabtu, hari yang kita tunggu. Tentu saja Bude ingin berterima kasih kepada kalian dan juga para sponsor karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Destination for Gaming and Esports, Kidia, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold, dan juga partner in esports. Ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome beserta dengan Witring. Beserta dengan supplier, kita juga punya Eriko, Klik Indomaret, Yami's Choice, dan juga ada Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Hari ini telah usai, besok apa yang akan diberikan oleh 6 tim yang beradu. Tentu saja kalian semua akan menjadi saksi bersama dengan kami di MPL Indonesia Season 14. We own this. See you tomorrow.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi,